Good morning, everyone. Hi, hello. We're here with our friend Paul. Hi, Paul.
Oh, I'm here with my friend Andrew.
Oh,
good to
my
see
goodness,
you.
we're both here.
And by the way, look at how coordinated we look. I just have to call that out.
It's pretty good, y'all.
Like, come on, matched it perfectly.
Yes, we're here for a good time, and we're talking all things new in Adobe Illustrator. There was new stuff that happened this morning.
Yesterday morning kind of snuck in
Yes,
there, but
okay.
yeah.
Yes, if you're waking up, depending on your time zone, we could be right or wrong. So we're gonna hop in, we're gonna show you a whole bunch of stuff, and as always, if you have questions, please put them in the chat. This is a live stream, not recorded. It's live right now. We see Katrina, Anik, hello, Wade is here, Corey, nice to see you. Ask your questions in the chat if you have questions. But Paul, do you wanna hop in and maybe talk overview what's going on?
Certainly, and I'm glad this is live because we're gonna talk all about performance, which again, sounds so boring if you ask me. It's not a flashy feature, like marketing probably hates it. It's like, oh, we want the jazz hands of features.
Yes.
I'm like, dude, this is the stuff that like just makes me work faster.
It's just a little kickball change.
Yeah. And it like ultimately like saves me time, which I hate even using those terms, but it does. It's like people won't notice. They're just hopefully notice that it's faster in various ways, which we'll get into as well.
And Josh Merrill is saying, I just updated Illustrator. For all our friends who also want to do that, how can you update Illustrator if you don't have the most recent update? What's the process to getting all these new updates and improvements?
Oh yeah, certainly. We just kind of jump in and share my screen. This is a Creative Cloud desktop app. So right here, it might say update, but notice how it says 29.3. We can launch into that. In fact, yeah, so essentially, that's how you do it. If it doesn't appear, just go ahead and restart this desktop app and it should, fingers crossed, that should actually be what it is. And you could roll back to previous versions as well. So if we take a look, and I think this is gonna be really fun right over here. So I have 29.3, you can install other versions. So Andrew, which is cool, has an older version that he's gonna be working on, and we're gonna just do races. We're gonna do races today.
Yeah. We're gonna show the before and after. I will be the before and Paul will be the after. So we'll be able to see, if you see my screen and it feels like mine is a little bit slower, a little bit clunkier, that's because I don't have the new improvements, which are going to be fast and amazing over on Paul's side.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of call out as we're going back and forth between screens which is which. And Paul also has both on there, so we may switch back on his machine as well.
Exactly.
All right, where do we want to start?
We'll start with just like embedding images and stuff. We'll just kind of move through this. So this will be fun. But also, like, it's not just about performance. Like, oh, look, we have a timer here, it's faster. Like, I think it's gonna be fun to do some shout outs to like some of our favorite tips or things that we didn't know were in Illustrator that we just discovered.
Yes.
Which I think is fun, because we were just talking about this earlier. So does that sound good?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. And chat, again, if you have questions about probably anything in Illustrator, this is the most equipped person to answer those. So if you have any question that you've been holding in your heart, it's time.
I will make up an answer on the spot and then run away.
Yes.
No, just joking.
Oh, and we also, I want to call it, sorry, real quick. We have Sarah in the chat. We have some friends from the Illustrator team that are hanging out in the chat as well. So again, if you have questions, the Illustrator team is here. I'm here. Paul's here. Everybody's here to help you with a deep knowledge of Adobe Illustrator today.
Exactly, and we want to welcome everybody, but also like we did this Reddit post because we're going to be obvious. Like I'm involved here all the time, but just to keep the conversation going, if you're here from Reddit, welcome. Hopefully, you guys hang out with us and keep the conversation going here. Based on this, we'll be tracking all of this and some of these like suggestions, which I think has been really cool. Because again, this is a conversation, and since we have some of the people from the Illustrator team, I think it's cool that you are here. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. You can find some of this stuff out there. I'm gonna be clicking through this, and let's just have some fun. Enough talking, more doing.
Yes.
Let's make things.
Z asking, are there performance improvements on Windows too, or just Mac?
Yeah, on Windows as well. And the big thing is like they're doing this, basically tapping into multi-threaded processors on your laptop. And I would really love to dive into all the details on those specifics. but I don't know them.
Yes, and we're going to be talking a lot of numbers today. 2 key numbers are 10 and 5. A lot of things are 10 times faster, and a lot of things are 5 times faster. So you can count all the updates on your hands as we go through. But a lot of stuff is faster. We'll kind of call out as we work and show you tips and tricks. What is faster, what's better, and what's different in this update for Illustrator.
Yeah, and the goal is that hopefully it's just like pretty instantaneous. Like I have just a bunch of images in here, what a good 27 plus, you know, and I'll just take them and I want to bring those in. Right, and they're like instantly in there. So I just did a drag and drop. Not necessarily the case. This is usually when I would do this before, it would be, I'd like, oh, reach for my coffee and do it.
That's when I get up and go start my Nespresso.
Yeah, start your thing, and then all the images load in. And I could have even made this, I could have even done more. You feel free to do it.
Yeah. So if we want to hop over to my screen, I am working on an older version of Illustrator, and I have the same file, so click and drag in. And I think we're gonna pinwheel trying to drag these in. We are full freeze. This is when I go, I get my coffee, I'm gonna do my hair, I'm gonna brush my teeth, have the day start, and wait for these to import. There we go, and now they're in. So it took a lot longer. Paul's almost instantaneous in the new update. And some saying, yes, we are actually looking at both chats. So it says, in case you wonder what chat we're referencing, we're looking at both. We have YouTube and Behance up at the same time. And I am gonna walk through real quick just all of the new things that we'll be talking about today. Lots of experience improvement. So again, we said 10 times or 5 times. We have file imports, we have effects are faster, our layers panel has some updates as well. We've got fonts, we're gonna be looking at retype, which is one of the best things to come to Illustrator in a long while. We're gonna do some Project Neo. So if you wanna get more information, our mods have this link and can put it in there, but we're gonna kind of make our way through and tell you about all the new here in Illustrator. What do we go? What do we want to go to next? We got file importing.
Yeah, I mean, that again, instantaneous. Like, okay, that's fine. You just save me time is what it does for me. And that's essentially like working with image. Even when it comes to sort of rasterizing thing. In fact, let's deal with something more. Let's go the other direction.
Let's do it.
We dealt with raster.
Okay.
Now I want to deal with something that's vector, like heavy vector.
Cool.
I'm talking scary skull.
Classic
scary.
Paul. Yes.
Like this situation, Command Y. Like, look at this mess. This is too much.
That's
it's like,
crazy.
why'd you do this to me, world? I did not make this. There's nothing wrong with it, essentially. But like, if you wanted to rasterize this, and I think it'd be fun even if we both did this.
Oh yeah, do we want to give it a shot?
Yeah.
So if we want to hop over to my screen, when we say give it a shot, Paul seamlessly opened that file. When I try to even go to that tab and pinwheeling here, the amount of anchor points in there. There we go. All right, so we're here, and are we gonna do a 1, 2, 3?
Well, we'll do that, but even before we get into that, because there was the pan and zoom performance enhancements. So even as we go in here, like if you could zoom in, and this was an update for yours, so you should be able to zoom in and zoom out and do it drastically. You should be able to just like, the refresh on this is awesome. Like, and again, you saw how complex that was. This was an update we had last year at Adobe Max, October 2024, so that's why it's so quick on his machine. If we went to a previous version, it'd just be slower. But it's just one of those things, like, hey, you know what? Works.
See all that detail.
Yeah. Look at all those skulls.
All right. Also, as I'm even scrolling around, like it's lagging on just showing the selections.
Okay.
Because it's so dense. All right. Do we want to do?
Yeah. Let's see if we could do our screen side by side.
Side by side, chat. Place your bets. Who is going to rasterize this faster?
And
so
we'll go to rasterize.
Yep.
And then we'll just make sure these settings are the same.
All right. What do we got here?
I'm just gonna do transparent and leave everything at like high def, 300 CMYK.
All right.
Okay, you ready?
Ready? All right. 1, 2, 3.
Go! Races.
Go.
And again, this is a couple meg file. Done.
It's a big one. What? Wait, you're done?
I'm done, dude.
There's no.
I didn't even get that progress bar.
You didn't even get a progress bar.
I didn't even get that progress bar.
Paul, that's crazy.
Yeah. So now. Again, you know it's raster because, again, all the vectors are gone.
That is wild. So again, we're showing, yes, this is 5 to 10 times faster. This, in practicality, what we're seeing now, probably 100 times faster. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, just cancel.
I'm giving up on it. I'm giving up on it because that is in the past, and we are living here in the future. That's a pretty crazy update.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we're getting rid of those progress bars is the idea. Laptops, nobody has asked this, but I feel like you guys should. our laptops are comparable, essentially.
Yep, pretty cool. I think there's a year or two difference.
Yeah,
yep.
exactly. So otherwise
wild.
we're able to. Let's go to another file that is still lots of vectors, but lots of layers.
Okay.
Because we have, again, I'm amazed at how fast that was.
Yep.
I got like nothing. I just went right into
Not
it.
even close. Yeah.
Let's go to like the layers, this layers panel file. Look at these fun characters. Maybe you have all these little fun characters. Look at all these guys. Oh yeah, I like this. It's just silly, but super fun. We're checking chat for any questions. And we have that performance when like kind of zooming in and out. We get that. But also layers panel off to the side. Again, little things that you're probably not gonna notice, but I want you to know this is our point of like, we're having the team work on these things. Like if I twirl this down, maybe, honestly, we should probably show it on your machine first.
Oh yeah, I'll show it on my machine. So if we wanna go full screen with me, I can show this layers panel up here. And here's what's gonna happen
can you increase the layer thumbnails?
Oh,
Sorry,
yes.
I know it's
1 second.
panel options
where are we?
at the very bottom.
Got it, thank you. Large. Can we make it larger than large?
Holy moly, I don't know.
Okay, let's go large for now. All right, so we have the thumbnails here. Actually, let's see if we can push that to, like, let's try 100. That's gonna be wild if it works. Yeah, okay. So we have all of the layers here, and I'm just going to open one of these and then scroll. So you can see.
As fast as the bottom, yeah.
Look at
blank, blank, blank,
fully
blank.
blank. Fully blank as I scroll here, and then when I stop, it's gonna slowly load those in. You can see them loading it in like pieces.
Yeah.
So Paul, let's go ahead and throw over to the after
And
shots.
I'm gonna crank this up like what you did. I'm like,
That's fun.
that's so wild. I'm kind of into it. So we're on my laptop, and I'm not sure which one you went to, but I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna go as fast as possible. Like open, scroll to the bottom. Look, it's already,
Yep.
I don't know how many layers this is, but I immediately scrolled clear down to the bottom, and you can see just that refresh rate. Prr, prr. Again, multi-threading is what's happening here. You don't need any extra RAM or anything. I think I saw a question about that. You know, nothing new on your end, but basically it's taking advantage of any multi-core processors.
Just really optimizing what Illustrator does, how it works to make our experience better.
And again, just the little things. We could do that. So again, it's hide, unhide when you expand, collapse, scroll, all this stuff. Again, there's stuff there, so I twirl down. It's just going to immediately be there, is the idea.
That's rad.
Let's do something fun while we're in here.
All right.
Can I do a pro tip real quick?
Yeah, let's do it.
And this isn't even, this is a pro tip, I don't know. First of all, this guy got a little wonky. Let's take our character. So let's just jump over here to this guy. Zip. It's my segue. We have this dude. Let me first rasterize him. We know how fast that is, right? Rasterize. Boom. So this is just a bitmap image. Command Y. See, it's like, oh shoot, you rasterized it. Honestly, you would never have the vector version, but what if you want the vector version of this? And for that, we can take this and go to image trace. So I'm gonna open up the image trace panel. It's gonna automatically kick this open. And I'm gonna show you some updates in here. Ba-ba. Don't worry that it turned black and white. Short of it is, we wanna go to high fidelity photo. And what's cool about this is all these little check boxes and things in here.
There's new boxes and things to tick.
Yeah, like this one, gradients. Oh, look at that. Like, give me the gradient for anything that's raster. Identify shapes, okay? Might be another thing. And even as you go down here, auto grouping. Strokes is something they're currently working on. I don't think it's actually implemented yet, so don't worry about that not showing up. And I think that's a good call out. But yeah, so basically all these options that you have going on. I checked gradients. I like this method of just overlapping, and then we'll expand. And again, we'll give it a second. It's like, okay, let me figure this out for you. And let's take a look right in here if we
And yes, Natalia saying gradients. That's exactly how we feel.
Yeah.
We feel the same that we are.
Some of these, and I'm glad, hey, again, full transparency here. Command Y here, it didn't do the gradient as well. If I roll this back, you do have settings in here, so it does. It will see. So let me just roll this back a second.
Rewind.
Right in here. So this. How smooth do we want it, or do we want more detail?
Okay.
So I might want to change this to minimum. Okay, so I make sure I get sort of the full sort of gradient experience. Anyway, so just play with that. It depends on your illustration and how complex those gradients are. And that's done. Yeah, still didn't quite pick those up. But if we take a look at this over here off to the side, we can take a look at our gradient right here. So this is a situation where the gradient actually does show up. Okay?
Which in the past
right in there,
was just all banding lines.
It was all
we didn't
banding.
even have the option for the gradient.
And there's still that banding there.
Yep.
I still have to clean that up. But I mean, the fact that it does it for as many gradients as that it identifies as a step in the right direction.
Yep, and Josh was saying in the past, image trace always left me wanting more in quality, and I'm blown away by this update in quality. Yes, it's pretty great.
I'm telling you, man, it's like something for us pros.
Yes.
Like, just make my life make me feel a little faster.
Yes.
A little lighter on my feet.
It's things that we've wanted and the community's wanted, and the Illustrator team's been listening, and we've implemented, and hopefully there is more of that in the future, which Paul has a Reddit thread that you can go add into, or you can simply put it in chat right now. We have our friends from the Illustrator team in chat as well, so if you have suggestions, if you have ideas, if you have things that you want, we're here, we're listening. Let us know.
Yeah, and Natalia, again, we're talking about gradients. You mentioned gradients. Let's do another pro tip real fast in here. This is huge. Let's say, for instance, I want this gradient to change, and I want a new gradient that's going to be like pink and then purple. So what does that mean typically? It means you have to go to your gradients panel, like, okay, this is your life. This is your welcome to your life, where you're going in here and you're selecting a pink, you're selecting a purple. Hey yo, right?
There we go. Okay.
This is our life. Clicking. I don't get paid per click. I get paid to get things done.
That'd be great.
That would be nice. I do too much of it already. I want to just fade from pink to purple to pink, and maybe I want to have multiple colors. But let's just do these two since I already selected those two. Oh shoot, let me just change this. Let's switch it up. Let's do say blue to yellow, and then just drop it right on the gradient panel. So select your swatches and drop it on the gradient panel. Does that make sense? Easy enough.
How many colors can you do? Can you do like as many colors as you want?
I love it. Maybe there's a limit.
Maybe 3?
Whoa.
No way.
So
That's
just drag
so cool.
and drop, and there they all are, like so.
That's cool. I have never known that or thought about that until you showed me literally 10 minutes ago. That's awesome.
Yeah, and yeah. I don't know, this gradient's kind of nuts.
It's very mid-90s. Like, I want it in word art.
It's like Y2K type.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like a 3D semi-tilt, on the ribbon.
Yeah, exactly.
And somebody's saying, what if you need hex codes? Is that possible? Are you saying working with hex codes, or if you need to pull the hex codes out? We do have actually a newer update in Illustrator. Do you want to talk about it?
For hex codes?
For pulling hex codes? For pulling color palettes?
Oh, do that. You do that.
Okay, cool. So let's hop over to my screen. And this is something that I think designers have wanted for a long time and just got added semi-recently, is that if you want hex codes and want to work with hex codes, Katarina, like you were saying, all you need to do is select this little folder here of your color palette. And then you can click on the drop-down menu and go to, where are we? Oh, I know we're here. Oh, I'm in the older version. I don't have it. Oh. Paul, would you show it?
Shoot.
So it's, I believe it is, so if you click on the folder.
Okay, sorry.
So select folder. Yep, and then drop down menu, and then go to,
create swatch info.
Create swatch info, yes. Right there. So clicking on create swatch info, and then you can set all your settings. Hit create, and it gives you a panel, and it's got all the hex codes, the RGB codes, the CMYK codes, everything there. I know designers spend so much time building these for brands, and now you can do it simply with like 2 clicks.
Yeah, that's called listening to your customers.
Yes, this did not have its moment, and I feel like we are trying to make sure that it has its moment, because this is amazing. Yes.
So cool. And then I actually, we need to get in onto effects.
Let's do it.
But also I did like your,
Okay, so let's do.
I liked your color group.
Let's do it.
Colorized tip that you just showed me earlier.
Cool. So super easy here if we want to hop back to my screen. Let's say that we want to take all of these different portraits and we have a color theme that we want to crush them down to. So over here, I open the pop art different color palettes. And all you need to do if you have a set palette is select whatever art you're going to be using. And then instead of going in and trying to like reassign every color and play around with that, you can just double click on this folder here. So right here with these colors, just double click on the folder and it is going to reassign those colors to all of the, hold please. There we go. Reassign the colors to all of these. So it crushes down the color palette to reassign it to your art. So you can see all of the people now are within the color palette. And then you can just randomly change the color order until you find something that looks nice. Very Simpsons there. And so you can cycle through and just replace those colors on your art without having to go through any extreme color changing. Just double click right there on your folder.
Double click on the folder and it will recolor them.
Done.
Boom.
Easy.
Yeah. Again, these little things, you kind of happened upon that.
Yes.
So it's not like it could be in some FAQ doc or something, who knows, but I love those things where you're like, I didn't know this happened.
That saves so much time. And again, if you're doing different like presentations for clients, being able to build out and even just grab palettes from Adobe Color, right? Grab 30 palettes and all you need to do is select, double click, select, double click, and it will just build out those variations for you.
Very, very cool. So back to the races.
Effects.
Switch to my machine if you don't mind.
Let's do it.
My friend, Paco right over there.
Got it.
Sweet. So again, everything works as usual. Scroll that down, everything renders exactly as we expect it to. I wanted to get into just some quick things like effects. So what I have going on here is this background. In fact, we have a foreground and stuff. And ultimately what I want to do is I want to make this look, give it some depth. So we're going to add some blur to it. So we'll just do a quick Gaussian blur. In fact, it's always more impressive, I'm sorry, Andrew, to have you do it first, if you don't mind.
Let's do it, 100%. So what we're gonna do here is, where do we wanna blur?
I would do all of if you go to your layers panel.
Yep.
And then lock down everything, sorry, the reverse of that. Yeah, like lock down everything above the layers named background. I would blur all the background layers, basically.
Got it. Background here.
Yeah, just unlock all that
there,
stuff.
Got
and
it.
Then do a
and also,
all.
pro tip chat, if you want to select everything on a layer, with the layer right here, this little button, the little like circle to the right, is not just an indicator, it allows you to select everything on that layer. So if you click on this little button, it selects everything on that layer.
I never do, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I never do that. Now I should.
Really? Oh yeah, yeah, it's really great if you're trying to organize layers if they're like all over the place. You can just grab everything on that layer, and then you can apply an effect to that layer as opposed to like the individual pieces on there.
And can you do a lock down everything except for all those background layers?
Yes.
Like do a select all once they're on, because everything else is locked, so.
Oh, no, don't delete. Thank you. Okay, so we have all of.
And are you shift selecting there?
Yes, I hit the, I did the command
and then do
select.
that last one. Just so we get a lot of.
Yes, unlock that. There we go, okay. I should have all of those selected. And then we're going to.
Can I do that?
Do we want to do a?
We want to do races?
Blur?
Yeah, do Gaussian blur if you don't mind.
All right. Do we want to do side by side, or do we want to go and then see?
I kind of want to do side by side.
Let's do side by side. And chat, this is a really great way so that you're not applying. And actually, this might be a little different. We'll see what happens. But right now, we're not applying the effect to the individual shapes. We're applying the effect to the overall layer by selecting the way that we did.
Yeah, and so it should be most of those things in the background.
Yep.
And again, we're going to go to Gaussian blur, which is just one of the effects. I'm selecting that now.
And then what do we want to do?
We would need to crank this up to like, crank it up to like 29.
29, all right. I'm ready.
Go.
All right.
Well, I mean, first off, is it just... undo it.
Okay.
Even when you adjust the slider, let me see how is it how responsive is it when you just drag that slider? Andrew, if you could.
Oh, it's jumping. It's definitely taken 2 or 3 seconds.
Oh, okay.
To go through.
Gotcha.
And yours is almost instant.
Yeah, mine's pretty quick. So again, these little things, just the responsiveness. That's why I wanted to select a lot of stuff, just so we have more of a lag. I'm gonna do like 70.
70? Let's get it.
And then I think OK. Once we click OK, it should be instantaneous. Okay.
Yep.
Ooh,
So-
pro tip.
What?
I got a pro tip
Hit
real
me.
fast. This little guy. You know how this happens?
Oh, no.
clipping
I'm
box?
actually very interested.
Oh, so glad you're here.
Okay,
This is great.
it's exciting.
This is like, so you blur something too much and it starts to get clipped there. It's like, how do I fix that? It actually fairly easy because right up at the top under effects, you have document raster effect settings. And right in here, this is the space around the object. So we want to crank that up. I'd crank that up to like 200 or something. And then click OK. I might have to like actually redo this, but let me undo all of this. So we'll go back here. Now that I have it changed, raster effect settings, I'll do like 500. I'm not sure how much I need. We'll click OK. We'll select everything. We'll go to our wonderful Gaussian blur. Right? We can see how fast this is. Right? It changes. But as I crank this up, remember 70 was our difficult clipping part.
Oh.
Ooh, it actually vanished. But see how I don't get that clipping around that object anymore?
Yes.
It's from that space around object.
Oh, that's
under
great.
raster settings.
And our friend Giratima is saying, Andrew likes design history. I wonder if Andrew can tell us why a Gaussian blur is named so. Yes.
Ooh, tell me.
Carl Gauss was a mathematician, and he created the formula for how that blur works, which if you don't know, all design is math. If you're looking at multiply, overlay, any blending modes, multiply is called that because it is multiplying the values of the actual like codes of the number. So it is all math, and Gaussian blur is named after Gauss, who was the mathematician.
Gauss. And that's his name. His name isn't Gaussian.
It's Gauss, which is
Gauss.
odd, yeah.
Yeah.
A Gauss blur. All right, what
like
else?
Hoc radiolian.
Yes, Hoc radiolian, I like that, yes.
Let's do this while we're in here, because look what happened. I just selected this. First off, what's the situation here? Dang it, Paul, why did you freaking have to outline the font?
Yeah, what font is that? I'll play chat for a second. What font is that? What font are you using? How do we know?
I think people can recognize this font. What about this one? Okay, luckily this actually is a font. So what I mean by that is like it's not a shape. So if we take this and we create outlines, notice now it's like, okay, that is now, just a bunch of shapes. And I have no idea what font that is.
Yep.
And I would love to be one of those guys that knows all the fonts. Guess what? I'm not.
Yep. And
Is that making me any less of a designer? No.
If you're ever watching Adobe Live and you're asking the question, what font are they using? What font are they using? This is going to allow you to take a screenshot of what we're working on and just take it into Illustrator and figure out what we're using.
Yeah, totally into it. So I selected both of these shapes because they're no longer fonts. We'll go into retype, which retype is now GA, meaning it's general audience. It is no longer in beta. We'll click match font, and I'll go through and find out, oh, what is that font? Oh, might be Futura Medium, and that's actually what it is. Yes. But as I select this into notice how it changes right over here. That's actually Alana. It sorts through all of Adobe fonts on your desktop, right? Just like everything, so 30,000 plus, whatever we're up to now. And we'll find either it or something close to it, and I like how it gives you these other suggestions.
And that's what I love is if I see something that I'm inspired by that has really good type, I'll bring it in and use retype, and sometimes it's not an Adobe font, but it gives us like 7 options that are close. And so you can kind of find something that's available to you that has that similar vibe. You can discover new fonts that you can use in different designs. Oftentimes, I will use this. It's not an Adobe font, but it'll give me other ones. And then I'm just bookmarking for other projects because I found a good script that looks like a brush pen. Hard to come by.
Speaking of fonts real fast.
Yes.
Let's do this. Just quick pro tips, because I have this doc right in. We're working on pro tips. We did gradients and all that fun stuff. Just so you know, there are color fonts available in Illustrator as well. So this might be fairly new, but you have multicolor fonts. So you could see this Utopian. Actually, Utopian should have, look, Utopian. Oh, that's Gilbert. Here, hold on. Let's twirl this down. Here's a Utopian font that's a color font. that I'm using here. So there are multicolor fonts in Illustrator, which I think is huge. And you could actually make these using, I can't remember the name of it, Font Builder.
Yes, that one. The font builder.
The font
Yes,
builder.
trademark.
But there's a plugin that will allow you to actually create these multicolor fonts.
Yes, and we have somebody calling out 40,000 Adobe fonts. I do think
can't
we hit
keep
a new
track.
milestone. Yeah, I know. It's a new
Avinash,
milestone.
good to have you here.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
We need a cake. We need to make a cake for Adobe fonts with just 40,000 candles on it.
Yes.
One for each.
And on the note of fonts, there's Japanese textiles. We have this Momo Chidori font, is a Japanese variable font. And basically, we've worked on Japanese fonts and making sure everything renders correctly there.
Love a good variable font.
Yeah, love variable. I use variable fonts all the time.
We were playing with one the other week on Office Hours, 1 p.m. every Wednesday if you want to watch.
Hey-yo.
And it didn't have like weight and italic. It was bite, it was decay, and it was quake.
Oh, I love it.
And the way that the variable worked gave us different like holes and it made it look like cheese, or like sometimes you can
Yes.
find ones that are not just about weight, it's about like an emotion. And I love that idea
Yeah.
of working with type through different variable emotions.
I love it. Anyways, we're getting sidetracked, but you get the idea. I use this variable concept one because it's like you have all this stuff. But I like what you're saying, like decay.
Yeah.
One that is climate based. So you can just like, if you scroll into the future, it starts melting.
That's cool.
I know, and a political method. I don't know.
There we
not
go. Yeah,
political,
an
I don't know.
An
You're
art
learning.
gallery of fonts.
Yeah.
Variable
Anyway,
art.
there it is. It's not just bolding it. It's actually swapping out to those different fonts. You get the idea. So we get to play around now, Andrew. Since we've already done this, we've added the just the blur, but this goes for the top 5 currently most used effects. So if we want to jump in here and like add a drop shadow, let's actually grab this. And again, goes for drop shadow and blur, inner glow, outer glow. Obviously, we did rasterize, but anyway, so we're working on the top used effects being 5 times plus, up to 5 times faster. So anyways, it's going to run faster on my machine.
Thank you, Wade. If you're in the chat, our friend Wade has just put in the font that I was referencing called This Man, This Monster variable. If you want to play around with it, chat, it's really, really fun. You can go to Adobe Fonts with that link right there. Paul, there is one more thing that I think that we should talk about in the next like 5 minutes or 6 minutes. SVGs.
Oh,
with
yeah.
Neo. We have, if you haven't used Project Neo, it is a new way of looking at 3D and working in 3D.
Heck yeah.
And we do have SVG import as well. If we want to hop over to my screen, it's something that you can play around with now, today. You can take 2D into 3D with Project Neo, import your SVG files, and then you can start working, which is really cool. So really, really crazy. And you also have access to Adobe Fonts, 30,000 Adobe Fonts there, right in Project Neo. And Paul, are you a Project Neoian?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I am. It's amazing, and I'm in there now. Neo, here it is. Boom. Yeah, I like Neo. I mean, it's like fun 3D because it's so fast. I just like how fast it is.
Yes, it feels very like tactile. And we have our friend Howard Pinsky in the chat. If you want to be learning about Project Neo, he has some great beginners courses on Neo right here on the Adobe Live YouTube channel. If you want to just give it a little search there.
Boom, boom. So I just imported this in, right? This Adobe logo. It was an SVG. It was in Illustrator a second ago, and now here we are. Just like real fast, and again, I know this is an Illustrator stream. I apologize. We changed this to like, intersect or carve? Carve should do it.
And what's cool is, yes, this is, ooh.
So it's dependent on the stacking order. So if you ever have issues with carve or intersect and stuff, just make sure this is on top and the other object is below. But that's what we have too. It's cutting through. And then not only that, let's go ahead and do a linear repeat. And now I can slice this up a lot. So let's do distance Y. And I need to crank up more of the repeats as well.
That's really
Oh, there we go,
cool.
copies. So, you know, here I'm just like making more copies. I just literally posted on this like yesterday. But anyways.
This is something then that we can export to take back into Illustrator, right?
Yeah, exactly. And again, this isn't particularly impressive. I apologize, and I hate it not creating good art, but such is life.
But it's here. So you can export as SVG,
sorry.
bring it back into Illustrator. So yes, this is Illustrator stream. We're showing all the new stuff, but it really shows how variable Illustrator can be when working with other programs. And even yesterday, if you missed it, we had the Firefly video model come out. And if you want to go back and see how you can use Illustrator with the Firefly video model, go watch the stream from yesterday. We made mock-ups in Illustrator, took them in and created videos with those mock-ups to create some really cool kind of storyboards for our clients and collaborators that we're working with.
Yeah.
That's pretty rad.
This is awesome. So again, we could do so much more. You get the idea. That's Neo. We only have like 5 more minutes, and I want to make sure we... First off, just shout out, join me like on Reddit. We'll be like, I want to know, honestly, we want to know your pain points. It's like, we don't want to guess at what you need. Tell us what you need or what you're interested in. So let's keep that conversation going, because this performance stuff is huge for me. It's not particularly flashy, but it's like a huge help.
Yep.
And again, back to effects. We could add all these other effects if I wanted to drop shadow blur, you know, inner glow, outer glow. I hope to see more of these as well, like in terms of just anytime I see a progress bar, I'm like, can we use multi-threading technology to just remove that progress bar?
Yep, and while we do have those last 5 minutes chat, that means it's lightning round for you. It's lightning round for you to ask questions, because we have the Illustrator team in the chat. We have Paul here. We have a litany of resources available for you in these next 5 minutes. So ask your questions, make your requests. I want to see the chat just blow up because we have all the people here. Illustrator team is here. They're listening to you, and we want to hear what you have to say. And speaking of, if we want to flip over to my screen real quick, this was one of my #1 things that I wanted in Illustrator, and it is here. We can do patterns and gradients in Creative Cloud libraries. I'm so excited, chat. There are so many times that I'm working with collaborators or working with clients that I had to upload like a tileable version of it that they'd have to paste a bunch of different versions in. Now, gradients, boom.
Yeah.
Creative Cloud libraries have patterns. You can use that all in Creative Cloud libraries now, which is incredible. And the measuring the area of objects with the measure tool, which is very interesting. And this one here, another update is, you used to see the pink text, right? If you open a file that doesn't have the font installed, you would see the pink text and it'd say, hey, do you want to auto sync? Now, you can actually preview what that font looks like without having to install it, which is really cool. So your files aren't going to look broken and crazy. It will show you a preview of what that font looks like, and then you can just sync it, or you can turn on auto sync and not have to worry about that at all.
I love it. Can I show another pro tip?
Let's do it. Hop over to Paul's screen. Let's do it.
So thank you so much for that. Again, we don't have much time, but also little things like this. It's like, okay, we do have guides in here, but what if I needed to determine the distance between this object and this object? What would you do? This is what I would do. I'm like, oh, let's draw an object and then determine the size, the width. Okay, it's 963.
Yes.
That's the size. Or with this first object selected, I'll hold down the Option key and then bingo, roll over that, and there's your exact measurement. So I think that's kind of huge.
Oh, that's rad.
I'm like, would you know that if you weren't on this live stream today? Maybe, maybe not.
Knowledge is power.
You know, what's the difference, distance between those two? Boom, boom.
Yeah, or if you're watching the cut down of this stream that is a super cut of all the tips and tricks in Adobe Illustrator, thanks for watching on social media. Follow us on Instagram, Adobe Live. I do also want to call out our friend Avinash is in the chat.
Yes.
Someone from the Illustrator team saying, our goal is that no one should ever see the progress bar in Illustrator. I love that goal. I love that vision for the product and for what it's doing for the creative community. That's really, really cool.
Yeah, to answer your question, Rick, first of all, good to see you, man.
Hey, Rick.
What's up, buddy? Yeah, it would be using sort of more of your GPU in general, because it's using as many cores as you have. I don't know how many, but basically it's using all those processes. It's not dragging down your laptop by any means. It's not It's not like heavy 3D, but it's just taking advantage of those processors.
Ray
that are
tracing,
just
baby.
sitting there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so it looks like we are about to wrap up here, but thank you so much, chat. We are gonna have the chat open for a couple more minutes, so if you have suggestions, the Illustrator team is here listening to you. There are real people on the other side of these computers listening to your suggestions, so put them in the chat. You can go back, as always, and watch all these tips and tricks on the Adobe Live YouTube channel, and make sure you stick around for the rest of the day. It's Sweethearts Day here on Adobe Live. We're getting you ready for Valentine's Day. We have our friends Maggie and Meghan, as well as Emily and Andy, Mark and Lauren, all sweethearts today, showing you how to get ready for Valentine's, making some shareable templates for you, and some cute little Valentines for people and pups. So stick around all day here on Adobe Live. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. And again, chat's open, Illustrator team's there. Ask your questions. Thanks, Paul.
Love it. Thank you, Andrew.
Bye, everybody.
So what we're talking about is my favorite thing ever. We're talking about iconography. It's the tiny visuals that help get information across without having to be wordy. So this is a florist company that we're gonna design our icons for today. This is their table of contents right now, and it's sad. And so we're gonna make it a little bit better. There's something called visual balance. You're aware of it, even if you don't know what it's called. It's basically the idea that it doesn't matter if things are the same size, they need to look the same size. So like if you can see here, we have like a square and a circle, and they look, you know, similar in size, but when you actually draw the lines, the circle's actually bigger. This is the circle and the square that are the same size, and you can see that the square looks so much bigger. These are the prompts we're gonna work for. So step one is we're gonna just start designing our first icon. It's about soil types, so obviously maybe dirt. For the dirt, I'm thinking obviously we're gonna try to use basic shapes to create these. So I started with just a circle, and we can always adjust. And I'm going to scale this down by about 30%. I'm gonna make these all the same width just so it helps my brain a little bit, but I just locked us in place with Command 2, fun fact. I'm just gonna bring these over here.
Oh, I see where you're going with it.
Copy and paste these. If we wanna edit this, we can without it being destructive. I'm gonna select all of these and I'm gonna come over here. So I'm just gonna combine all these shapes with the Pathfinder tool, direct select those points, connect them at the bottom. I'm gonna come in here with just an oval. I'm gonna do Shift-C, anchor point tool, and this turns points into harsher points rather than curved points. I want this to come in a little bit. Two little leaves, you see where I'm going with this? So I think we're gonna shrink this down a little bit, and we're gonna make our dirt more of the main focus since this is about soil. We're gonna bring this up. What we're gonna do is actually just create a rectangle and see what this does for us. We're gonna come to flowers. Okay, so we're gonna try this. Transform, rotate 90 degrees. Select all of these, transform, rotate 45 degrees. Same thing, we're gonna select all of these and we're gonna make Pathfinder tool, delete the center, and now we need to add a center in our flower. I think it's really, really important with icons to kind of step back from what you're doing because you have to imagine these will probably be like this size on a page. They need to be readable from far away. So we're gonna steal this same shape that we used over here with the leaves. So we're just gonna come in here and start doing some adjusting. We're just going to shrink our leaves a little bit. Something I love is you can actually directly copy and paste into Adobe Express. So we have our little icon already there, look at her!
Yeah.
For water, come in with the polygon tool, do 3 points to create a triangle. So I'm basically just gonna make this tangent to this line. Pathfinder, combine them. We can scoot this guy over. Maybe we just play with scale just a little bit. We're gonna come draw a couple points.
Erasing that line.
I do think that's a little bit better. 2 ways of getting these into Adobe Express. You can directly copy them like I was mentioning, or you can select them and drag them in to what's called libraries. Just drag them into the libraries and they will show up there.
Oh.
So then when I go to Adobe Express, it'll show up. I wanted to show you guys something really cool. Generative recolor. So what I did is I just filled random blocks with different shades that I'm after. I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna go to edit colors and generative recolor, and then we can give it a prompt. We could do like Valentine's Day. I feel like this actually really matches with kind of what we were going for. I'm gonna outline these strokes, object, path, outline stroke. And I'm gonna recolor these with our icons. Kind of
Yeah.
fun. It's kind of all coming
Good
together.
job. I think it looks wonderful.
Icons can fix all of your design problems, I'm
It does.
convinced.
Yeah, we'll see you next time.
Awesome.
Yeah.
See you soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hello and good morning and happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Galentines,
Valentines, whatever you celebrate. My name is Meghan Bille and I am here today with Maggie Johnson. Hi, Maggie.
Hi, everybody. Great to be back. Happy to be here.
I'm so excited that Maggie's here. She is such an integral part of the Adobe Live team, so we're super lucky to have her today. Maggie, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, your business, and what we're going to be working on today?
Yes. So my name is Maggie Johnson. I'm actually an East Coast gal.
Far away from home.
Yeah, a little far from home. So I'm from Atlanta, and that is where I partially work for the Adobe community team now, which is so fun. And then I also part-time run my own branding business called All Caps Design, which, shameless plug, you can find me all over on the line. So
we're going to drop her Instagram in the chat so everyone can go follow Maggie.
So feel free. You can check out my website or my Instagram. We are currently, ironically, going through a little rebrand right now. So she will look a little different here shortly. But yeah, so I do a little bit of everything. Branding is definitely where my heart lies. And I've kind of moved into the marketing world here in the past year with Meghan and the Adobe team, and I love it. And I'm happy to be here.
Cool. What are we working on today?
Okay, so today is for the gals. Today
gals.
is for
It
the
is.
Galentine. Yes.
February 13th is Galentine's
It is
Day.
Galentine's Day.
Yes.
So we are creating we're creating Galentine's deliverables for our Galentine's Day party.
Woohoo.
We're gonna brand her out. We're gonna make it cute and fun.
And you're all invited.
And you're
to our
all
party.
invited because it's today, it's right now.
We're here. The party starts now.
Yes.
Okay, so we are making invites?
Yes, we're
Yep.
gonna make
Okay,
invites, and then we're also, hopefully if we have time, we're gonna make like a little animated sign, like you could put on your TV.
Yeah. Oh, cute.
Yes.
Cute.
Maybe
Welcome
like when
the
your
people
guests
in.
Right.
Awesome.
To be festive.
We are live also, just as a reminder, chat. So feel free to drop any questions for Maggie. We have both chats up, the Behance and the YouTube chat. So if you have any questions for Maggie, she is all ears. We are all ears.
Yes.
All right, let's get into it.
Let's do it. Okay, so normally in my design process, I don't do this, but in the sake of being festive, I think we need to start with a fun color palette.
Okay.
So we're gonna
Maybe we can start with our
We
color
really did.
palette. Yes.
We tried to be
We
on
understood
brand.
the
Yes,
assignment.
we did. Okay, so we are gonna use generative recolor, of course.
Oh, love. Okay.
Because what else would we use? Because
Right.
it takes away a lot of the pain points for us.
Yeah, we don't have to spend forever doing this.
Seriously. So I do have us set up to use this red.
Okay.
Which I'll explain in a minute. But we can go from there and use generative recolor to get the rest of our color palette.
Cool.
So, okay, let's think about this. So we could say anything, but I'm thinking obviously Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I want you know what I'm envisioning? Obviously, this is your project,
Yeah,
but
and
what
you tell
I'm
me.
envisioning for your project
Yes.
is I'm thinking like Sabrina Carpenter Valentine's
I
Day.
love this.
You know, like girly pop. I don't know if generative AI will understand girly pop,
I don't know. Let's see. Well, for fun, let's just see what happens if we type in girly pop Valentine's.
Girly Pop Valentine's Day.
Because we can test the limits of AI.
It's
here.
for the girls. AI is for the girls. If it gets this, oh my gosh.
It will be amazing. Okay.
Okay, it did kind of get it. Wait,
yeah.
this one on the bottom left is kind of
I do kind of like it. I'm kind of loving.
What about the other
vibes.
one?
And we can. Oh no, I messed it up. But we can also tone it down a little bit.
Okay.
Let's
I feel like we need a red in there, but
Let's see what happens here. Let's do this.
you probably
take
actually
these.
have a better.
Do you know what I love? Is
one to
this
do.
yellow though? Then this is kind of also giving Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah, it is the pink, yellow, purple.
All right. So we're gonna add her. We're gonna drop it down, and we're gonna go back here. Let's do like, we want it to be red. So let's do
Allison's saying she
rosy.
loves this.
She's
Thank
a
you,
girly.
Allison. She's a girly
She
pop.
is. Y'all, I was so excited
Oh wait,
about
these are
this.
cute too.
This is good. This is what
These
we
are
want.
really cute. What did you type in?
I typed in rosy Valentine's.
Rosy Valentine's.
Because we wanted it to be a little more red.
Yeah.
I think we can work with
Yes, that's cute. That's cute.
some of this.
Oh, I love that.
And I'm gonna steal our red. Actually, I'm gonna steal this. I feel like we maybe need a dark.
Yeah, I was gonna say I kind of liked that brownie.
I know, I did kind of like it a little more muted.
Yes.
Okay, everybody makes fun of me for using HSB settings, but I feel like sometimes it makes more sense.
Yeah,
than
you can have a
RGB.
little bit of control. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, because then you have dark, light, and then, or you can make it more vibrant.
You know what? Everyone has a process.
Everybody has a process. Don't judge me, you guys.
Don't judge the process. Wait, I love this wine color.
That's what I'm saying. I liked the bright from here, and then I think this needs to be the yellow.
Okay, yeah, I
And
love
I think
the
we
yellow.
could work with this. And we've covered all of our bases. I think. Let me know what you think.
Yep, chat is loving it.
Okay, love it. Love
Natalie says, yes, real Galentine's Day spirit. Yes,
Yes.
girly pop.
Yes.
Valentine's. Okay, we love it.
it. We could be an ad for all kinds of things. Okay, so here was my thought process. I
Okay.
did go ahead and take the liberty of theming our Galentine's Day event.
Okay.
So we are doing a game night.
I love a game night.
theme. Yes.
Okay.
And I did go ahead and create some stickers for us that we can use, but we're gonna actually create some of the other stickers together
Okay.
to dive into some of Illustrator's tools and see what we can make happen. But this is kind of where we're headed. if
Okay.
we keep this
It's like
in
a
mind.
card themes, hearts, and
Yes.
queens and kings.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, so I did, because it's Galentine's Day, we're only using the queen card.
Of course.
Because it's for the
Because it's
queens.
for the girls.
And
Later on, it can be for
later on.
the couples
We
and
love-
stuff.
we love
We've got
the
some
guys.
couples coming in.
Yes.
Did you know that?
I did.
Fun.
I know. We have married people on this
Yes.
show, which is so fun.
Okay.
All
So we're
right.
doing the queen.
So we're doing the queen.
So did you hand draw these?
I did. I just
Okay.
like drew them on my iPad super quick
Yeah.
and then dropped them in here for us. So I don't know if we want to pick which one you were thinking.
Ooh, I kind of like the left.
I do too. I am biased. I also think it's significantly cooler. than the
yeah,
right one.
and it's like the hair. Yeah,
That's what
love.
I'm
Okay.
thinking. Okay, so I
Obviously,
thought we
the
could
more
start there.
the complicated one. is
Yeah,
what I
no,
love.
of course. But we can do this. We're professionals.
Of course.
Here. So we're going to use a few different tools to do this, largely pen tool, shapes, all the things. I do have our queen card already set up over here. So we're going to drag her in and let's steal one of our colors. I'm going to steal the wine color just so we can really see it.
Yep.
And then we're going to just start tracing this. Why is it? Oh, I know what I've done. It's because it's on the wrong layer. Okay.
Are you one to organize your layers?
When I am well behaved, yes. But it's definitely not a strength of mine.
Mine neither. It's like layer 278.
I know. Like if you clicked into my layer, we won't be clicking into them because we don't want to look at, we don't want to
look at everything. Okay.
Okay, so we've got her size. I'm actually going to move it out of the way for a little bit, and we're going to start drawing this.
Okay, cool.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw, obviously, cards are symmetrical, so we're going to draw the top half and then flip it and invert it at the end. So if you're like, she's only doing half her job, I'm not, I promise. We are going to get all
No,
of it.
that's so smart. I would have literally done both sides. and been like,
Stop. No,
why
you
can't
would
I
not.
get this perfect?
Okay, so we're going to just go in and start drawing all the things. We're going to start with this line. Oh, I wanted to point this out. So I'm using the pencil tool, which is the shortcut in. I recently have been having some battles with the pencil tool.
Okay.
And wanted to talk about the tool option settings because I think this could potentially help another person out there.
Yeah.
So it defaults to be super, super accurate. So if you have it super accurate, it looks like there's a million points. It's super jagged. There's a lot going on. If you click into your pencil tool, command click it or control click it, and you move it to smooth, it'll help smooth things out. So it saves you that step at the end where you have to go through and smooth everything.
Okay.
It's been kind of
Great pro
game-changing. Yes. So we're just gonna start by drawing this better than that.
Do you usually use like a trackpad or anything at home, or do you really just like go for it?
I have a mouse, and I am a mouse person for
mouse
sure.
girl.
I don't
Okay.
know what this says about me, but I actually, when I'm doing lines like this, do find a trackpad like a little bit more control. Like I have a little more
of
control.
course.
So I do end up
Interesting.
going in and doing that. But like I said, don't look into that. Hello. So we're gonna just start by drawing and connecting a few things. And we're gonna actually have it create these inside lines for us once we get these outside lines drawn.
Okay, cool.
Da, da, da. I actually don't like the way that looks, but we're gonna drop it in.
Have you ever had a client who asks you for like personal stuff like this out of curiosity?
Oh, that's a great,
Or are
okay.
you mostly working with like branding stuff?
I will say, so I think with branding, there's always like a million random things that people
Yeah.
want branded.
Yeah.
So I do find myself, like if I were to actually list everything on my portfolio that I do, people would be like, this is a lot. Because it'll be like, hey, can you make labels for me and things like that? But then it'll be like, I want to put a sticker on an astronaut helmet. And like, what does that look like? And I'm like, you know what? Let's figure it out.
We'll show you.
We'll show you. Okay, so I am going to increase this so we can see it a little bit better. And then I have created this line over here and this line over here, the left and the right. So we're gonna select both of those and we're gonna go to Object Blend and Blend Options. There's a lot of ways you can do this. You can do specified distance, specified steps. For this, we're gonna do like about 8 actually. That is a good option. Keeping the orientation straight and see what it makes for us. Then we're gonna go to Make. Okay, so then it automatically draws all those lines.
Yeah, wow.
It's the
Time
opposite way,
saver.
but I actually like it
Oh, you do?
better.
Okay. Yeah.
This way, we don't have to go in and draw all of those lines
Yeah,
by
yeah,
hand,
yeah.
because that would be a
Take
little
forever.
bit nightmarish.
We'd be here all stream.
We would be
all
here
hour drawing lines on this hair.
whole time, yes. All right, now we need to draw our crown, obviously. This is definitely our most detailed sticker today, too. Just so
Yeah, this one.
everybody.
Except it's taking you not too long.
I know. I
You're
need to
quick.
make sure I have, I guess we need to make sure we have enough content
No,
for
no, no.
today.
We'll find something.
No, I know.
The fun stuff about like this kind of project is, yes, we're in Illustrator, but this is a great project for Express.
It is.
Because there's so much to do in Express. I'm like, if you guys know me, you know I'm obsessed with Express.
Oh
and
my gosh.
Probably to an annoying
But it
amount.
really isn't. It really is so accessible.
It
and
really
like,
is, yeah.
if drawing stickers like this is intimidating to you, because obviously, you know, you have to know some of the Illustrator skills.
Yeah.
You can just hop into Express and it will do it for
And
you.
you can still plan your party.
And you can
your
still plan.
Galentine's
You
Day.
can still plan your event, and it's great.
Okay, so you just made a circle.
I just made a circle to make our little face, and I think I am actually pro Shape Builder tool, but
Okay.
since we're using lines and not necessarily like these are our hair is lines
yep.
and not shapes, I'm gonna go ahead and just edit the points directly. But I think she's looking pretty good.
Yeah, that was so quick. Wow. Okay.
One thing I love about the blend tool that we use to make the hair too is as you adjust the outside line, it'll automatically adjust for you.
Ooh, yeah, okay. I see it.
I think we all know that workflows we're always trying to shorten and make them
Yeah,
more
of course.
efficient. And this is definitely a game changer for me. Okay, so I'm liking the way this is looking. I don't know, what do you think?
I
Anything
like
we
it.
need to add?
I feel like we need to make it a different color. We need
I
to
do.
make it pop.
I do too.
Don't graphic designers hate that?
Do it. Yeah, can you just make that pop
Can you just
for
make
me
it pop
really
a
quick?
little bit more? Thanks.
No,
Thanks.
it's a part of the job. It's okay. I actually did have somebody for the first time ever ask me that a
Really?
few weeks ago.
First time ever?
Like those exact words.
Make it
Make
pop.
it pop.
If I said that to Andrew, he would be like, literally leave the studio.
He'd be like, "Stop!
right
You're
now."
not being funny, actually."
And we're inverting it now.
yes,
That's
I'm
our next
actually
step.
gonna do one more step while we're
Okay.
here. I'm gonna go here and expand these. So right now, these are kind of set in the back end of the blend tool. So we're gonna expand them so they're actually shapes, so we can actually change the color and manipulate them all at once.
Okay, great.
Except let's make sure it works first. Expand, expand. Okay, so now there's strokes, which is what we want. So now everything is a stroke, and that'll just make things easier when we go to change the color. We don't have to mess with
every line individually.
Fill and yes, all the things. So I'm using these flip vertically, horizontally tools under the transform panel in properties just to make our lives a little bit easier. And then we're gonna come down here and connect them.
She's so cute.
She's so cute. She is running this party for sure. I went ahead and just deleted that line because it's a double line. And then I might go ahead and also connect
make it look
these.
seamless.
Yeah, just so.
Another probably designer hate word that people hate, seamless.
Seamless.
Make it look seamless.
Can we make it seamless? Can we make it pop? Or I will say my least favorite is probably like, it's just not working, but I don't know what is. And I'm like, okay, you guys.
Well, that helps.
That's
me
okay.
zero.
I'm like, but we gotta narrow in on this. How can we fix it? No, but there is also grace for people that don't know how design works. And
Right, of course, like me.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
You have got to
from
stop.
you.
You are a designer. You are a liar.
Thanks, Maggie. Thanks.
She's lying to you. Don't listen to Meghan. Okay.
Okay, bring her in.
So we're gonna bring her in to
the card.
To the card and make sure that it fits. I have a dream, actually.
Cute.
It's really cute. I'm
so cute.
glad this has turned out.
Should we just make a whole deck of cards?
No,
designed by Maggie.
It's a dream of mine, actually.
Wow, I love cards.
I know, and people like designer cards are like a thing.
Yeah, my family all collects cards too.
Oh
And
my
I see some of
gosh.
my family in the chat, so
I love that.
I think he would buy some of yours.
Hi,
Your
Meghan's
cards.
family. What if we theme them to be Meghan? Everybody will buy.
Oh my gosh, no.
Okay, so
Too far. Just kidding.
So we're gonna go into this right now. Everything is a stroke. We're gonna go ahead and outline the stroke.
Okay.
So now everything is a fill, and that will we'll group it. That'll make our lives easier when we're changing the color of all the things. We can go ahead and add a color to this. I think
We love the red.
bright red is a moment. I also like this pink, but I do feel like
the pink.
I kind of feel like the pink might be a good background.
Oh
though.
yeah, for sure.
So
the lines
think-
are reddish or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna keep that in mind, and we're gonna set our queen off to the side for just a bit. We're gonna move this out of the way, and then I have a few more I thought we could make, just to go again on theme.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and move this down here, actually, so we
I
can.
can't believe how
see.
quick you made that.
Oh, thank you. I will admit I practiced,
Wow.
but we don't have to talk about it. Hence why I knew that I thought the lines would go better this way. But it is a little bit different. It's, it's always a little different every time you make something, especially if you copy and paste it. Okay, so now this is kind of like our suite that we're working with down here. I think it fits perfect.
It's really cute and white too. Yeah.
I just for keeping it white for visibility's sake. But
So we can see the whole set.
And then of course the rest of our cards are themed with hearts.
Yeah.
And
we only have the queen.
we only have the queen.
The faces, of
Yes,
course.
that's not a hateful thing. That is just a...
Because it's Galentine's.
It's Galentine's Day. We have no choice. Okay, so a few other things I thought we could make. I thought a little tic-tac-toe board.
Oh, cute. Yeah.
Because X's and O's. So we can do this one of two ways. We can go kind of minimalist with it, which things are... Overall, compositionally, this will be kind of maximalist, but I think each individual sticker is leaning a little more minimal.
Yeah, your style, I feel like, is kind of minimalist.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It's so funny. I don't know why I did that. I didn't do it on purpose necessarily,
No,
but
it's
over
just
the
your
years,
style.
yeah, that's how it's ended up for sure. But I've always been drawn to it, and I think my education was very much like accessibility focused.
Yeah.
And so I think we designed, in my education, we designed a lot of things like to be super readable and to be super simple.
Where was your education?
I went to Georgia Tech.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they have a good
like
arts program? Big arts program?
Yeah, so I studied product design actually. So so that's what my background is product design.
Ooh, so you got a little 3D
Yeah.
action?
Wait a minute, Megan. What else is happening today?
I don't know. It's just some
today?
3D stuff coming out. Project Neo.
3D stuff.
If you want to see Maggie's 3D stuff, head over to her Instagram. She just posted a great video about how she uses Project Neo.
I did. Project Neo is actually going to change the game.
Yeah, we were just talking about this because you were saying usually 3D stuff is a little intimidating for you, but Project Neo is what you've been looking for as like a designer.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Here are my credentials. So in school, and again, I don't do traditional product design much anymore, so I haven't used it really since school. But I used programs like Fusion, 360, SolidWorks, Grasshopper, if anybody knows what those things are. And if you use them, you know that they are not known for being user-friendly.
Right, yeah.
And so Project Neo is definitely game-changing for me because I do appreciate 3D design, but it takes away the, cumbersomeness of...
Of course, yeah, it's a little more accessible.
Yes. And I did make some little Valentines for everybody to download on Project Neo.
Oh, they're downloadable?
Yeah.
That's fun.
I thought
I'm going to go download them.
I know, you can send them to the loves of your life, or you can make your own.
I'm going to send them to you. I'm going to redo them and send to you.
Me and Megan are just going to send each other all the things. This party is for
just
us,
yeah,
so it works out. Okay, so we've got our O's. I actually won't get ahead of myself. And then obviously we're going to make some X's.
I am a person that has never once won a tic-tac-toe game. I am really bad at it.
Megan, that's so funny. We are playing later. That's now on our
I've had 5-year-olds beat me every time. I'm really bad.
Which is also upsetting because they eat that up.
Yeah, they were so excited. They were like, you let me win. I was like, I wish.
You're like, I wish, honey. I wish I let you win.
Oh, these are cute.
Kind of festive.
Very
kind
festive.
of fun. And I think I did have this thought. I guess I could have pulled them from down here, but we're making them from scratch.
Right. You're showing us how.
And so we can use just the X's and just the O's also as extra stickers if we want.
Okay.
All right, actually, let's play a little digital game right now.
Oh my
Where do we
gosh.
want our X's and O's to go?
No, I'll lose. I'll lose.
You be O's.
I'll be O's. I would like to go in the middle. I hear that's a good place to start.
That is a good place. You are cracking me up. Okay, I'm going to go here.
I'm nervous now. I already feel like I've lost.
Okay,
upper right-hand corner.
Oh,
my O's.
Your O's, I'm sorry.
Come on, I'm already at a disadvantage here.
Okay, I'm going to go here.
You're letting me win.
Megan, you need this. Just let it happen.
I need this. Lower left.
Megan won, you guys.
My
Everybody
first
clap
ever.
for Megan.
That's a win.
It's actually a cute little pattern, though,
No,
too.
that is actually.
I think just to make it, because we're being a little chaotic with this, I do think we're going to go in and add just one more kind of,
I like that.
to be a little off
Then
balance.
it looks like I actually won.
Yes, you did. I don't know what you're talking about. You did. Okay.
Paco said you threw it. You threw the game.
I didn't.
Anyways.
Don't tell me what I did, Paco. I didn't. Okay.
Okay.
So this I think is pretty cute. It's a cute little icon. I can kind of see the writing on the wall with this. I think we will want to scale this and maybe use it more than once. So I'm going to go ahead and scale it down and up our stroke a little bit. Up our stroke. Raise the stroke. Thicken the stroke. I don't know. Whatever the proper term is. And we're going to actually shrink these a little bit smaller just to give everything a little breathing room.
I can already see this on a card, tilted a little bit.
Cute. Yeah. And it's also festive because you're like, look, come to my party. You're going to win. Kind of a thing. This, when I was making the working file for this, I was definitely like, no, I'm going to kind of throw a game night just to be festive.
Are you a competitive game player? Are you? I am too.
Oh, good.
No, I've screamed at people before.
I think it also depends on the game, for sure. My husband and I have been playing a lot of pickleball in recent years.
The fastest growing sport in America.
The fastest growing sport in America. I really probably could have made a whole pickleball themed thing.
Oh, that is cute. I've seen a lot of graphic design pickleball stuff.
I know. Lately. It's
all around.
It's definitely a thing, and I'm not upset about it.
No. I just bought my friends these little cute graphic design slippers with little pickleball.
That's so cute.
So cute.
You are so thoughtful with all the things.
What did you get for Valentine's Day? Did you get a little present yet?
I haven't yet. Okay. I know we are going to dinner tomorrow night.
Cute.
Shout out to Noah, my husband. He's watching.
Hi, Noah.
We're gonna go out to dinner tomorrow night, and then we're gonna have a chill day. Work is kind of busy for the both of us, so we like lazy dates for sure. Like
same.
At home dates is like our favorite.
At home Valentine's Day.
Yeah. What are you doing?
We have a wedding, actually. So my friend's getting married. What a fun anniversary, right?
How iconic to get married on Valentine's Day.
I know.
Wait, is it tomorrow?
It's the day after.
Okay, but
we're
still,
counting it. It's a Valentine's Day celebration.
No, it for sure counts.
Ooh, Meredith is saying she's going to use this for her Galentines.
Mare, that is so festive. I have a confession. Mare is my cousin and the love of my life.
Well, Thea and Carlo in the chat are my family, so
I love it. Thank you guys for tuning in.
It's a Galentine's Day. It's a family
with our family
day. Family Galentine's Day.
Okay, so I guess I can tell you what I'm up to. Okay. I am just outlining these strokes again so that we can use them.
Okay,
and change all the color at one time.
Sticker repertoire.
Yes, adding it to our repertoire. All right, it's 9:25. We've got all kinds of time. I think we should make one or two more things.
Wait, I'm loving these little hearts down.
Say that again.
Those little hearts down here, these little asymmetrical hearts.
These?
Can you show me?
Thank you. Yes, I actually just...
Did you draw those?
I did. So I drew them on my iPad and then I imported them. I can show you actually, I think.
Cute.
Just pretend you don't see this, everybody.
Don't look.
Don't look.
Hide your eyes.
I don't know if I have it.
That's okay. You just drew them.
But I just drew them and then I can actually do it with this.
They're so cute.
Yes.
Oh yeah, because we have them on the little crown.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, quick tip. Because I use this actually daily.
Okay.
For sure. To get a hand-drawn look, there's no better way to get a hand-drawn look than to actually hand-draw something, obviously. And then clean it up. So this was a drawing. I imported it. I did draw this on my iPad, so it's already pretty clear. But you can actually do this with just like a picture. Like if you draw something in person.
You just upload it. Yep.
Yeah. And if you go to image trace, there are a million different options. There's actually like 10 or 15. But there's a ton of different options to image trace whatever you want, all kinds of compositions. So if you have a photo and you want to color block it, you can use high fidelity or low fidelity photo, and it'll turn a photo into vectors for you.
Amazing.
Yes, but for this, we're just going to go in and select black and white logo, and I don't know if you could tell on the screen, but it immediately vectorizes everything. So that you can use these as manipulative lines.
So
manipulating lines.
Yeah.
Manipulative.
No, I know what you meant.
Okay, and then you can expand and ungroup. Did it ungroup? Let's see. Not yet.
Ugh, Illustrator's so cool.
Illustrator.
Oh my gosh.
Is so cool. And then it'll automatically allow you to go in and edit all the things. Another pro tip, if you have a certain color, a specific color you're working with, you can select this and then go to Object, Select, and it'll select everything that's that color.
You remember when I said every time I host, I like learn all these new things? This is fun.
Image trace has changed the game for me. I think in the branding world too, brands are obviously super personal for people.
Yeah.
And with that comes a lot of illustrations. I am not an illustrator. I will not claim that. Illustrators have hard jobs.
Yes.
And that is not me. But I can do enough damage to get by. And so it has really changed the game for that. I use image trace daily.
Great pro tip.
There you go, guys. Right here. You heard it here first. Okay, so what do we want to make next? I made a little list for us. I thought we could do... Oh, I thought we could do Scrabble tiles.
Okay, cute.
And say like love, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, cute.
Or girls or whatever. What do we want to say?
Girlies.
Let's do it.
Let's
do it.
We're already here, right?
We're already here. Okay. So
wait, Keys is asking if you usually work with the gray background or you usually work on like the artboard white background.
I'm gonna be honest. I usually work on the dark one.
Yeah. Okay.
I would say.
That's what Joshua said too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm a big fan of dark mode. I know Andrew is the only person that I've ever seen use light mode.
Of course, leave it to Andrew.
Andrew doesn't know me that well, but I have seen him do it. I think for contrast sake, it's game changing. But also, like, I guess in the real world, well, that's not fair. There's modes for both. For the sake of you guys being able to see what I'm doing, I am working on the artboard. But usually my artboards are not very clean, and then I clean them up.
I mean, that's Fair.
But
I think that's everyone's process,
I
maybe.
think sometimes like creatives are just naturally a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah.
And that's how it goes.
Christopher is saying that this has been a perfect tutorial because he's been working on something in Photoshop and now he can take the image trace and then import it into Project Neo and turn it into 3D form.
Yes, you can.
What a great use case of all of the products together,
You
Christopher.
should be the one streaming here today because you are covering all of the bases that we're trying to cover today.
Okay, so we're making little Scrabble tiles.
We're making little Scrabble tiles.
Cute. So you're making them almost like a 3D.
Almost like a 3D moment.
Yeah.
I have a couple things down here. I have this little checkerboard down here that's kind of 3D
Oh,
and
yeah.
these domino tiles and the dice. And so we're playing around with
Perspective.
both. Yeah, just to kind of make it not serious, you know? Like we don't want to.
This is a party invite.
This is a party. Okay, so I am going to draw this as our 3D part, but obviously we've got these weird corners on the end. So I just went ahead and connected them in the middle, and then for my stroke, there's options to align your stroke to the inside of the stroke or the outside of the stroke or whatever. So we're gonna align it to the inside, and then it fills it in for us.
Cute. That was easy.
It was. And rounding corners. I always round corners at least a little bit. At least a little bit. I think it's easier.
That's
rounding
very
else.
your style.
It
I think,
is
too.
It is. That's a personal thing.
I love like the distinctiveness that like I could have made the same thing and it probably would have looked a little different because I probably wouldn't have rounded the edges.
Yeah, because everybody does all.
Yeah, and
does their
you
thing.
have your style and I love it.
I know, it's funny. It's funny how like you're drawn to things too, which is why we need lots of creative people. in the
Right,
world,
exactly.
Because
Exactly.
everybody's got something different to bring to the table, which is why imposter syndrome should not be a thing.
Yep.
As somebody who struggles with it all the time. Okay, so again, I'm just gonna go ahead and outline this stroke, and I'm actually gonna merge these because I think that'll make our life easier here in a bit.
Yep.
And then we can just copy and paste these over. I'm actually option dragging them, or copy and paste. Okay, I did have a font that I thought we could use, or we could use this one.
Well, what is the font? I love fonts.
I would say 50% of my time is image tracing and 50% is looking at Adobe font. I would say that is probably inaccurate.
I like always would just scroll through the like list on the side, and then of course Andrew taught me to like go to Adobe fonts.
Yes.
And look at everything.
Oh yes.
And now I'm like obsessed. I'm always on it.
I love that Adobe Fonts has on the front, they have like featured fonts now.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've always had that or if I'm just figured that out late in the game.
Cool either way.
But, and you can kind of see like what's trending, what's happening in the world.
This one's cute. What is this one called?
This is Recolor.
Cute.
This is actually all caps this font right now. But,
Okay. Your brand
I am
font?
rebranding.
Okay.
But yes, this was Recolor. So many companies use Recolor. I was trying to think
Okay.
of one. I could think of it if my head was on right.
No.
But so many companies use it. It's like obviously very playful and
Yeah. I like the like gloopiness of it.
yeah. We are gonna use Scrabble tiles are pretty sans serif, pretty standard. So I'm thinking maybe something like this.
Okay.
Maybe.
I like her.
Okay, so I'm typing this out. And then we're gonna expand these because we need to use them as shapes. So I'm gonna go down here to create outlines and go ahead and blow it up so we can start putting them in our tiles. So, did I spell it right? Girlies, right? That's how you would, girlies?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Sure.
You're
You're
like,
asking the wrong girl. I am not a speller.
I can admit, I'm in the math brain. I am not a language brain, that is for sure.
No.
I'm jealous of people that are. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Then
5,
you do
6,
math.
7. 1, 2, 3,
All right, we got this.
6.
This is the hardest part of the whole stream.
This is right here.
Right here.
Spelling it. I did have a little bit of panic when I typed in on the generative recolor because I did Rosie and then I had to double check Rosie too. I was like,
That's the worst when you're typing out generative prompts and you're like, how do I spell this?
it's great. I'm live and the whole world can see that I'm a terrible speller, but that's okay.
They didn't come here for your spelling.
We have other strengths. Okay, so we have our type. Obviously, we don't want them black. I'm thinking we're going to go ahead and cut these out of each
so
of the
excited
tiles.
to see that.
I also think we need the numbers to make them
Yeah,
look like
the
official.
one. I don't know, but do you know what they are? We're gonna have to make it up.
I know
gonna look it up.
vowels are 2.
Scrabble letter.
Yeah, look them up for me.
Values. Okay.
You look that up, and
All
I'm
right,
gonna go ahead and
I
get
got
these
you.
placed.
Are you ready?
Oh yes, okay,
G is 2.
okay.
What's next?
Oh, I.
I is 1.
Oh, I lied. Vowels are 1. Okay.
Okay. R is 1.
1.
L is 1.
Okay.
I is 1.
What is
E is
happening?
1.
Oh, sorry. Wait, panicking. Okay. I is 2. R is 1.
They're all 1s.
They're all 1s.
Until S is also 1, actually. It's a pretty low scoring word.
This is a pretty low scoring word.
If
we
you
could make
learned
it up.
nothing, at least you learned what
At least you learned what the Scrabble
what the
tiles
Scrabble tiles are.
Okay, great. Love this for us. All right, so I'm going to expand these also. Actually, I think we might need to change the font. We might need it one less. I think maybe we'll just do it as a bold.
I do like it kind of italicized for the numbers, too.
Oh, let's do it. Because there are Scrabble tiles and we can do it. Oh, I do like that. I think you're right.
I think
Actually,
they are. Yeah.
italicized. Shows what I know. I do not play Scrabble
Yeah,
often.
that's not usually on my game night. What's your favorite game? Besides pickleball,
What
obviously.
is my... Hilarious. What is my favorite game?
We like code names in my household.
Oh, that might be my favorite.
That one is fun.
Okay, do you know what the game Hues and Cues is?
No.
Okay, you wouldn't. It's not a popular game.
Okay.
It's actually a color game. And so, in a nerdy way, I love it.
Of course you would like
I
a
know.
color game.
I know. It's very
That's the
easy.
designer in you.
It is like a little annoying of me, I think. But it is so fun. It's like, but it's silly too. It's like, pick the color that would be closest to pink starburst, and then everybody guesses like what color it is. and
Cute.
stuff.
Okay.
It's a fun
kind
one.
of like that game where it's like 1 is like the least and 10 is like the most, and you like have to figure out what the number is. Like
Yes.
I say the number is 5, and then
Yes.
you're like colors of red. And
The
I
color
said,
version of it.
This red,
Yes.
this cherry red, you're gonna be like 10.
Yes.
Anyways, I digress.
I digress. What's your favorite code names?
Code names is really good.
I love a good game of
you know,
Uno.
Salad Bowl. Have you played Salad Bowl?
No.
You put like everyone writes a word or something in a on a piece of paper, puts it in a salad bowl. The first round you have to describe what the words are.
Oh yeah. Oh, we call it fishbowl.
Fishbowl. Okay.
But salad bowl's cuter.
yeah, well you put it in the salad.
In the
bowl.
salad, it's like a candy
I
salad.
mean, I
It's
guess
like
you
a
could
game
also
salad.
put it in the fishbowl, but if you have a
If you have a fish,
Fishbowl.
that's scary for them for sure. Okay, so we are gonna go ahead and just cut these
are so
shapes
cute.
out.
okay, explain to me how you do this.
Yes, I am actually. Let's see what happens if we just round these a little bit. I think shocker. I'm rounding corners.
Oh, cute. Cute.
A little more playful, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah,
But
okay.
we'll leave the numbers as is. Okay, so I'm just selecting all of it, and then I'm coming over here to Pathfinder and cutting it out. So then when it's over something, it automatically will adapt to the background.
Joshua says that you did a copy and paste trick instead of a layer reorder. I also caught that.
Copy
Did you
and
do
paste.
that?
Oh, yes. Okay, I know what you're trying. I
Yeah,
find
yeah.
this easier. Okay, yes. When you're doing layers, let me show you.
Yeah, I know what she did.
Yes,
And tell us. Tell the
yes.
people. Tell the chat.
Okay, so here's what happened was... Okay, so this is what we were working with, and if I want to drag this over, obviously it's behind it.
Because you made the S
right,
first. Yep.
Right. So the shortcut is command brackets will bring something forward and backward.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have like a million shapes, sometimes that gets to a lot because you're just like pressing command bracket a
until
million
it's
times.
forward, yep.
Yes. So when I'm working with things like this, I'll just select it, copy it, delete it, click on the shape I want to be the bottom, and then paste it over it, and then it
Amazing.
little
A quick
random.
little pro tip.
Yes. That's
Love.
probably not one that like
Thank you for pointing it out, Joshua.
Yeah, thank you. I know, because you get into your workflow and then I forget where I'm at, what I'm doing. I think this is
So cute.
and we can kind of scatter them through our composition. I'm obsessed.
Cute.
Okay, I'm loving it. I'm wondering if we shouldn't go on over to Express and start putting all the
I
things
want to
in.
know how you get these from here to Express. Like, because there's a
Yes.
few different ways to do it.
There's a few different ways.
And I want to know how you do it.
My favorite way by far, and this is also because I work in branding, but my favorite way by far is through libraries.
Okay, I was really hoping
You were gonna say that. You're like, we didn't talk about this before, but please say libraries.
Yeah, don't say I download them all individually.
Yes. No, we are past the age of downloading, creating an artboard, downloading 65 artboards, uploading them. No,
We don't need that
do
because
anymore.
we're working in the Creative Cloud ecosystem.
We are.
Shameless plug.
Like, if you do it, your life can be easy too.
It's so easy.
No, I genuinely, I mean, not to even like sell it. I have used Adobe products for a really long time, and now, but my whole life is integrated into it now.
It's so easy.
So it makes it easy to have everything in one space.
You don't need to
'cause it's
download,
integrated.
upload.
Yeah.
It's all here.
Okay, so I'm thinking I'm gonna go ahead and play with colors actually before we drop things into Express. Because what do we want everything to look like? So I went ahead and we're doing just games and Galentines.
I love the yellow.
I love the yellow.
Yellow.
This is very Sabrina Carpenter, like girl pop right now.
Girly
Love
pop.
it.
Yep.
Okay, so what color do we want our stickers to be? We can also mix and match them.
Yeah,
Like,
I feel like we need to mix
do-
and match a little bit.
Maybe we do the cards in one color. Let's see. Let's group these up. We can do the cards in a color. We can do like a chunk of them in another color, and then maybe we do the ones we made down there in another color.
Okay, we're making the card here. Yay.
Do what? Oh, we are gonna drop it in. I'm just gonna kind of like test colors.
No. I love this. I got excited. Okay. I love. Wait, I just like love this blue a little bit. Like I feel like we need a little pop of this blue somewhere.
I kind of love it also.
Like
actually.
a little pop somewhere.
Maybe we do. What if we did these guys in our
Oh my
blue?
gosh, I love it.
And then that way they can kind of like sprinkle throughout.
Yep.
I love it.
Oh my
actually.
gosh, cute.
Okay, let's do it.
But I do love this pink also for the cards.
Okay, I wanted to test our pinks here really quick, and then we're gonna actually, because I want to animate these, so we're gonna bring them into Express.
Love.
But I am gonna steal. I lied. We're not using this as a background.
Okay, I feel like it needs to be like a darker pink for the yellow.
Yeah.
Ooh,
She's kind of fun.
She's fun.
I kind of like this.
Yeah, I do
keeping it
too.
soft. If we have a pretty soft.
Yeah, no, I
vibe
like
overall
this. It like
going on.
pops on the yellow, but it's not like
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't hurt your brain. It's not. And then maybe a purple that we have up top.
Yeah, I love the purple.
Lighten it a little bit also. It's so cute. And then maybe these in a pale pink. Because they're a little.
What about the wine color?
Yeah, let's see.
Or I kind of like the Tic Tac. Sorry, now I'm like art directing.
No,
you
tell
here.
me. No, I love this. I want. You're my client. You tell me what you want.
I like the girly in the pink, and then maybe the like those guys in the.
These guys?
No, sorry. The tic-tac-toe in what it is now, but the girly
Oh, in the pink?
in the pink.
I love it. Let's do it.
I
Oh,
have
yeah,
strong opinions.
I love this. What I would give to
I
have
know,
work
I
with
know.
people that have strong opinions. Okay, let's see. So now we're gonna go ahead and drop things into libraries so we can open them up in Express.
I'm so excited about
This is a little bit of a process, but not near as bad as if you were exporting all of these.
No, I mean, it's a process, obviously, but it's not.
It's not crazy.
Not
Okay,
crazy.
so we're gonna come to libraries. I actually have one made for us called Galentine's Day.
Yay.
And we're gonna just start dropping them in. If you do it right, it goes, there we go.
There we go.
Da, da, da.
Oh my gosh, Wade, I'm dead.
What did he say?
Meredith said, "This makes me want to sing espresso." And Wade said, "Please, please, please do that." Wade! I
You
love
are too
it.
on brand.
Wade is down with the girlies.
That's so fresh.
I love that, Wade.
You could not plan this better.
No, that was not unplanned. That was an organic moment.
That was an
happened
organic
here,
experience.
Right here at the
At the
Games and
Adobe Live.
Galentines Adobe Live party.
So funny. Oh my lord. Okay, so I decided not to do all the cards. I don't think we'll end up using them, but we had them. They're an option. And
Again,
so
it takes a second.
it takes a second. But again, like I said, it's really not.
No, it's like
It's
pretty
not
easy.
It's easy comparatively.
Can you
if we were
imagine if we were
exporting.
downloading, exporting, uploading?
That gives me a headache thinking about it. Okay. And then our girlies letters. Of course, we worked so hard on them.
That's my favorite part, truly.
Okay, so one thing also that I love you can do is you can download, or you can also upload colors into your library, which I love. And so we're gonna do that. We're gonna upload different fill colors. So I just selected the color and I'm adding in the fill color. Let's take our blue just to be safe, and our wine color just to be safe.
Oh, I love that white color.
I do too.
And the red, obviously.
This is what, obviously. Okay, so now we're gonna go into Adobe Express for a bit. Sometimes it does take a quick second to upload libraries, but it's never, never too crazy.
We'll blame it on the Wi-Fi.
We will blame it on the Wi-Fi, because it's true though. The last time I was here, we started
I remember.
and it was ironically Adobe's Wi-Fi here is not as happy with us.
Yeah, well, we're in a studio.
It's in a studio. We're in a little metal box.
There
but
they
they're all
are.
here.
Yay.
Okay, so they look a little crazy there, but when we start dragging all the
obviously,
things
they'll
in,
be
it
fine.
won't be crazy. Okay. So what we're gonna do, so now when you go into colors, oh, this is so glorious.
I know.
When you go into
It's so
colors,
nice.
it's
They're
automatically populated the colors that we put into our library.
Yep.
So we're gonna change our background to our yellow. We're gonna make our invite.
Yep,
And it's
okay.
just gonna be, but it's a digital invite. So
Right,
think this is going in a
saving
text.
paper.
We're saving paper.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring all the things in.
Wait, can I ask you a big favor?
Yeah.
For the people, not for me.
Yes.
For the people.
Yes.
After this, can we share this
Of course.
template for people to remix?
Of course. You tell me. You just
I'll
tell
show
me
you
what's
how.
best, and then we'll add it in.
We'll
to
do
all the
it.
things.
We'll do it afterwards.
All right, you heard it here. You will be
So
able
the
to
people
access
can
this.
see it.
Yeah, that actually is
And
fun.
can use it for
And
their
play
game
with
night.
it.
And play with it.
The best way to learn for sure is
Totally.
is
To mess around.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move this up and just start bringing all the things in.
Okay.
So I think we should do the girlies first.
Always.
So I'm just clicking them and adding them in, and then we're gonna resize them.
Looks a little crazy right now.
It's
Trust the process.
It's trust the process. It is a trust the process thing for sure.
These look so cute.
I think
I just love, sorry, this is like, again, me getting on my horse about how much I love Express. Like, just how easy, and they look exactly the same as when you made them in Illustrator.
yeah.
Love.
No, truly. Like the quality is great and everything.
Yep.
You can, we should say this, you can directly copy in to Express too. So like if I wanted to, I could go over just.
Can you click on one of the L's or like click on one of the game pieces?
Yeah.
Okay.
What you thinking?
Sometimes
your brain?
sometimes it makes them as a linked asset. Truthfully, I don't know how to make it like a linked asset.
Oh, I think it is.
Okay, it is. Great.
I think it is. So
I was
as
gonna
you-
say, I feel like it automatically does that.
Yeah.
So that means if you change it for whatever reason
Over
in
here.
Illustrator, it would also change in Express without you having to like re-upload it, re-download it, that kind of stuff, which is something that I love, especially as someone who's like, you're gonna hate me for this, but not a designer.
I am. I'm mad at you about it.
That like if I was playing around with this and Maggie was like, oh, I need to change this G, and she changed it, it would change on my end without me having to be like, can you resend me the G?
Right. No, truly. Which I've used a lot actually. Like I said, not to beat this dead horse, but with clients and there's always some kind of change.
Yeah,
and
they're
we're
like,
always working with templates.
Can you just round this corner a little more?
That's the thing. And do you know the headache it would be if you had to like go in and
Again, another
manually
reason
do it.
for Express.
another
All right,
reason?
we'll stop.
No, we
it's-
don't get paid more for saying it. It's
It's just actually like fun
it's
to
just
use.
actually how it is.
Oh my gosh, this is so cute. I love how you're putting them in like that.
Okay, so I love playing with scale and I like things to go off the page.
Yep.
So we're gonna just start adding it in.
Oh, these little like cue balls are so cute too.
I love the cue balls. I know it's like not board game vibes, but I was
but
like,
it's still the vibe.
the people will get it.
Yes.
The dice too
The
make me
dice,
happy.
so cute.
So we're just gonna bring all the things in. Oh, we
We need our queen.
the card.
We need the queen. Yeah.
How dare I almost forget? Scaling everything. It's gonna be chaos for a second, but just trust the process, everybody.
I trust you. This is.
I trust you with my life, so that's good. All right. Keeping things moving. We are gonna end up moving the girlies ones.
Okay, but I do love how they're not like in a line.
Yeah.
know?
It's like an Easter egg.
Yeah.
I
Which
actually
is
love
cute that
doing
you
that.
made them as because I would have uploaded them or like put them in my library as one asset.
You totally could do that.
Yeah,
too.
but I like really love this idea.
because then it kind of
What is that?
It's just like it wasn't my strongest moment. It was like a checker piece that I thought would be best.
I thought it was like a little drum.
It is. If that's what
is.
it looks like. Okay, so not my strongest
No, it's
moment, but we could put it with the checkerboard. And
Yeah,
then
okay,
it's,
now
and
it
then
makes
it's
a little
festive. Hilarious. Everybody on the internet is like, she has a drum.
Part of this game night is a drum.
A
circle.
drum. Oh, Lord. Anyways.
These are so cute.
So yeah, just like rescaling. It's like chaotic in a good way.
Which I feel like is the vibe we're going for, like
Yeah.
with this color palette and stuff.
I do think Queen needs to be kind of like front and center.
For sure.
And so let's put her, we don't want it to, we want a hierarchy. If you don't know what hierarchy is.
Yeah, give us a one-liner.
Yeah, so obviously, so you want a hierarchy, and you can do this in many ways. So hierarchy is like what you see first in a composition. So if I'm going in, what do I want to read first? What do I want to see next? Like second. So if you have a poster and you have like a title and a subtitle, obviously you want people to be drawn to the title first and then the subtitle and so on and so on. And that will help you kind of keep your compositions from just being like, what do I look at? This is overwhelming. It's also like in marketing, very important.
Right.
Because if you're trying to get people like to an event and then you end up just, you don't have a hierarchy, then people won't know what to read and won't come to your event, and that's sad. Okay.
I feel like that's something that like I struggle with is like where to put things that it makes it look good, but also like there's a hierarchy. You know?
That is by far the hardest, I think.
It takes a lot of playing around.
Yeah,
with,
it does.
I think.
I think we need our little blue doodads.
Yeah, we need the blue. The blue is so good.
To make everything kind of come together. Da-da-da-da-da.
It's such an unexpected
It
Valentine's
is.
color.
It is. I think we actually need our other tic-tac-toe board too.
The little one, the smaller one.
I think I did use let's replace this. I was wondering why that looked funky. I was like, this is a lot. There we go.
Okay.
Back to our hierarchy.
I see hierarchy.
Hierarchy. It's a terrible word. Okay, so it's kind of fun. You kind of see, these need to be spread out more actually.
Yeah. I wasn't going to say. No, I'm kidding.
You're like, this is embarrassing for you,
Yeah,
but you
well,
really need to spread that.
Talk about hierarchy.
I'm a fraud. No, I'm kidding. Okay.
Okay,
And
this
then-
looks so good.
And then we're gonna add our little blue guys. I really do love kind of mixing and matching, hand drawn, and
Yeah, that's what I love about these little guys is that they're so hand drawn, but the other ones are so
yeah, so uniform and
computer
consistent.
drawn.
Yes, vectorized.
vectorized. Yep.
is a good word. People say.
Same.
And that's I'm actually trying to force myself because it's a little outside of my comfort zone since I am so vectorized. Like it's a little outside of my comfort zone
Yeah.
to add in a little more chaos, I think.
Yeah, because we were talking, your style is very like simplistic.
Yeah. And so this has been kind of a challenge of mine recently. This is a little vectorized one, but
Yeah.
I like her still.
Okay, this is so cute.
Okay, and then I think we should animate it a little bit.
Okay.
What
This
do we
is
think?
crazy because there's a lot going on here.
There is a lot
Have
going
you played around with Animate at all?
on. Oh, all the time.
Okay.
And so I actually make a lot of ads on Express because it's also by far one of my favorite things about Express is that it's shareable. Like I can share this with you and you can go in and like play with it easily. And so I think this needs to be bigger.
Again, I was gonna say it, but
It's I'm not doing well with my hierarchy comment.
again,
Actually.
strong opinions over here.
And then
This is so cute.
okay.
The blue makes the red pop.
I
As a side note.
agree. It like kind of brings it together. It makes you notice it more. Okay.
Okay.
So
So
fun.
we're at animating.
So we're gonna animate things. So I think there's several ways we can do it. I think I'm gonna group them. I'm gonna have our cards come in at the same time. So I'm gonna group those so we can animate them at the same time. I'm gonna have our girlies pieces actually come in separate.
Oh my gosh, I'm like picturing them falling.
I know.
Except
like
I must warn
type.
you, we have like 5 minutes
Oh,
to do
okay.
this. I know.
Okay.
I know.
We can do this.
2 minutes. Oh my gosh, 2 minutes.
Okay, dang it.
We're gonna have to animate all.
We're
just
gonna
are
have to animate all, but it's okay because we can do this. Okay. So we are gonna separate the text.
Okay.
come over here to animation. We're gonna do slide in. That's actually really cute though. I'm not mad about it.
Oh, I want the games and Galentines to like jiggle a little, you know?
Yes, yes. And then we're gonna have her fade in and what do we think?
That's too much.
That's a lot. Wiggle.
Yeah, but take down the
but
wiggle.
we need to drop it down a lot.
Make her subtle.
Or also, no.
No,
Wiggle.
we need to wiggle.
But intensity down, speed down.
Yes, so it's just a little wiggle. Yes, perfect.
Oh, it's so cute.
Okay, play.
So then when you play, wait, let's do this. Let's do this. I will beat the clock. I'm not gonna let it happen. Okay. Games and Galentines. Da, 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 da. Okay.
Okay.
She's cute.
So cute. Okay.
It turned out to be really cute.
So quickly. Can I show you how to share it as a remix?
Yes,
template?
yes.
Okay, push share.
Share.
Wait, do you know how to do this?
As a remix.
Share,
Make it.
make a template.
Make a template.
It's so easy. What do we call it? Maggie and Megan's Galentine. M&M's Galentine.
M&M's.
Cute. We're gonna share it in the chat right after this, guys.
Galentine's Day template. Okay, save template.
Save template.
Valentine's
Wait,
Day
save
note.
to.
Create
Create a
public
public
template.
link, yeah.
I was like, no, I actually know something's missing here.
Okay.
Create template link. Wait for
Wait
it.
for it. This is the Wi-Fi.
In all seriousness, no, this was so fun.
Yes, this was.
And
I'm like shocked at how much we got done in so
I know,
quickly of
I
a
know.
time, and it was so fun. Look at the chat because we are going to drop it in the chat so you guys can play around
Yes.
with that link.
Yes.
And stay tuned because we have some amazing couples
know.
coming on to celebrate Valentine's Day. But this was like the best Galentine's Day ever.
This was so fun.
So fun.
This is for sure the best one I've ever.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining
Thanks,
and
guys.
stick around. Thanks, Maggie.
Yay! See you next time.
I thought it'd be really fun to design some products for my dog. This is Mosby, so here's my dog. I have some illustrations here that we're gonna work with for the first category here of treats. I used the shapes and then I went over to Pathfinder and I merged those shapes together. So I'm gonna do object path, offset path. Let's do -50. Yeah. So then I use the scissor tool to just disconnect that and make it its own little object here. And then I'm gonna round out these corners. So I'm gonna pull out all of the ones that are treat related over here. So hold shift to make a square. My dog loves cheese. He loves cheese so much.
Release
Yeah,
cheese
yeah.
ambitious, feel the cheese on your skin.
So I'm gonna highlight all of these and then I'm gonna go to object, pattern, make. If you drag here, it's gonna adjust like the entire pattern.
Oh, I
so let me
love
zoom
that.
out and we're like going crazy.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm just moving these around. I'm feeling like it's decently balanced. So you can change the pattern. So you can do grid, you can do brick by row. Grid works for me. So I'm gonna just click out of it. I have my swatch highlighted. I have my fill set. Now if I drag this, we're just gonna have infinite pattern. Right? Okay, so now we're gonna do one on outdoors. So I'm gonna do a little sun. We are gonna use the star tool, pull these out to make that like very classic, like anti-scallop.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna arrange, send it back. I'm gonna highlight both of these by just dragging across, and I'm gonna do align to selection. Which one do you like better? Or we can do both, I guess.
We can do both. Look, you know what? In this life, I can't have everything I want, but in Illustrator, I can. All right?
Click that. And then I'm gonna make some grass. I'm holding Option Shift, and I'm gonna do like a little effect. Or I think I need to do single. I always expand it. It just makes it a little bit easier to work with. So object expand. I am making mud. And then I'm gonna do a similar thing and I'm gonna do some clouds. So I'm just using the circle tool.
Yes.
That it would be my suggestion is making sure that you're hitting like the inside and middle of the shape. So even this guy is too long. So I'm gonna bring it to the middle of the shape. I'm gonna bring this guy down a little bit.
Okay.
There you go. And then we're gonna round out that corner and everyone is gonna be happy. I'm gonna give it a little face because it looks like a little like, perfect. People are getting faces now. Maybe I'll do just a little sparkle. Okay, a little shortcut as well. You can use the arrow tools if you're like holding the shape and it will change the points. So we're gonna highlight all of our objects. We're gonna go object, pattern, make. Woo! Okay, so I'm gonna bring in, I think this food bowl. Okay, I'm gonna write Mosby. I'm gonna outline it by doing Command O just to make it into a shape because that's gonna be helpful for us. And then I'm gonna pull in some of these shapes from up here. Mockup works best or / only if you have an image and then you have vector graphics. So you can't be overlaying photos into photos in Illustrator. It really is for vectors.
Okay.
So I'm gonna click this and I'm gonna shift click my image is the word I was looking for. And I'm gonna click mockup. We can move it up and down and kind of position it where we want it. Cute.
Yes,
I think
that
it
is-
looks so fun.
Oh, I love that.
I'm just gonna bring the bed into here. we have both highlighted, and then I'm gonna click mock-up again. And it does a great job of like stretching it and moving it correctly, which is awesome.
Thank you so much, Emily.
Yes.
I have learned a lot, so I hope that y'all did.
All right, thanks
Thank
everyone.
you guys. Bye.
Oh, that's it.
Hello,
Hello.
everyone. Welcome back. We are excited to do a new concept for the
Sweetheart stream. Today we're going to do a poster design. I'm Lauren Johnston from Cactus Country, and this is...
I'm Mark Johnston.
We are a married couple that own a design studio. We used to be based in Phoenix, Arizona, and now we're based in Los Angeles. We specialize in branding, illustration, lots of merch design for brands all across the country, all across the world. We really don't keep it in just one area, but we love to do branding, and a lot of our stuff is focused on hand-drawn illustration. So we're going to dive into some of that today with you guys. So if you have any questions for us, just drop them into the chat. And then we're going to dive into our concept and get started. We are making a imaginary show poster design, all themed around Valentine's Day, love, and we made up an imaginary band called the Lovebirds. So I'll have Mark kind of jump into the concept, and then we're going to show you how we design things in Fresco and put that together with hand-drawn illustration, and then implement that into Illustrator, drop that in, and build it out. So it'll be a fun little stream.
All right, shall we start it off?
Yeah, start it off.
So for the stream, we kind of wanted to show a little bit of our process, a little bit kind of into how we create things. Show posters are something we've done in the past just for fun. We have had some that have been used, but it's a fun kind of creative way that it kind of falls in line with like merch design and that kind of nature, along with like type and illustration. So we kind of like it for that purpose. So for this one, and we have our mood board here. So this is kind of how we start off projects. What we'll do is we'll research imagery, research colors, that sort of thing. So our main kind of overlaying concept for this was to create a fake show poster for a band called the Lovebirds, which we did look up, and there is a band by that name, but this is unrelated. And so first, for strategy and kind of the discovery phase, what we did is we have figured out the copy that we want to have on it, and then also like themes and nouns. So obviously a lot of lovebirds, that's going to be a central theme. We're going to draw a bird element. That's kind of something that I had pictured in my head, along with obviously cute things like hearts and flowers and pink and red. And
Making
so,
it fun for Valentine's Day. Our concept was that it would be a show on Valentine's Day, and we're in San Francisco at the Adobe offices, so we thought the show could be in San Francisco.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is our little mood board. I'm not sure if you can see the whole thing, so we can kind of like scroll around, but obviously, as Mark mentioned, there's, you know, little birds, and I really love that one on the far right. That's always been like a really iconic
Matchbox
little
matchbook.
Cool,
that was really
like,
fun.
We love old ephemera and really colorful. We were debating on what type
Your
of...
dad's on the live chat.
Hi, Dad. Hi, Mom. Yes, we'll obviously draw a bird.
Yes.
But we had to debate for a while on what kind of bird to draw. So we ultimately went with a true love bird, which is like a kind of colorful parrot design. So I think we can pull it up and start drawing.
So from here, now that we have kind of our general direction, general themes, obviously we don't want to copy anything, but we want it to be kind of inspired by these elements of typography and iconic birds and such. So what I started with was, I already did this in Fresco because sometimes this process can take a long time, so we didn't know if we could squeeze that into an hour. So what I did was I went into Fresco, and I use Fresco a lot for a lot of initial sketches. It just makes things a lot more streamlined and very easy. So for this, I just kind of used like the pencil brush, along with like the reflecting tool, which I'll kind of show in a little bit here. But this is essentially just a rough idea thumbnail of what we're gonna do. I have a few notes that aren't very legible all around. But essentially, in my head, what I had was I wanted to have these mirrored birds in the center, and then their beaks and bodies are kind of touching in a way that creates like a heart shape between them. I thought that would be fun. And then different elements of like, okay, what are they standing on? Like instead of a branch, maybe it's a flower adding in an element at the bottom with the Golden Gate Bridge. So yeah, so that's what we're gonna build out today, and what we'll do is open up Fresco, and I have a little bit of a rough sketch here already. So what I'm gonna do next is probably just kind of refine this, and then I'm gonna actually use one of the vector brushes. And Fresco is a tool I really like to use because with a lot of drawing programs, you know, vector brushes transfer really well for everything from branding to merch and screen printing and different applications that just make things easier. We've even designed fonts in Fresco. So yeah, big fan, and I'll just kind of start sketching and probably talking about it. But yeah, we have the initial sketch. What I have turned on, right now the opacity is a little lower, so I can kind of sketch over it. And let's see, where is it? So right now I have the reflective symmetry turned on. So essentially that just means like wherever I draw, it'll mimic it on the other side. So for this specific design, very helpful that I don't have to, you know, draw it and then duplicate it and such. So what I'm gonna do is just kind of refine the sketch with still using the pencil brush. And then once I have this kind of in a good spot, I already kind of like the color. I did a little bit of color research already. So what I'm probably gonna do is just refine a little bit of the line work and then ink it, I guess, as you say, with my brushes. So
draw it out. We love doing a lot of hand-drawn illustrations in our work. As we mentioned kind of in the intro, the reflective tool, you can see it kind of going there as he's drawing. We're kind of jokingly that we draw a lot of horses in our line of work, but we draw a lot of animals. A lot of our designs have been very desert themed in the past, as we have our roots in the desert.
I kind of changed the shape of this head, by the way.
That's fine. Change it up. But I really like that we kind of got this sketch prepped and we focused on kind of how the shading was going to look. And it's just really loose, as you can see, until we get to the final elements. But one thing we used to do in the past, Mark would literally draw, you know, in the notebook, scan it in on tracing paper, have to re-sketch that and trace that in Illustrator with the pen tool. But now Fresco is a thing, and we're so grateful for it, and we try to put people onto it because it's really a great
and a little bit of
resource.
background too with my introduction to it and why I do like it so much is we actually used to own a letterpress studio in Arizona. Oops. I'm not used to working and talking at the same time, but we used to own a letterpress studio with greeting cards. That's where we kind of first started our careers as far as being entrepreneurs. And the plates that we get require vector brushes, like high-res things. So in order to get the hand-drawn feel, it was really nice and kind of seamless to start using Fresco, where I could just draw it in my iPad and then just import it to Illustrator and order our plates. So
It's already done.
that was kind of a nice transition into using Fresco and kind of how I got into it, and I've used it ever since, and I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and then we were talking and joking this morning about how it's kind of a wild thing that we're here and working on this little sweetheart stream, because I feel like we met through design. So it's kind of small world now that we own a design company together. And
look at my reference photo. I think we're doing good here.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Wings are always weird.
It's funny to like be able to look at all the details of animals while we're drawing these things and putting it all together. We also have a daughter. I think she might be watching through the chat from what I hear. So shout out to Marlo. She might be logged on.
And this is something I still kind of generally keep a little loose as well. And I'm not the biggest fan of how pencil work usually looks. But once we get the brushes in, the vector brushes, that's when this all kind of comes to life. So that'll look nice. It's always a good, satisfying feeling.
Yeah, I honestly love seeing this tool in action too.
Yeah.
I don't normally get to hover over his shoulder while he works.
I don't really allow it.
As couples who work together know, that would probably not be a good idea to just be watching him over his shoulder while he's designing. But Mark kind of runs obviously all the design end of our business while I run the business and operations side. So we make a really good team and we're able to work together every day, but kind of stay separate in our own categories and in our own lanes, if you will, so that we don't get on each other's nerves too much. But we have a lot of fun together. And throughout the mood board is kind of the fun stage that I get to get involved in and put together the ideas with him. And we'll kind of dive into that too. At noon, we have part 2 where we are going to sketch and put the
a little wiggly.
Put the illustration together into a poster, and then you'll see kind of how we would mock that up for a client and put colors together, fonts into the design, as well as kind of how we would showcase that. A lot of times when we do a poster design like this, we'll build that out into like merch assets. So like these birds, for example, I mentioned, and we can build this out in part 2, but we'll put maybe like the little heart with the birds on like a patch of a hat, or could make a fun sticker. And those are the types of things that we like to suggest to like our clients when we're building stuff out, just fun ways that we can continue to build upon the design that we've already created through like other assets. So that's a really fun way to just like take one design and make it multiple things or see it in a different light. So yeah.
And just kind of not really what you're talking about, but
so
as far as making design decisions for this, I thought it'd be fun for the flowers to have a little bit of a heart shape to them. So that's kind of just a fun little nod. There's probably, we should count how many hearts there are at the end of this. There's plenty.
Yes.
I don't know, I just thought I should mention.
Yeah, the petals make a heart shape. It's like a little hidden Mickey at Disneyland.
Exactly.
We'll find the hidden hearts. Someone can count it out for us.
And this, I'm kind of just still keeping it like, it's not perfect, it's a little loose. The nice thing with like the pencil tools, you can just kind of go and erase it, you know, like a regular pencil.
Yeah, you can talk about how for hours you will quote unquote clean up designs before sending them off, I feel like. Where you just retrace everything, but just a lot cleaner. I always like to see that
We're
process.
looking good. I did make the executive decision to not draw the talons or the claws or whatever those are called, because...
You don't want to do that?
Not really.
You're not feeling sharp?
No, I've tried it before and they didn't look good.
I feel like this helps with symmetry so much.
Oops. Let's make sure that line connects properly. So yeah, we're looking good. Right now we kind of... I built the document out so that it is going to be pretty close to where I want it. So that way I kind of have the composition. I have a few different side elements that I'm also going to include. But essentially I like to build stuff to size usually, just so I can kind of, you know, gauge the right thickness of weight for the brush, as well as just make sure everything's kind of where it's supposed to be. But obviously with vector brushes, they're a little more forgiving in the sense that you can size it to whatever you want. So that's something that I like about that, is at the end of the day, like it's nice to be able to transfer it to, you know, if the sizing isn't right, you're not feeling it, you can make it larger, or you can transfer it to like, say, like a hat shirt design. Just kind of simplifies things. And these aren't perfect, but
like
they're fun.
Getting a little crazy with the wavy lines, but I like it.
Oops.
Oops.
I find myself when I draw on paper, I try and like find the redo button, or like I like try zooming in.
Yeah.
So I have my main element here. Let's see. We'll just turn off the We'll just turn off the kind of the background reference layer. So that's looking good. It's gonna look not completely different, but once we kind of ink it, I'll kind of explain that process. But I've added in these little elements too. So I don't know if you can see the.
Yeah, you can definitely.
So on the thumbnail, I have these kind of just elements of, like, we're gonna do a border. I'm gonna create that in Illustrator just so I can make it a little more perfect. And save a little bit of time. But kind of the idea is this would probably be a show that's at night, so we have a little bit of a night scene at the bottom with the stars, and then we have bordering hearts, more hearts, with envelope with a heart in it, because we always think that's fun. So with the stars, I'm kind of just doing these like loose kind of, I don't know what you call these. And then I'll probably do some dots, you know, I don't...
Twinkly stars.
Yeah, little twinkles. And then I kind of like the idea of doing these like little kind of heart-shaped stars a little bit. So kind of what I do is I'll probably move these around. It might not be mirrored, but I'll have it down and I can create the vectors and then just move those around once those are done.
Someone said they reached for Control Z while they were cooking the other day.
Oh man, if only.
I know there was a sticker in the office earlier and it said in Control Z we trust, and I couldn't agree more. I was working the other day on my dad's laptop and he doesn't have a MacBook and it was a struggle.
Yeah, he's watching, watch out.
I had the idea to put little wings on those little envelopes too, which we discussed.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe, I don't know, that's not in your...
More wings.
Yeah. I thought it could be cool to have them flying.
Let's see, let's just go for it.
Well, because there's birds and then they could have little wings
Probably
on the
like-
side.
Like, kind of like, those are a little sharp, but is that kind of what you're thinking?
Yeah, maybe even a little smaller on the side, like little funny kind of like
Well, what I'll do is
dinosaur
I'll add,
arms.
so I've been doing everything on one layer, which is fine, I think, at this point. Sometimes I like to do, you can get really into it and be like the flowers on a different layer and resize them. So what I'll do is I'll create a new layer, and then I'll start to kind of just like loosely draw these. Probably don't want them to be super sharp like that, because those are a little more like tough, like eagle tattoo wings.
I was thinking more angel-y, but I was thinking even kind of tiny on the sides.
So what I'll do is move those. Are you happy with that?
Maybe something a little lower on the sides to see what that looks like. But
All right, let's try it out. We're just workshopping here, so kind of like like that.
that looks
more
good.
or less. And I noticed something too. I think I'm going to turn off the symmetry feature just so I can kind of focus on these little guys right here, and then kind of make that. And then what I'm going to do is duplicate that layer, which I think it did make it over there, which is fine.
Perfect.
What I'll do is
They look like little fingers pointing
select
at each other now.
this, and I'll just duplicate this specific portion, and then that way I can just make the same thing on the other side and not have to redraw it. All right, so we're looking good. We got our sketch. I think I've drawn everything.
We gotta add the other wing on the right side.
It's fine. It
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
matter.
We're all good then.
We'll fix that in post, as they say. What was that?
So this is all
Okay.
you need for the sketch, and then we can jump into...
This is all I need.
Okay.
I may turn on this color layer. I'm not gonna sketch with the color layer. I kind of just played around more with what that could look like. But what I'm gonna do now is keep saving it as I go, every second. And okay, so this part is my kind of favorite part of the process. What I'm going to do is I'm going to combine these layers so that they're on the same layer. Turn the opacity down.
That's exciting.
And so yeah, like I said, this is probably my favorite part of the process. This is kind of when it just comes to life. I'm not the biggest fan of sometimes how my pencil drawings look, but when the vector brushes come out, they really do a nice job. So I kind of go back and forth between just two vector brushes. I don't get really too far out of there, but I have a round one, and that's what I use for really clean things, more refined stuff, I guess. What I'm going to use today is called like a jitter brush, and this is something I've kind of been implementing that's a little bit different. It kind of has a little bit of a rougher, edgier feel. You'll see as I draw that it also has like, it looks like a pen could have drawn it, or something where it has a nice texture, and it doesn't have to be as precise as, or at least for how I like to draw, it doesn't have to be as precise as just the strictly round brush. So I do have a few specific settings that I have for this. Basically, it's like a monotone kind of thickness, not monotone, is that
Like a medium
unified?
weight.
It's a unified weight, but it does like fluctuate a little bit. So I'll just do a quick little drawing there, and you can kind of see how up close it has these bumps, but far away, zoomed out, it has that kind of texture, which is really nice. And this is kind of a style I've been working on lately, where I like to use this brush and do stuff a little more loose and not as precise, and I think it kind of has like a fun look. So what I'm gonna do is actually kind of, instead of like connecting a lot of the lines like I usually do and making sure those are perfect, I kind of like having these spaces in between the lines.
You didn't want the bird to have a little beauty mark right there?
No, Command Z. But yeah, let's, because I'm like, his head's looking a little smooth. Whoops. Let's add a little bit of texture there. So that essentially, when you zoom out, it kind of just adds this nice, fun little flare. Kind of gives the
Feather look.
feathery look. Yeah, it's not as clean. So yeah, that's kind of how I like to use this brush. And then obviously you can change, you know, the thickness if you want to kind of have some nice contours. I'm just going to keep it, I think mono weight is the word. I think I'm going to keep it the same weight. Just that's how I kind of draw stuff. That's how I like to draw things.
It's crazy when you zoom in how bubbly it looks, and then when you zoom out, it looks so much cleaner. I feel like I said that we would share some tips and tricks, so this brush and this kind of jitter brush is probably a good little trick of making things feel really hand-drawn.
And I'm kind of, sorry to interrupt you, but
Yeah, you're good.
I'm kind of, what I'm doing here is making them a little, that's probably a little too rough. I like to, you know, not have them connected too far, but it's kind of a little more forgiving because it does have a hand-drawn feel to it, like a hand-drawn look, which I find nice because it doesn't have to be perfect. But sometimes I do like things to be like pretty, like pixel perfect, I guess.
It's looking really good. I think that's kind of the cool thing at the very end when you go through again with this brush and you touch up little corners and edges, maybe things before we prep final files for printing or whatever production that we're gonna do. And then we clean it up with the brush in the end. Especially with shading, I love to watch like how you go through and just like clean up all the corners, and it's kind of like its own soothing,
Therapeutic.
thing. Do you find it therapeutic?
So we have these like kind of like flared out tail wings. They're kind of fun.
Abby said she loved the wings on the envelopes. It's a good move.
Oh, nice.
I
Yeah.
agree.
That's why we work together, because I get stuck on an idea, and these probably aren't, you know, perfectly symmetrical birds, but it's all about
That's okay.
just having fun with it, you know?
I think love isn't perfectly symmetrical all the time.
Nice.
Getting-
All right, so
getting deep.
we have the general birds. Let's do their eyes real quick here. And then I'm just going to turn off my layer, add a little like highlight kind of there. Oh, and we have another heart there. Look
It
at that.
looks like other little heart.
So that's what we have right now. It's looking good. I think we can go ahead and add the other items. I will probably do the flowers as well as the heart and envelope now, and then the actual heart shaped background, that'll probably be a filled in color, so I'll probably just add a new layer here eventually, but I'll probably do that last.
Totally. We got a question. It's good to walk.
I'm also
walk us through.
I kind of want like these to be a little more like
Ooh,
spiky.
earthy.
Yeah.
I kind of like them smooth, but I think if you're feeling the spikes, go ahead. These are the little debates we get into in the sweetheart stage of designing and working together. But it's really fun. And then we'll have a client side with one of us, and then we feel like it's a win. What's your go-to drawing setup? Do you usually use Illustrator on an iPad or a tablet connected to a desktop? I love the portability of Illustrator on the iPad for traveling.
Yes.
I love that you love that. Marky likes...
I've dabbled with Illustrator on my iPad, and I think it's a great app. However, I'm
big screen guy.
I'm a millennial that likes big screens and like doing stuff there. So I've found I know people draw a lot in the Illustrator app as well. I've just always really enjoyed Fresco and kind of I think the brushes, from my experience, they're a little bit like looser, so they're a little more true to, like I don't have a lot of like, I don't know what it's called, but like if you draw like, say like you draw this line here, instead of it like smoothing out to like a perfect arch, I like that it's a little more loose, so it's a little more true and it adds these kind of subtle hand-drawn elements. So a lot of my like the fine tuning is kind of turned down for me. But all of my drawing is probably like 90%, 95% Fresco, and then I'll import it into Illustrator. But depending on what it is and what the client kind of wants too, sometimes I'll only do Illustrator if it's like something clean and
Totally.
something I can build with like shapes or something that needs to be more symmetrical and like kind of like perfect in that sense. I do like to use Illustrator for that, but on the desktop.
Someone also said having a symmetrical sketch and then turning symmetry off for the detailing is great because it's uniform, but it shows more personality.
Yeah, I like that.
That's something that we do a lot. Little hidden
Oh, you know
gems
what?
kind of in the details.
I don't like that these, oh, this is a cool feature. You hold, there's this secondary shortcut button here, and if you pull it to the side, or at least that's what my settings are, you can erase a whole line. So what I realized I want to do is I actually want these to have like a little bit of, I don't want the stems to just be a line. It seems a little like thin. So I'm just gonna like redraw this right here.
Oh, you
Ooh,
want it
that's a-
thicker.
Yeah.
People have been saying in 2025 they've developed a lot of respect for pigeons.
Yeah. They're basically doves.
Pigeons are important. That's what the people want to hear.
Pigeons are important.
But we're going to put this together and they'll be a little bit more colorful. It's really more of a parrot vibe, but same for pigeons. We had these little lovebirds
I'll clean up these lines later too.
flying in the
I don't really feel like
trees
doing
in
anything right
Phoenix
now.
too, and in LA. They're always around in the trees.
What?
The little lovebirds.
Oh yeah, no, we've seen some in person.
Yeah, I just saw some the other day as we were putting together the ideas for.
So those leaves are a little smaller than the others, but we're not mad about it.
I like them. I like these flowers too. I honestly didn't realize they had little hidden hearts until later.
So many ways to draw flowers.
And so many flowers to draw. Same with birds. We had to really kind of choose what we were thinking here. But I like how these fill up and they'll be fun to put color into. What kind of colors do you guys think we should use for the poster design once we put it together? Are we thinking full Valentine's Day palette? Pinks, reds? Should we go a little bit alt?
I already know what I want to do, but I'm also open.
I really liked on the
I know that
mood
you'll
board
have
how we
a-
were really colorful with it.
I in my mind, I want to do something that is definitely pink and red. I don't think the parrots need to be true to color, but I do like the idea of adding a green, but obviously not making it Christmas. And then I kind of want to add in like a pop of like a blue, like a nice blue
Yeah, I like that
and a
idea.
yellow. Because when we're thinking about this too, it is potentially like a screen printed item. So a lot of the work we do does kind of cater around like more minimal color usage. So I think in my head I had like a 4 to 5 color kind of print.
Yeah, for a poster design, I mean, depending on how it's being printed, we like to make it pretty colorful.
Draw some little stars. We'll make these kind of loose because they'll be small, so it doesn't really matter, and they're fun.
Something I like that you talked about is later we'll see when we plug it into Illustrator how we're going to put the Golden Gate Bridge
dots.
at the bottom. And a lot of times when we're designing, we'll like to kind of think about if it's going to include a landscape, if it's going to be at daytime or nighttime.
Oh yeah.
So I like that you mentioned that this will be more of a nighttime kind of twinkling lights. It's very subtle,
Yeah,
but
well,
we
the
try to think about
background,
that.
I'm thinking just a pink background for the whole thing. I think will be nice. And because sometimes, you know, if you invert something, it could look different on the like a darker color or lighter color. So that's important to keep in mind. I usually draw on light backgrounds, but sometimes I'll change the background to dark, and that'll kind of just help dictate if it looks good on that as well.
It's coming together really well. I love to see it all.
Going. And I think for these, I'm just gonna do these filled in. So we're gonna fill those in, solid color.
So what are your kind of like go-to features in Fresco that you feel like you use all the time?
I don't probably use it, a lot of it.
There's a lot to do.
I use pencils for sketching. I use it for mood boarding sometimes because you can just drop in photos. I'm also going to, for this envelope, I'm actually not going to outline it because I'm actually going to do some lines for it, but
More stipple.
I'm going to actually do a color layer under it because I think that'll be kind of fun, and do, because it's a smaller detail, I don't want it to get like too kind of chunky with a lot of line work since it is a smaller detail. So I'll actually, that rectangle shape and the wings will be just a solid color. But anyways, the question about what I use a lot of it for, I start with a notebook and do a lot of my like just quick sketches there, and then usually once I have kind of ideas that I like to bring them into, so let's see, let's use some Fresco colors here. Sorry, real quick while I'm thinking. So I have some swatches here. I don't usually do the actual colors that I'm going to use because we have a different kind of process of doing that. But sometimes I'll just use like the Fresco colors, what they have, and just kind of dictating like the values that they're going to be. So we're going to have the heart shape behind. So I'm picturing, since the background is going to be a solid pink color, I'm kind of picturing this will actually be the color of the paper. So I'll probably we'll just pick like a light cream for now. Actually, before I do that, I want to add some, I do want to add some more elements or just details to the birds. So they're a little kind of
textured.
Yeah, and look, those are little hearts.
They are when you zoom in. More hearts. The birds are.
I feel like I was talking about something and then I forgot what it was.
Oh, your features on Fresco you like to use.
Oh, so I like to start with quick ideas on pen and paper, and then once I kind of.
That's looking really fun.
Once I kind of have ideas or concepts, directions that I do really like. Let's see if I had something there. Once I kind of have a direction I like to really refine Fresco. So for Fresco, I use a lot of it's more like refinement because I can get more of a perfect heart shape. I can use the reflective tool. I can actually use shape building, squares and circles to make things more exact, which is nice. And then it's just a quicker way. So like say I have a concept, I can draw it in a pencil and then I can duplicate it and I can tweak it or like take an element from that. So it just kind of speeds up that refinement process. And then we kind of can take a step back. So like say it's a logo, for instance, I would show Lauren and be like, hey, here are my 5 directions.
Yes.
We're gonna go angle it or narrow it down to 3. What are you kind of feeling? And so that's kind of like a way that I use it there. And then obviously for the vector brushes and like the final steps.
Are you gonna be doing the heart outline?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. Is that like this?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do a solid shape, so I'm not too worried about how the line work's gonna look, but let's see if we can kind of draw it nice. Hearts are actually kind of hard to draw. At least.
I was thinking that earlier.
And I'm gonna just
It's hard
like
to make them exact.
go behind and do that. I know it's gonna look weird for a second, but we will fix it. So there we have the heart shape. It's looking pretty nice. And then I'm gonna create a new layer. Behind that we'll have a lot of these kind of matchbooks designs have these like almost like rays that I really like behind them. So
we love a good border. funky border. I think we're going to tie in another funky border into the actual poster design too. Some of the vintage matchbooks that we kind of saw with the birds on them in the beginning on the mood board, they have really fun borders. So whenever we can, we kind of try to tie in a cool border, cool pattern that we can create. And also tie in elements from that and put it onto other things. I'm really excited how it's going to come together.
I don't know what it's going to look like back there, so I'm just going to...
we can change that up later.
You won't see it. All right, make sure that joins. I don't like that I went over though. Here we go.
You didn't like that.
There we go.
There it goes.
So now we have that. And what I'm going to do, because...
I'm not hating the yellow, actually.
I don't necessarily need to delete them. It's kind of nice to sometimes see what is showing through. So what I'm going to do next is, and we can pull up our reference to kind of see what colors we're liking. So, oh, you know what, actually, though? I have I'll use what I already have, which will help me with the colors. I've already done that a little bit. So I'm going to turn off that layer. And then I'm just going to find where I have my colors before. So that'll kind of help. Oh, we totally missed a heart, too. You didn't tell me that.
There's so many hearts I can't really
Right
keep up.
here.
That's a really important one, though.
That's really important. That looks good.
Got to make the heart shape of their beaks
Okay,
pop
so we have
out.
a new layer. Let's just pick the screen for now. I don't get too picky with color, like I said, at this stage, but I do enough to have like a contrast kind of built out. So obviously the bird will be green.
Someone was saying like kind of a Mexico City color palette, which I think was
Ooh.
on some of our mood boards.
I've never been, but I've always wanted to.
We're dying to go. I know, just colorful in general, I think is the vibe that we're going for, with a little hint at Valentine's Day. Staying true to these little lovebirds and their coloring too, with like greens and reds and all of that. I always look at Fresco and wonder how fun it would have been if this was around when we were kids. Learning to draw and learning to color. Although I love the purity of the 90s and just coloring in pen and paper too.
Oh, what happened to my lines there?
You need a little refinement over there? Well, remember you had the twig and then...
Oh, yeah. Okay. I was just
And then
like,
you made
that looks wrong.
you made it wider on the other side.
This guy doesn't know what he's doing. Okay. There we go.
You gotta check the details.
All right, so we'll probably have more green too because we have these stems. So let's color those in.
And this is all just placeholders until we import it into Illustrator and put it all together.
Yeah, because the black, this is like a pure black. It's a little harsh. We don't really ever do solid black necessarily. So I'll kind of change that later on. We're just coloring.
A lot of times when Mark is designing, he will put together the drawings, but for some reason you always choose magenta pink.
For what?
When you're drawing, you always have magenta pink as your just
If you can make magenta pink look good, then you're solid. That's my theory. If you can make that color look good.
It's
I've
really
always
like
heard,
hot pink.
Ooh.
Whoa.
So we didn't have ends meet. That's okay. Good. I'm on the right layer. Sometimes I'm not. For some reason, there's an area that's not connected. Running through it. There we go. We're good.
I do remember asking you about that, and you had said if you can make hot pink look good, then anything will look good.
True. Well, I had a teacher that told me that to do everything in black and white first, specifically for logos. And I was like, if you can, like, black and white can still look good no matter what, but like if you can make bright pink look good.
Did you learn that from somewhere, or you just...
Yeah, it's cool.
No, I know, but the pink that was just a personal choice.
It's just a swatch that's always there.
That's true.
I think is mainly why. Okay, let's get that.
I'm
little
liking
bloodshot
this
out of his eyes.
little corally red.
Do we want to do the beak and pink? I think
What did we think of for the beaks? I thought we were doing
We're gonna have a yellow. I think too, for instead of this
like a golden yellow.
instead of this
That's very
this black
bright,
outline color. Well, yeah, we're gonna change it. Like, it's a little more coloring book right now, but once we kind of mute it down and stuff, it'll look nice.
And then the back of the head, we kind of had more of a limey green, I think, in
kinda like
mind.
Doing these leaves like where they're half one color kind of adds a little bit of pop.
That's a cool little trick.
Yeah, I've kind of seen this in like some traditional tattoos and stuff. They do like this kind of half.
Yes,
leaf.
you can't tell today because we both have long sleeves on, but we do enjoy ourselves some traditional tattoo and
Sorry, Mom.
line work. It kind of reminded me of that in the very beginning when we were laying down the sketch of how we're going to shade in the colors, and it'll look like that when you're getting a tattoo.
10:44. Okay.
Yeah, how are we doing on time?
I don't know.
We got 15 minutes.
Whoa.
10 minutes. We wrap at 55.
Okay,
Okay.
10 minutes to go.
All right.
How's the sketch looking?
It's looking good. So, there's a few things I still want to add as far as color-wise before, but essentially what the next steps will be is once this is kind of in a good place, is that I will import it into Illustrator, and there we'll actually like build it out and just kind of refine it more, add the text, add those elements. So that's always my next favorite part, I guess.
Are we going to do that within the next 10 minutes?
You know, I don't know. I'm going to start cooking on these colors here,
It's
though.
making it look really fun. Like, I'm really wishing I had an Apple Pencil and I could be coloring with you right now.
So we're going to add some fun color to the flowers.
And I noticed you're shading on the insides of the flowers and you're leaving the outsides open.
Yeah, it's just adding kind of a little bit of highlights to the ends there. I'm actually going to add even a third color and make them like really fun.
Whoa, on the other inside. And these aren't the final colors we're going to be using, but Mark's just, I guess, picking colors out of random.
Well, I have somewhat of a system where this will probably be a blue, that'll probably be a green, and that'll probably be a pink, but I don't think they're going to be this bright.
And with the tap of a pencil, there it goes.
So I think we're looking good. I did want to kind of add more color to the birds, so that'll probably be the last step here, because they do, pull up my reference. Well, maybe not these guys. I had a reference photo somewhere of an actual one that they kind of have these fun like little
Shading elements
pinkish
on there.
yellow colors.
Someone mentioned about the card folding. So we're actually designing a poster. We did a concept that would be a show poster for like an imaginary band called the Lovebirds. So at the end, we'll put it all together and show you how we're going to put it onto a show poster.
And like,
Do you have to draw the bridge, or are you going to put that in an Illustrator?
so the bridge was something that I just made the decision to do that in Illustrator because it's gonna be fairly basic, and I'm gonna use like the repeating tool and blending tool and such that it'll just kind of streamline it a little bit more. But it's gonna be a smaller element, so it won't have the roughness of these, but it'll still like fit nicely with the.
It's
rest of
fun
it.
to show the behind the scenes of your illustrating process because I feel like this is something that not a lot of people get to see designers doing on the back end.
Yeah, so that's kind of fun.
Yeah. Should we import?
Yeah, I just need to actually make this shape here before
I was wondering about that earlier. I know you mentioned leaving it open.
Yeah, so
we
you'll
can
see right
fill it
here.
in. Yeah,
Boom.
I see it.
And then we'll do that gold color that we kind of been using for the wings. Don't want to do that. Like that.
The wings are a new addition.
Yeah.
I like them. Little love letter flying for Valentine's Day.
I think I need to fill that in. Find the right layer.
We also had the idea to do a show
Cool.
poster because we love going to see
There
live
is.
music.
So I do have one more step. Sorry.
You're fine.
So I can do this in. This is something I could do in Illustrator or do now. It just depends on, you know, what I'm really thinking will work well. But I'm just gonna go ahead and fill these shapes in, so I don't have to do that later.
That's a great idea.
Because this will probably be the color of the paper, I'm assuming.
But the outline of the flower itself in the black doesn't, because you didn't fully create a solid shape there.
I'm sorry?
I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make sense.
It did not make sense, but
There you go.
I wasn't really. I mean, I was listening, but
It's okay. You're in the zone. Everyone's saying it's looking great. We're
Oh,
really
thank you.
excited to have
this
it
is
put
where
together.
it's gonna get really tricky, and we'll see if I can connect all of the lines without really being able to see them because it's white.
I know. I thought that was a bold choice.
So it probably doesn't look like I'm doing anything on the screen right now. I think I started here. Yes, I did it.
It's looking
Okay, cool.
connected. Did you do that bottom right? Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
of course.
So this is looking good. What I'll do now is I'll just turn off the guides and everything just so we can kind of see the overall sketch, see if there's anything I want to change, but it's looking pretty good. I do actually though want to make sure that these are kind of, this will just save time later, but yeah, it's looking pretty solid. I'm actually just gonna do one last refinement. Could probably do these all day, but I'll just clean this up so this is actually more like realistic, I guess.
So you don't have anything overlapping
Oh yeah,
there.
that's gonna bother me.
It's looking great. Everyone's loving it.
There we go. Cool. And so it looks like we're running out of time here, but what I'll just kind of do and show how easy it is to transfer the file is there's these export settings. So what I typically use is I will just export as a PDF. You can have other layers turned on if you want, the sketch layers, and then you can delete them. I usually kind of like to have the more cleaned up version just so it's a little more seamless when exporting it. But you can just airdrop it. Sorry for Ryan Ward's photo there.
And then do you want me to open this here?
Yes.
Open in Illustrator.
Open in Illustrator.
Alrighty. We're gonna pull that up and then switch over to our laptop screen so y'all can see that
Yes.
screen. So
There we go.
Slide this over for
So
you.
all we did was import it
Slide that to
and
the side.
open it. And my mouse.
Oh yeah, we do need this mouse over
Yes.
here.
There's a lot of emojis there.
Yeah, there's a lot of emotions.
Pink, green, pops are red. I haven't been reading the.
We mentioned in the beginning too, we're gonna have a part 2 at noon Pacific
We're in
time
the
today. Yeah, we are in the forest. It actually kind of looks nice. It's very soothing, very Twilight era. But we're importing that in, and then we'll tie all this into a poster design. We're gonna add text and make it really fun. So yeah, if you have any other questions for us, drop it in the chat, and then we will be back in a little
Size that,
too.
Full screen. All right, so we have our poster here ready to go. And what I'm gonna do is I went ahead and created just a blank Illustrator document. So this will be, I don't usually use this document because I like to have kind of the parent original file a little bit. And I can go back to it if needed.
That's a good idea.
But what I do here is I will select, I have a shortcut for selecting colors, and I'll select any colors that don't have a fill or outline, because there's essentially these clipping masks within the document from the other layers. I'll just go ahead and delete those, and then now I have all of my working vector files.
It's a little trick and tool of the trade.
So, I'll probably copy my that in there too, just so I have a reference.
Good to have a reference on the side.
But yeah, there we go. Copy and paste.
How many minutes do we have left here?
We have a minute and a half.
Minute and a half.
Minute and a
All
half.
right, we got it.
We're
Time
definitely
deadlines.
not
kidding.
gonna finish. But
So I did build this exactly to size, so that is kind of nice, but I still like to have just another document. V1, you know, V1, V2, V3, final, V1, V2.
Mark is very organized in his files,
But
as everyone should be.
as you can see, same drawing we have, but now we're able to kind of start building stuff. And what I'll usually do is everything is kind of grouped together right now, and so I'll actually just start ungrouping things and make their own groups. So like this element, I don't want it to be grouped together, because then this way I can kind of just like move these around by themselves.
Yeah.
So that's just a quick little, and if I were to build things more strategically with layers and stuff, I could avoid this process, but it doesn't really take that long in my opinion. Because essentially these are all, oops, select all of that. I'm just selecting the elements. And so what this will do too later on is help with like, so now I can click and move this around. Looks like we got a little bit of a straggler there that should be there. So now I can move this free of the other things. I can resize it. Like I said, that's what's nice with vector brushes is that you can resize as needed. I don't know where that line went in there.
Awesome.
All right. So
We're heading out, and then there's going to be another stream coming up soon in between. We'll have part 2 at noon to put together the poster, finalize it, show it mocked up. Hopefully we can fit all that into an hour. I know we can. And we'll see the Lovebirds show poster come to life.
Yeah, we're gonna
Thanks
add
so much
text,
for watching.
text, colorize, and hopefully get to some mock-ups.
It'll be really fun.
Yeah.
Talk to you
All
then.
right. Bye.
Bye.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to Adobe Live. My name is Andy Palomares, and I'm here with the magnificent Emily Palomares, or Poulin, you might know her as Poulin.
The name reveal.
I know, I let that go too soon. And today's a special day. We're doing a Valentine's stream. And tell us what we're working on.
Great question. Yeah, so we're going to be working on some things for our favorite part of our family, which is our dog. So we're going to be making some illustrations for him in Project Neo, which is going to be really fun. And then we're going to jump into Illustrator and build out a little bit of a library. And then we're going to end with you doing some really cool animations in Express. So it's very fun, very dog themed, and all new things that are coming out for Neo and Illustrator today. So big things in store.
So get your dogs on the stream right now.
Yes, dogs on the keyboard, please.
We need you to start typing.
Chat is going to look crazy right now. But
I hope it does.
If you are joining in chat, we're super excited that you're here on Behance and YouTube. We will be keeping an eye on it. So if you have any questions, if you want to talk about your pets and your favorite Adobe products, that is the place to do it. So super excited.
Yeah, welcome in.
Let's see,
we got Natalie. Hi, Emily and Andy. Hello.
Hey.
Good to see you. And then waiting for the pups, she says. So
yes, let's do it.
we'll have
Okay,
some
cool.
pups soon.
So we are going to kick off in Project Neo. If we want to jump to my screen, here we are. And Neo is a really fun way and a very effective way to bring vectors and designer-friendly programming to a designer-friendly platform in a 3D way. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new project for us here and walk you through just like what it looks like to open Neo and how it looks to start a project. So I'm going to name it something different, which is kind of similar to how you do it in Express, which is a double click. And I'm going to name this Dog Treat because, as promised, it's a dog theme stream.
Get the
Dog
dogs
theme
out.
stream is a very nice ring to it. I'm going to turn off this frame. It makes my brain feel better as I work in Neo, and if you are new to Neo, you'll find what works for you. I am also fairly new to Neo, but it is a really fun program to play around with as a designer. Cool. Yeah, you've played around with it.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's a lot of fun, yeah.
I feel like it opens up a different part of your brain to think in 3D that you didn't know was there. So I'm gonna turn off my artboard, or sorry, my frame, and then I'm gonna change my environment to a Valentine's Day vibe, which is definitely gonna be pink and or red. So let's get that.
Which we're both wearing.
Yes, we
Matching.
themed this, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, I like a nice shade of pink there. Very cool. So I'm also gonna come here to this bottom rectangle, and I am going to make this also Valentine's Day themed, just so that we are feeling good to go.
Yep.
Is that feeling better? All right.
Yep. Super.
Wow, there are dogs in the chat. There are so many dogs in the chat.
Let's go.
Oh, Jack. Hi, Jack. Jack has a very cute puppy named Al, I think is the name. Yeah, amazing. Okay, cool.
Nice.
So Neo, as it always opens, it has this little, I think it looks like a sugar cube, I feel like, in the theme of Valentine's Day. It always is sitting there for you. I'm gonna take that away because that's not really what I'm interested in working with today. So I'm gonna go ahead and just delete that, and I'm gonna start with a cylinder. So I'm gonna click cylinder, and then it kind of has these little snapping points where it can drop onto the plane. So I'm gonna click right in the middle, because that's where I want this to start. And then I'm gonna go and start transforming this. So if you click on it, it's gonna give you a couple different transformation tools. You can pull here, and it's gonna go taller, or you can grab it here, and it's gonna go wider. And it has just really fun, natural movements to it.
Very natural.
If I did a different shape, let me show you. Also, I can get lost in Neo, and so if I'm going way overboard, please keep me honest on my time. So you can also use the hotkey like you would in Illustrator, which is V, to edit these and click on things. If you go in here and click Edit, you can come in and edit the shape similar to how you would in Illustrator. So you can grab it here and adjust the size. You can round the corners, which again is something that you're used to seeing in Illustrator, which is really cool. And again, super designer friendly. So all that little fun play is over. I'm gonna go ahead and build us a treat for our dog.
Let's go.
As promised. Mosby, if you're watching, this one's for you.
Also, how'd you get on here?
Yeah, we didn't give you a laptop. Okay, so I drew my cylinder here. I'm gonna click it and I'm gonna move this around, and I want it to be above this plane here. So I'm gonna come in and make this a little bit shorter. And I don't know if I should tell you what I'm making or if you should, you know, watch and figure it out as we're going here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see who in the chat could figure out what Emily's making.
What I'm making. Okay, so I'm gonna use O as a hotkey, or you can click over here, and this is gonna change the view. So O, and then you can drag around. So it works a little bit better for me mentally to look at it kind of straight on, and we'll just keep moving about it. You can also pinch to zoom, so I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger for you so you can see it. And I'm gonna hit Command-C, Command-V, classic shortcut, and I'm just gonna go directly drag up to move this here. And then I'm gonna double click on both of these, and again, Ready for this? Command C, Command V.
Dang.
Wow, I know.
Classic.
Okay, and I'm gonna drag these over here. So as you can tell, we're kind of like moving around in space and time. Not really time, but mostly space.
Time too.
I'm gonna zoom out here and then let me grab, so click V for the hotkey. I'm gonna align, whoops, I just want the one please. This one, thank you. I'm gonna align these. I'm seeing a little bit of a gap. So I wanna make sure, and layers are over here. I wanna make sure that these are aligning as we continue to build this out. So I'm gonna click O, and I'm going to zoom out. Ooh. And you also can press H like you would for the hand tool to kind of move yourself around. Are you getting dizzy yet? You're doing good?
Yeah, doing great. But look at our pal, Aaron Torres is in the chat. Shout out, Aaron.
Aaron's got his popcorn ready.
Let's
Okay,
go.
it is lunchtime. People are feeling a little snacky, you know?
it's
At least on the
snack
East
time.
or West Coast. West Coast
West
is
Coast,
lunchtime.
yeah.
Okay, any idea where this is going yet? Chat, any guesses?
Any guesses, chat?
Am I
Let's
making
see.
snowmen for our dog? We'll never
Perhaps.
know. Okay, I'm gonna add a cube now. So I'm gonna click here in the middle plane like I've been clicking everywhere else to keep these in the same area. And then I'm gonna click on it again to be able to move it and change these properties around. So I'm gonna drag this to start to fill in this gap here. And I'm gonna start to align this in the center.
Whoa.
Did I give it away? Is it obvious now?
Who knows? Perhaps.
Okay, I'm gonna use O again and kind of drag this around. And V, oops, can I please? There you go, thank you.
There it is.
It helps if you ask Neo for permission sometimes. Yeah.
Pretty please,
Yeah,
please.
yeah. Any way you want to ask it. Okay, it responds well. Let me align this.
Okay, we got
here.
a marshmallow tower.
Cute.
Good guess. Okay. Popcorn. Popping
Chat
corn.
is always hungry.
Okay. That was in reference to the popcorn. Cool. A heart. Okay. Ooh, someone said dog bone.
Dog bone. It's looking like it might
Maybe,
be
we'll
that.
see. We'll
Okay,
see.
I'm feeling like this isn't aligned perfectly, so I'm gonna grab a few of these little handles down here and rotate them. Again, I'm fairly new to Neo, but I'm having the best time. It really is fun, and I feel like it is a program that you can get lost in playing around with. I don't know if it's just because there's a new dimension involved with it, but it is really fun. Okay, so things are coming together here. Things aren't aligned, oh, Command Z, aligned perfectly, but we are getting somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, let me take a look. So yeah, I'm getting like a little bit of a gap here, but that is okay. I'm gonna get too
Mosby
caught.
won't even notice.
Yeah, Mosby doesn't even know. I feel like he doesn't even care about computers.
I guess not. No.
If you're wondering, if you're just joining the chat and you're wondering who Mosby is our
Right.
almost 4-year-old Australian Shepherd.
Yep. He's a great guy.
He's adorable. You will see photos of him shortly to highlight some new Illustrator updates, but he is the best. We love him.
He is the best.
And a little bit crazy.
What flavor should this? Oh wait, I can't give it away what this is. Never mind.
I think we already figured it out. It's a
Oh,
dog bone.
It's a dog bone.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
there we go.
Just a non. Yeah, what flavor should it be though? I
Yeah,
don't
what
know.
flavors? Let's see in the chat. What flavor should we give this? Make this dog bone.
Okay, I might. So blending is a way to like bring objects together, right? So let me click on the rectangle in the middle here. So if I pull before, you can see these really harsh, let me click off of this. You can see really harsh angles here. And so if I highlight this tool or this shape, and blend it, it starts to kind of soften that and bring these all together. I think if I do, well, you can only edit these one at a time. If I do these, I think it doesn't affect it as much because I think they're already, yeah, it'll blend it to the bottom, which is not really what we want.
What's up, Karen?
Merge. Okay.
And then Woman of Type says butter flavored for the dog.
Jess, that's
Speaking
Jess.
of butter,
Oh my gosh, tell the butter story.
we'll tell a butter story about our dog.
But keep it high level.
Yeah, we'll spare you all the crazy details, but our dog has a huge taste for butter, and we left
didn't know
butter.
this.
We didn't know this.
Yeah.
Until a couple months ago, and we were at her parents' house, and all of a sudden we were watching TV. We hear this sound like like someone's eating something.
What is that? No one had popcorn at this movie.
Nobody
No
had-
one
there's
did.
No popcorn, and we turn our head, and our dog is on the counter eating butter straight off the counter.
And that's what happens at grandparents' house sometimes.
Yes, it's happened 4 times since.
Yes.
And this last time was the final straw.
Yeah, he got
And,
very sick.
He got sick.
It was a bummer.
Yeah, I'll spare you the details, but maybe we
that's-
should make it butter flavored just so Mosby can have like a.
Okay, we can make that. We can make that happen. Let me make this yellow then.
There you go.
Let me drag this over. Butter flavor. I feel like Jess knows the story. Women of Type. So, also if you guys haven't seen Jess's show, her show is awesome on Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Making decisions, super fun, always exciting, always a fun time. I'm kind of willy-nilly doing these. I could eyedropper these and like make them correct, which is another great feature that is pulled over, I feel like, or at least
Dang, Ryan says,
consistent.
where's the cat content? That's crazy.
Ryan, we talked about this. We don't have a cat, so
I
it needs to
think-
be honest. We're honest here on Adobe Live.
Adobe Live is for the dog people, I think. No, I'm just
Whoa,
kidding.
whoa,
It's for
whoa.
everybody. It's for everybody.
Okay, so Project Neo is really exciting, really cool features to it. Something that's new in
Save the cat.
Project Neo is that type and Adobe fonts are supported in Neo. So we're gonna add some type to this, if that's okay with you and with chat,
It's
obviously.
okay with me. I don't know about them.
So Mosby can't read, so he
It's
won't
true.
know. So I added this in just by clicking on it, and I'm gonna go over here and change the font. So I'm gonna do Bille, which is a really fun Adobe font. And I'm gonna write Mosby. So this will be his butter flavored treat that
Let's go.
he can't have.
Ryan, I'm
It-
so sorry, man.
Sorry, Ryan. Put a cat
Forgive
in the
me.
chat for Ryan. He needs it.
W for the cats.
It would appear that I have overloaded Neo for a brief moment. Okay, come back. Let me click this. All right, we got Mosby, and I'm gonna change the weight because it looks a little thin.
Meerkats.
All right,
Wow.
we got bold, and I'm gonna size this up a little bit. So just by dragging from the corner. And right now it is gray, so I'm gonna make this bright blue.
Okay, W.
That feels like it's gonna, or should I make it purple?
Wait, what colors can dogs see? Can dogs see blue?
I don't know. Do we have a vet in the chat?
Any vets in
Someone-
the chat that can answer this question,
Also, can you cure our dog from liking butter?
please.
It was-
This butter bone will not help.
Yeah, this is not, we're teaching him the wrong lesson. Okay, so before, here, let me Command Z so I can like walk you through what happened here. I'm gonna click, oh, it's really thinking about it. Okay, so right here, it kind of generated in the middle where I've been opening everything else, excuse me. And so it's a little bit lost. It's lost in the butter. So I'm gonna come up here just to give me like a visual on how to pull it forward on the plane here. So I'm gonna pull it forward here. It's having a little bit of struggle. It's still waking up. And then I am going to, I think it needs to be a little, oh, I have the wrong layer. Come back. This layer. Yeah.
Ooh, there's a good question.
What's the
If you know
question?
the answer, it
Let's see.
says, are we able to inflate text similar to Illustrator 3D features?
I don't think exactly how it is, but I mean, let's take a look at it. So I think we can blend it, which may, or let me look at it, sorry, from the front. I don't know why. I keep grabbing the bottom layer. What's happening over here? Come here.
What's happening?
All right, O to rotate it. Here we go. Let's see. I think it'll blend. Yeah, I think right now, so that kind of inflates it a little bit. Do you see how we're losing a little bit? Let me zoom in for you. Not losing. We are blending the objects together, so it's kind of a 3D element. It is already 3D, and there are some other options here where you could revolve it and do some other fun things, but I'm not gonna demo that right now, but you should definitely open this on your browser and try out Project Neo.
Give it a shot.
It's a lot of fun. Okay, so I think this looks pretty good. We have a butter bone for Mosby.
Let's go.
Um,
Look, they say dogs are red-green colorblind, so
Jack always knows. Thanks, Jack.
So
Red,
purple's
green.
good.
So these
Wait.
should be good.
yeah, we should be good, right?
Okay. I'm glad he can be a part of this stream. That's good.
Yes, let's go, Mose.
So what's also really cool is you can look over here and we can do different styles. So we could do vector art, which is going to change this up for me. Like
Boom.
that.
Whoa.
Cool. And it's fun because you can still like take a look at it and get different angles of it, which is fun. There are some interesting blending things happening here, but it is cool to see it move around. You could do pixelated if you like pixel art, if that's,
Hey,
whoa. Why does it feel like animated now? That's
it
cool.
does.
Oh,
Let's play some video games.
yeah, right? And then there's one more style. You can do illustrative, which is kind of fun. And now I've painted Mosby a beautiful bone.
Oh, very fine art.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to vector art and I'm going to download this because there's a really cool integration that works here. All right, and I'm gonna get the right angle. I think I want it here. And let me see, if I click on this layer, can I bring down the shadow? Yeah, I think I don't want shadow, so I'm gonna try flat and see if that feels right for the kind of the style I'm going for. Flat, there it is. All right, I don't want to overwhelm / bring in some details that I'm not really looking for. Okay, this feels right to me now, so I'm gonna download this and I'm gonna download this as an SVG and I'm gonna make this maybe, let me zoom out. That works. I think I'm gonna make the width 1920 as well, so.
Classic.
Yep. All right, we're looking good. Let me get the full artboard in there. Okay, I'm gonna download it, and I'm gonna download an SVG. It looks great. Download.
Jess says, imagine taking the 3D into Firefly and animating it.
That's very cool.
She also did a backflip.
There is a very cool feature in Neo of you can generate from the illustration itself. So if we were to do like, I don't know how it's gonna work with type, so we could try this. Let's do like dog, bone, butter. I don't know, with butter, let's see. Butter. I'm not sure how this is gonna work.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, let's click generate. So Jess, I don't know if you knew this feature was in here, which is exciting, but Jack says, she knows a lot about Illustrator and food. All other knowledge is questionable. Don't ask me about math. We would never. Oh my gosh,
look
so
at that.
fun.
It kind of does give butter.
It does look like, that looks
Whoa.
like pancakes.
What is that type?
The type had a little bit of a
I
struggle,
love that.
but
It looks like Greek or something.
yeah, it's also translating for us. Wait, that's really fun.
That one's good, yeah.
So yeah, what's really cool about Neo 2 is that you can also bring SVGs in, and then you could have a little bit more control. So let me go ahead and demonstrate that for you.
Give it a shot.
So we're gonna import, I created this really fun little dog toy rope for him. I don't know if this is gonna create a new one or put it on the same one. Hold on. Let me get out of this.
Hold up.
It brought it into the same one.
There you go.
Okay, let me delete that. And let me do, actually we could let's jump to Andy's screen briefly. I'm gonna open a new Neo window, and that way I can start fresh for you guys.
Yeah, sure. We can show them my
Or actually,
screen.
maybe I could just go backward. Let me just go back. Perfect, never mind, I got it. We can stay on my screen.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm gonna create new, and then I'm gonna import the SVG of that dog toy that we were looking at. Or did it bring me back to the same one? It may have brought me to the same project.
Perhaps.
All right, no, we got a new one,
look
awesome,
at
okay.
that.
So let's import an SVG, and I'm gonna bring like a rope. Let me give you a preview of this. Like the rope toy. Mosby
Yeah,
loves a rope toy.
favorite toy.
Okay, open. And now we wait. Cool, okay, so let me delete this box because we don't need it. So it took my flat vector illustration and it brought it into the 3D world for us, which is so cool.
That's super
So
awesome.
now I can rotate it, I
Whoa.
can bring it up. Yeah, let me scale this down a little bit. Thank you. Cool. And so now he has a rope toy,
Look at
which is
that.
really cool. So we could also do it with the generate here and say rope toy, or like, I honestly would probably just say rope, but let's do rope dog toy. I feel like it might give us some more, like more textures and
let's
things
see.
like that. If you're watching and you have a dog, what is your dog's favorite toy?
Yeah, we need to know.
The important questions.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see. Oh, on a book.
Oh, on a book. Let's go. Why not? Because our dogs are
Oh,
studious.
many rope toys. Yeah, okay. So I feel like it did kind of take into
Wait, go to the
account.
one before that one.
This one?
Oh, never mind.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know either.
But really cool and a really fun feature you can play with. So you can bring
Super.
your flat vector files into Project Neo and then generate them with Firefly into mockups and images, which is really cool.
Yeah,
And if your
super
dog wants to
cool.
read a book and play with a toy, you absolutely can do that. Cool. So I'm going to jump over now to Illustrator. And I'm going to show you some really cool updates. These are some other plans. Please ignore the type that you're seeing on the screen. I'm going to show you some really cool updates in Illustrator, and then we're going to work on building out some fun Valentines.
Yep.
But if you remember, I just downloaded an SVG, so I'm going to bring that SVG into Illustrator. And so now you can see that it not only brought it in, but it also brings it in with like different layers for it. So it does outlines, fills, and backgrounds, which is really cool. So it is completely integrated with Illustrator, or at least compatible, I guess, with Illustrator, which is a really cool feature. So I'm gonna actually Command-C copy this, and I'm gonna jump over here and I'm gonna Command-V, and I'm gonna bring it over here. Whoa. And I want this to be on our page. I'm gonna also delete this background, and now I'm going to add this to our library. So I've already started a library for us here. Let me make this look better for you guys. Woo, okay. I'm gonna bring this over to our library and add it. So the whole workflow there was from Neo down to an SVG into Illustrator, Illustrator into Express, or a library, which we're gonna bring into Express if you stick around. Cool. That's kind of exciting, no?
Yeah, super, super cool. Yeah.
Is your mind blown right now?
Yes.
Absolutely, speechless.
Starting on Neo was crazy, and then SVGs. Shout out to SVGs.
We love the SVG. What does Val say? My cat's favorite toy is whatever I am wearing. Also my headphones. It's so true.
That's funny.
Kongs, yes, Mosby loves a Kong. Okay, I also have a Kong over here.
Let's go.
This is one of Mosby's favorite toys.
And then there's a toy called Garrett the Carrot, which is awesome.
Wait, that's funny. Our dog does love carrots. Ansel's favorite toy,
too.
yes, Garrett the Carrot.
Let's go.
Is that gonna be coined? I need to know. Okay, So one of the cool updates to Illustrator is that there are 10 times faster, I believe, workflow for placing and bringing in images into Illustrator. So if you ever did this in the past, it would take kind of a long time. I'm trying to grab my screen here. So I'm gonna show you, we have what, eight images here. Watch how fast these import into Illustrator.
Boom.
So fast.
Oh my.
And a
I
giant
forgot he
photo.
was so tiny. I'm
he
so
was
sorry.
so tiny.
This is Mosby.
These are
in
Mosby.
case you're wondering.
Yes.
That's me. I promise you.
That is him.
He was breathing.
Okay, so here's our dog doing really ridiculous things.
Let's go. He doesn't even know he's.
Yeah, he doesn't even know about the internet. It's crazy. But how fast was that? In the past, that would have taken a decent amount of time to like, it would pause. You know, it'd be the time where you're like, I want to go check my email. You know, it would take a little bit of time. But now with this update, 10 times faster, which is really exciting. I don't know why he looks so worried here, but he is very concerned.
He's never seen that many lights.
Yeah, right. He's a really silly guy. I'll leave that one on the screen. These will be our inspiration, so Mosby can live over here.
Love that guy.
So yeah, really exciting feature into Illustrator if you're working with photos, way faster and way seamless. Also, if you haven't updated yet, the correct update number is 29.3, I believe. So if you're not seeing some of these features or you're like, mine's not that fast, make sure that you are up to date with your Creative Cloud and bring that through so you can see all these updates.
Let's go. We got some Mosby fans.
Woohoo!
Mosby is so friggin' cute. Agreed.
That's pretty incredible. OMG. Jess, I'm so glad you think so.
Let's go.
Okay, so I have this type here, and Mosby definitely wrote this. He wrote his name. He came into this file, but he outlined the type. He's like really skilled in Illustrator, which I had no idea.
He also has a lot of dexterity. In
He
his
really does.
paws.
He has a lot of, little toes. So I love that he did this, but I want to write my name. And I don't know what font he used, right? So if you've been watching Illustrator, you may have seen that retype is available now for general release.
Let's go.
So if I come into here and I go type and I click retype, it is gonna bring up what it thinks these fonts are. And so this is an Adobe font, so it has a head start there. But if you look here, it says, okay, Mosby used, or sorry, not Mosby. This is what it says, but the name is Bille Display. So if you didn't have this installed, which I do because I have a little check cloud, you could just click right there, right, like this, and you would download it.
Boom.
I think, oh yeah, you can see it, perfect.
Yeah.
I never know which way I'm going.
Left or right.
So retype is a super handy feature, and then I'm like, okay, Bille Display, I have it installed, that's great. Then I can escape, exit that, and then go ahead and type Mosby, and then I think I can click, yeah. So you can click right there, and now,
awesome.
yeah, which if you didn't have this in the past, what were you doing? You were like going through Adobe fonts, going through your font book, being like,
Or giving up.
yeah, or giving up and choosing something else. So now I can, write a whole thing.
Wow.
Yay! And now we can do
Shout out.
retype, which is super awesome.
That's a W.
It's a big W in the chat.
That'll
If
help
you're-
a lot of people.
If you're excited about, what's it called? Retype, W in the chat.
Drop a W in the chat. Let's go.
Awesome. Okay, so retype, super exciting. Images, super exciting.
Fast.
Super fast. Okay. Another thing that's kind of recent to Illustrator is Objects on the Path, which is really fun. So I'm going to continue to build out some of these illustrations, and then I'm going to show you how to bring those to Objects on the Path.
Yeah, let's do it.
So this is kind of the vibe that I'm working with here.
So fun.
It's really fun, right?
Yeah, these are super cute.
Mosby's objects, Valentine's objects, really fun stuff. Also, this is a vision, so be thinking on this when you go to Express. I want you to make a card from Mosby to our friend's dog, Augie. I think it'd be really cute.
Augie.
And I feel like these two collars could be really fun for that. So that's kind of the vision I have.
Yes.
Be thinking about that.
You got it.
Okay, cool.
I'll animate it.
Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna make some other hearts here, and I'm gonna use my library, which I have imported some of these colors to. So I'm gonna make some like different size hearts. I'm gonna do some crazy things here. I'm gonna stretch and shrink some of these, which I know is, kind of a no. But this is our Valentine stream, and we can do what we want. Hey, we have a W in the chat. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, let's go, Paul.
Okay, I'm holding Option Shift Drag and making some more hearts here. I just want different fun shapes and versions of the heart. I'm gonna make this one cream maybe. And then I have that pink, so here's another light pink. Okay, these look good to me. I'm gonna mess up the spacing of these so you can also just really appreciate what we're gonna do here. Option Shift Drag. I just wanna make a handful of hearts is the word I'm looking for. Okay. Yay, Mosby. All right, these are gonna go. I need this workspace now.
CMOs. I said CMOs.
Yeah, love you, bye. Okay, I'm gonna make us a shape here. So I'm going to make a new shape, and fill it with white. I'm gonna turn that off so we just have the stroke here. And then I'm gonna come over to my scissor tool, and I'm going to click here and here to cut the shape in half. I'm gonna use the direct select tool, delete this guy out, goodbye. And now I have, that might be too much still. I'm gonna make a banner, you know, like how you would like hang it in the doorway or on your fireplace. You know what I'm talking about? Like a little banner? Yeah. Okay. Some decor, if you will, which I think in this case, we're gonna put on like a, what's it called? An invite or a graphic card for someone. So I'm gonna take those, I'm gonna highlight all of these objects and I'm gonna do object on a path. I'm gonna click this too actually. Object on a path, which is this little shortcut right here. And I'm gonna click the path. And there we go.
Whoa, let's go.
You know how long that would have taken? You know,
Forever.
like, right, I would have been like, okay, let me, you know.
Yeah, try to space them out.
Place
and
these. Yeah, you know the pain, you know the struggle.
I do.
Okay, I don't know if I would do that bad, but it would take a while, right? So let me undo that. So I'm gonna highlight all of these. I'm gonna click this as well, and then click object on the path, and then click my path. And there they go.
Let's go.
So I don't know about you, but gravity in my world functions the other way. So I'm gonna rotate this, and I'm gonna go like this. And it's gonna rotate all of these for me at one time. But say I'm looking at this and I think, oh my gosh, like pink, can't have that. So I'm gonna go and grab this one and I'm gonna move it over here and it's automatically gonna reflow that for me.
Let's go.
Or I can say, this is too big. I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. And it's looking really fun, no?
Yeah, super fun.
Okay. I'm glad you agree.
I agree.
And then I think I could also bring this one if I want this one just to be, I don't know.
Okay, we have a question. Is it
What is
PC
that?
or GPU preview? Do you know the answer to that?
What was it? Is it PC or GPU? I am not sure. Robert, I would love to answer your question, but I do not know what you're asking.
I don't either. But if we get the answer, we will
Yeah,
tell you.
if you want to rephrase it for me, I can try again, but okay. Put the undistorted hearts on a path, expand from the Kong's outline. That would be a very, I feel like they would all touch. I don't know if that's what we're going for right here. Okay, but we do have this fun little banner now for us, and I'm gonna add just a little bit of finesse on the ends here. I'm gonna add just like a little,
fun.
I don't know what you call this, like the
string.
end of the
Yeah, the
string,
end of it,
yeah. Kind of just freeform, willy-nilly. Me being like, oh, it'll be freeform, and then me also feeling the need to like fix it.
Perfect.
So yeah. Oh, and I did not grab the smooth tool. Smooth tool. All right. I just kind of like to clean this up a little bit. I don't know. Do you use the smooth tool? I don't know if I've ever seen you use the smooth tool.
I've seen you use it though. I think I should.
I use the
start
smooth
incorporating
tool in excess. I probably should not use it as much as I do. There are
It just
better
like
ways.
it's like some of those hard
Yeah.
ends and points.
Okay, I couldn't tell you the math, so please don't ask me. We decided no
It's not a
math
math
in the
question.
chat. Yeah. What I think it does, and if you know more honest or more correct information, please add it. I think like does the math of like doing the median, I think, of like what points look like and kind of bringing those together.
Got it,
Would be
yeah.
on my understanding to smooth them out. So no math in the chat. Okay.
Zero math for today at least.
For today. I don't know, is median the right word? I'm not sure.
I really don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna right click on this and I'm gonna send this to the back as well. Okay, I kind of feel like I want to. I'm getting hung up. How are we doing on time? We're about halfway through here.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the same thing. Right click, arrange, send it back. There is a hotkey for it. I have never learned it and maybe one day will. Maybe that's my 2025 goal. It's still like the beginning of the year. I could do that. Okay, super fun, so cute. Hi Mosby,
Nice.
hi Butter Mosby.
Buttermose.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this whole object into our library, which is syncing. There we go, so fun. Okay, there was one last little thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to put this little lollipop in like a little bag, I think. So, you know, so it's
cute.
like
Yeah.
food safe and you could hand this off to somebody.
Right.
So
And
I'm just
Mosby
gonna
won't eat
draw it. With what?
I said Mosby won't eat it immediately.
Yeah, no, that's why. We need to keep him safe.
These are still dog treats, right?
Yes, these are of course all dog
For
friendly.
sure, dog friendly. Peanut butter, butter.
Yeah, not butter. Just peanut butter. Okay. Poor guy. He doesn't know any better. This is a really wiggly bag. Is this like too wiggly?
No, I don't think so.
I feel like it needs a little more shape. Hold on. I'm gonna go straight here and then I'll just like kind of like, yeah.
Yeah.
Now it looks like a flower. Okay, and then I'm also going to, I'm gonna do it this way.
Ooh, we got a fun question.
What's
How
the
did you
chat?
come up with the name Mosby?
Oh, that's a great question.
Which I can answer because we love this show called How I Met Your Mother. Or we watched it when we first met.
Yes.
And probably 2 years into dating, I decided to get a dog. And it just felt right, Mosby, because one of the main characters' name is Ted Mosby.
Yes.
Also Mr. Mosby for Sweet Life and Zach and Cody fans. I don't know how many of those we have, but yeah.
I'm sure a ton.
And if you meet Mosby, you just know like this is a Mosby. It just fits his
That there
personality.
is a Mosby. Oops, I did not do what I wanted. I want to turn off that. Okay. This bag looks a little silly, but I wanted it to happen, so it's going to be how it is. And sometimes when you're working fast on a stream, that's what it is. I feel like what?
Legendary. Let's go.
Who said legend? Oh, that's
Aaron
so
did.
true. If you watch the show, that's what
He is a legend.
well, that's what Barney always says. He's like,
Oh, legend.
Wait for it. Yeah,
Dairy.
dairy.
There we go.
There's no dairy in this stream today. Just butter. Oh, actually, I guess butter is dairy.
What are his nicknames? We call him Mose.
Wait, who asked that? Mark?
Mark.
Great question.
What do we call him? Mose?
For a
Mr.
long
Mose?
time, we called him Bonk.
Oh, yeah, Bonk.
And this was because if you are a dog parent and you ever take your dog to the dog park, your dog can do dumb things and you're like, oops, that's embarrassing. So he would for a very long time like be really excited and like asking other dogs to play with him and bark and bark. And then he would turn around and like run into a tree or run into a wall.
All the time.
And everyone at the dog park would be like, ooh, like
Yeah.
it wasn't, yeah.
You just see him like hit his head so hard.
Yeah, love him, was not coordinated.
When he was a puppy, I remember he was hanging out under my bed, and he turned left, hit his head on the post of the bed, and then turned it back and hit it again. Just a back-to-back hit. So Bonk is just kind of,
Yeah.
it just fits him.
We are worried for his well-being a little bit, but
Yeah, I
he'll
call
be
him
okay.
Brosby too.
That's true.
Mr. Brosby.
Okay, so
Hey, good job. It looks like plastic.
Thank you. Yeah, I did a little bit of like a transparency arrange, send it back. I just want to make sure it's like, I guess it should be in front of that, but here's like the lollipop in a bag, which is fun, I think. So adding this over.
Voodoo
He
Bell
has
calls
no
him
idea.
Stink Boy. That's so funny. Oh, dogs.
I love it.
For real.
Okay, I think this is looking good. I think those are my big plans for our illustrations right now, right? Was there anything else I was like hoping to highlight? I don't think so.
No, I think that was everything.
All right. Does this mean it's Express time?
It's Express time.
All right, let's
make
go
it
over
happen.
into Andy's screen then, and we're gonna jump over into Express.
Let's do this. You dropped everything. Oh yeah, it's all in
So
the
yeah, we have our
library.
library built out. The only thing that I haven't built out yet is fonts. So you may have the honor of playing with fonts.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna pull it up on my screen too, and I think Studio Manager will pull up your screen.
Cool. You
But
should be able to see me too.
As you can see, Andy and I are already. Oh,
Whoa.
that was seamless. That was gorgeous. Okay,
Are we
great.
on my screen now?
Yes,
Oh,
we are on
look
your
at
screen
that.
because
Here's
I
my
am.
screen.
There you are.
Alrighty, so we are gonna make some Valentine cards, like
Yes.
virtual cards for dogs, because all dogs need that. And we're gonna start off by looking at our library here, which is under your stuff. Right here, there's the library tool, and everything that Emily made is right here. See all the colors, all the fun little illustrations. And let's start off by getting a little background color, yeah?
Yeah, let's do it.
I like to start off by doing a little background color here. Here's our additional colors.
So handy.
You want it to be
Perfect.
pink or red? Pink, let's do pink.
Let's do pink.
It's gonna be pink today.
It's your game.
I love
We
that.
should add fonts in though. I didn't build that out, so you can
Cool.
collaborate and add that in maybe. So just
Sure, yeah. Click here.
Yeah, there you go.
Alrighty, let's see, what kind of font do we wanna use?
I think we should use Bille because we
Bille.
did have Bille. Aaron in the chat says, "Does Mosby need my address?" Yes. Actually, no. Maybe just your phone number. We will send you this graphic via text because this
Exactly.
is sized for social media.
Which also means you should get a dog. FYI, Aaron.
Not us pressuring our friends to get a dog.
I mean, imagine. Okay, do you have the phrases that we're gonna use?
Yes. Let me pull those up for you.
Okay, we're gonna add your text here, and we're gonna say.
Okay. You had me at woof.
Oh, I love that. You had me.
And chat, if you don't like cheesy sayings, I'm sorry. If you have a better option or better suggestion, throw it in the chat. But we are going to be doing dog puns for the foreseeable future.
Yes, we are.
So I apologize.
Okay, I misspelled wolf. Oh no, I didn't.
Welcome to live streaming. That is the rite of passage.
All right, cool. And then we have our fonts over here. Let me go back to our library, and we're gonna click this. Boom. Oop,
Oh.
missed it. Oh, you have to add. My bad.
That's okay.
You had.
Every program I feel like has a different workflow or a slightly different workflow, so it takes a little bit to recalibrate, you know?
Exactly. Okay, so here's our text here. Let's make it a little bigger. Boom. Maybe.
Oh, I doggone love you. That's cute.
I doggone love you. I love that. Okay, so then let's add in some fun little stuff. Oh, should we do let's do the one with the envelope, yeah?
Yes, do that
Yeah,
envelope.
okay. So we're gonna make a little fun motion graphic here. So
And you
for
are the
now-
king of motion graphics in Express.
In Express, I am.
Yes.
That is very kind of you to say. So we're gonna bring in our little letters here. So we have 2 Here's when it's closed, and here's when it's open. And what I'm going to do is try to make sure that they're around the same size.
Smart.
Boom. Okay, and so for now, we're going to deal with this top letter, because that's going to be what's first on the
Right, it's
little
closed.
motion graph.
Because
Yeah, so
before
it's
you open a
closed.
letter,
Exactly.
it's closed.
It's closed. I don't know if you know that. So we're gonna come over here to the left. So when you click on your little asset here, you're gonna come to the left, click animation, and you have all these awesome options. You could have it fade in, you could have it flicker in, whatever. But for this one, we're gonna have it. Did we have it tumble in? I forget. I think tumble. Oh no.
No,
Let's
I
see.
think we were gonna do.
Oh, we're just gonna have it shake. I think.
Yeah, I think so.
That's right. So we're gonna click none. We're gonna go over here to loop, and we are gonna have it wiggle, because that's what
It's just
letters
so
do
excited.
when
It
you
has
need
something to
open them.
say.
Exactly. So you could control how fast you want it to wiggle. Here, let me put this down here just so you can see it more clearly. Oops.
Layers are super important.
I'm gonna delete it for now, actually.
Goodbye.
So you could adjust here how much you want it to wiggle. If you wanted to go slow, if you wanted to go faster, how intense you want the wiggling to be.
Whoa.
Here you go. We'll turn it down just a little
Yeah,
bit.
that was too much. I was scared. It felt like something was
Exactly.
alive inside the envelope.
Like, let me out.
Yeah.
Okay. Although, this is kind of fun, right? This is like,
Yeah, I
I
feel like
really
that's-
have something to tell you.
But I am not going to be scary about it.
Exactly. But we're not scary about it. Cool. So then after that, you can see here, there's a little timeline here at the bottom, and you can see it moving.
Look at it go.
And so next what we're going to do, since I deleted the other asset, we're just going to come back over here. We're in our library again. We're going to drag it in.
Oh, I think you want the open one,
That
right?
is the same one. You're right. We
So
want
many
the
letters.
open one. Here we go. And then again, I'm going to try to make it around the same size just so that
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
great.
dogs can believe that it's real. And then next what we're going to do is we're going to make this one pop open. So to do that, first I'm going to adjust the length of this one. Here's like a little timeline, and I want it to shake for, let's say, 2 seconds here. And then we're going to switch over to the open one, and we're actually going to just have that one
I
stay
think it'll
open,
shake
yeah?
too, yeah.
You want it to shake too? Let's see. Loop.
Or I guess it could be static.
I think static, because what we're going to do is then
Okay.
animate the text.
You're the expert here.
I am not the expert, but I will take it.
Okay, I do need that type to be a little more fun. I need more personality in that
You're
type.
right. Let's make
I'm
it.
sorry.
No.
I have demands.
How should I make it more fun? You tell me.
I think you need to make it a little bit bigger.
Yes.
I'm not mad about it being black, but maybe we
Oops.
try. The red might be too clashy, but let's see.
Where did that little thing go?
Also, we have a question in the chat. Did I miss the Johnstons? You missed part 1, but part 2 is going to be up right after us. So around 12, they will be back on. And if you want to see the full thing, there's always the replay for Adobe Live on YouTube, so you can always see it there as well.
W.
You had me at woof. Do we have an exclamation mark?
I added
I
it.
love that.
Yes.
Cool.
And then should we make it like maybe
I think bigger.
even bigger? Okay,
Even
I love
bigger. I'm the client right now. Can the logo be bigger? Could it take a yeah, okay, that's good.
Is that too big?
No, I think that's fine.
Yeah,
And
okay.
maybe the leading a little bit. So bring the lines a little bit
Yes.
closer together.
Here we are.
Line spacing, yeah.
Line spacing. Here you go.
I know. I said leading. There you
There
go.
we go.
Perfect.
Perfect. Okay. Cool.
Should woof be all caps? Like you had me at woof.
You're so right. Yes. Because this is a love letter.
And I think when a dog woofs, I mean there is a lowercase woof, but I think dogs mostly woof in uppercase.
That's true.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
Aaron says I love a good bold moment. Thank you.
Let's go. Okay. You had me at woof, and we have this animation done. Then this one's going to pop open, but we want to make sure that they line up so that the closed letter disappears when the open letter appears. So
Yes.
as you can see here, we have this going in at about 2 seconds here. So over here, what we're going to do is drag this to right about, we're here, 5, 4. We're going to go to 3 seconds. I think that math is correct. Oh, it is right there.
Hey,
So
there's no math.
that's true. No math on here.
You are free
I'm
to
so
be.
sorry. So here's what we have so far. It's not done yet, but just so you can see what we're doing, we have the first layer, which is the closed letter, shaking for about 2 seconds, and then boom, the letter opens, and now what we're going to have happen is this is going to pop up.
Okay,
So-
can I ask one more request?
Yes.
Can you make belly not regular, but can you make the weight bold? I think there's a bold version.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Boom.
Okay, I feel
Like
better
that?
and I will stop asking.
No, keep giving me, you're our creative director today.
Okay.
Is that
Oh,
good?
yes, I
Yeah?
feel better about that too.
Okay.
I was going to say it was getting a little close to the edges.
Okay, how do you like that? It's turned a little. I feel like that's kind of fun, right?
Yeah,
Or-
I think it's
yeah?
super fun.
Okay, cool. So next up, we're gonna animate this and make it look like it's popping out of the envelope. So
Perfect.
with it clicked, you're gonna come over here to the animation again, and you have 3 options. You could have it go like what you want it to do when it appears. And so we're gonna have it when it comes in. We're gonna have it.
I think it should like come, out of the.
Although that's a little slow. Let's see if
You
there's
could speed
like,
it up probably.
I feel like bungee is gonna be the vibe.
Can it bungee up?
Yeah, it can.
What?
Boom! Look at that.
You can change the direction?
Yes, you
Since
can.
when Adobe Express? That's amazing.
Okay, so we want it to open and then it comes out. Maybe just like slight. Let's see what it looks like when it's right at that 3 seconds. So just again, what I just did was like click the in animation, click bungee. We might adjust this. I put it up, and now come
Are we
back to our
gonna play it?
timeline. We're gonna play it, see if it comes out. So here's it shaking. Boom! You had me at woof.
It's
Let's
so
go.
fun. Okay, wait. Would it be so crazy if there were like hearts that also came out?
Oh, let's make that happen.
I just feel like we need
it
a
has
little bit
to
more.
be. Yes, let's see.
Ryan in the chat says you had me at meow. Ryan, this is a dog stream.
Sorry, Ryan. The next stream will maybe be for dogs.
Ryan does have a
Or
really
cats.
cute cat though, so I understand.
Ooh, these are. Maybe I
Yeah.
should change the background color.
Maybe make the background color the lighter pink.
Yeah, let's do that real quick.
You still won't be able to use that heart. I'm sorry.
That is.
But I can update that asset for you. Hold on.
Hold up.
You choose a different asset. I'll make your life easier.
Okay, let's do that for now.
Maybe do like, there's a little dog bone. I think that would work really well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because dogs love bones.
Give a dog a bone.
Okay, here's
or whatever
one
this
bone that we're gonna
saying
bring
is.
out. Let's have it come out over here maybe.
Yes, cute.
And then let's grab another asset.
Did I not? Okay, I just added in,
Maybe a Kong.
I added the heart.
Make it over here, and we want this to be on top. So maybe we'll do something like that.
This letter's just exploding with dog treats and toys.
It is. Yes, it's gonna be amazing.
Mosby's the best Valentine that's ever been.
I know. Mosby better be appreciative
Yeah.
of this is what we're doing for him. Okay, so we have these two. I'm gonna wait for those hearts to come our way.
Okay,
in a
I
little
dropped
bit.
one in that has the arrow through it, so let's see if it's updated yet.
Let's see here.
Not yet, huh?
Not yet over
That's
here.
okay.
Okay, we'll wait for that. But in the meantime, we're gonna animate these.
Yes, perfect.
So we want these to come out when the letter opens and when the words come out as well. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on our asset. So here is
Sorry,
the
don't mind me. I'm
dog
just in the
tool.
file.
That's okay. And we wanted to pop in just like the other one. So we're gonna click bungee. And we wanted to come out of the letter. So make sure you come here, click this little settings button, click up, and boom. And we're gonna adjust that to where it's so helpful. There's a little dot there that tells you when
That is so helpful.
the other animation comes in. And then we're gonna do the same thing to the Kong. So I'm clicking the Kong over here. You could also click it here, but this makes it a little easier. Click the layer, and you're gonna click the animations again, and we're having the bungee animation happen. We're gonna click up, and boom. So here's what it will look like. Oh, but I need to adjust the timeline here. Boom. So here's where we're at as of right now. Everybody ready? Get your dogs. They're gonna love this.
Make them watch right now.
Boom.
Wait.
I love that. Okay,
Andy,
maybe
it's so fun.
maybe we need it to happen a little bit after. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just like slightly.
Are we with like the most ridiculous dog
We
parents?
might be. We might be.
But hey, no inspiration like your pets, you know?
Okay, maybe they should need to happen at the same time. Actually, I think they have to happen at the same time.
Okay, I have an idea also. Once you like perfect this, I have another idea.
Let me just boom. Okay, and we're just gonna go with this for now. And boom.
It's
Let's
amazing.
go. Love
Okay.
that. Okay. Sorry,
Do you feel good?
I almost feel good,
Okay, sorry. You finish and then I'll tell you.
but maybe we need it to be not on. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe make it a little smaller. It's like really close
yeah,
to the
I
edge.
think that's right. A little smaller, and up. Like
Either
that.
like if it's that close to the edge, I feel like it either needs to be like breaking that plane, like you know what
all
I'm
the
saying,
way-
like
yeah.
3/4 on, quarter off, or it needs to be in the safety zone. Otherwise, you're kind of like,
What do you
what's
think right
happening there? Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
That seems more dog sized.
All right, last time we'll try this, and then we'll get
And
the
then-
rest of the assets in.
Okay.
And boom, there we go. Love it.
Oh,
It's so
someone's
fun.
asking, yeah, for their OCD, can you move the Kong away from behind the font? Yes, I feel
Yes,
you. We did that. We heard you.
Definitely did that. Yes.
Bingo. Thank you. Okay, I'm thinking last thing before we jump to the next one that we're working on.
Mm-hmm.
What if at the very end it signs like your secret admirer or
Oh,
like
I love that.
XOXO Mosby?
Yeah.
So maybe more text at the bottom in that blank space.
Right here. at the
Here,
bottom.
yeah. Right here. Look at my cursor. I'm
There
floating.
you are. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Okay, love that. So we're gonna come back over here to our font.
And maybe we do a different font. I guess we haven't chose one. How about Newhouse Grotesque? I feel like you and I like
Sure.
that one.
Yeah, let's do
I think it's NEU.
So then let me actually.
Me having
come over
requests
here.
and then making them
Fonts.
even more.
We're gonna add a font here.
I think it's NEU.
NEU.
Yeah.
There we are. Do we like this one?
So many ways to spell new, am I right?
For real. Okay, so click your font, and then we're gonna say from your secret admirer or from Mosby.
Let's do from Mosby
From
because
Mosby.
Secret Admirer is a lot of letters.
That's true.
And as a
From-
designer, sometimes how it looks is more important than accuracy.
Exactly.
Just kidding, sorry.
Okay. So,
Sorry, chat says XOXO Butterboy. That is Mosby's new
Butterboy.
nickname.
okay, we definitely need to call him that. That's so fun. Okay, how do we feel about the weight? Do we want it to be a little bit more?
I do think it needs to have a little bit more weight, so maybe
Yeah.
like, yeah, you're on light. So maybe medium, and then also I think we need to like adjust the tracking of the letters. They're a little close. So
let's
under,
go
yeah,
here.
nope, it's under the line spacing one. Yep, do letter spacing.
This one, letter spacing, make it.
Which the more design word for that is tracking, which is the whole line of text. You may have heard kerning. Kerning is just between two letters, but that looks great. Okay, I think it either needs like a colon or a comma, like from colon.
You're right. I'm not
Mosby.
good at grammar.
I'm not either, but I feel like you can visually see it.
There it is. From Mosby. How do we like that?
I love.
Yeah. Okay.
Gorgeous.
And do we want it to pop out of the letter too?
I think maybe just like slides in.
Slide in. Okay. I love
Like
that.
like he's cool. Mosby's got some game,
From
you know.
Mosby. Smooth dude.
Mosby.
Alrighty. So what we're gonna do then is click our layer here. Come over to animations, and as you can see, we're gonna be under the title, and then let's have it slide in. Let's see.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
but slower.
okay, slower.
He
for
needs
sure.
to not be too excited.
He's a very excited.
But he's
guy.
very excited. It's
Okay,
true.
to make it slower, then we're gonna make this a little bit longer.
Wait, sorry. Before you animate it, Jess says from on Valentines. You're right. It should be love.
Love. Oh,
You're right. You're
dude,
right.
Dropping keys. Okay, love.
Thank you, Jess.
All caps? Or
Not all caps. I think all caps is
crazy?
too much.
Love
okay,
me.
then it's not a colon. It would be love, comma.
Comma. You're right.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't want Jess to get mad again. Just kidding, Jess.
Okay. How do we feel there?
I think it's
Gotta
good.
make sure that. Okay.
Sorry, I'm still laughing. I think that's so funny. From is pretty cold.
It is. That's like from your friend.
Did you ever send a from Valentine's? Not to me, of course, but.
I mean, probably. I think my mom wrote all mine when I was in elementary school, so who knows?
So hopefully from.
Okay, so we want this to come out after the letter opens.
Yeah. Like, let him wait a second. Let him be like, who sent this? And like, oh my gosh, Mosby?
It's Mosby.
My crush?
Okay, maybe a second later. Let's see. Let's see what this looks like, chat. Click play on our little animation. Boom! You had me at woof. Love Mosby. Oh, that's kind of nice,
It's
right?
so good. It's so fun, Andy.
Okay. Do you think this space right here is too
Yeah,
much
the
space?
space is a little awkward.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh.
split it evenly? Or what?
Should we add in the hearts here?
Yeah,
Yeah? Did you make them? Let's
I
see.
did.
Did they pop up yet?
they should. I may. Oh,
I don't think they did. Should I just reload
I
the
have
screen?
them. Here, let me add them in for you. I think it's because I reloaded it, so maybe yours is thinking
Oh,
on
yeah,
it.
I think so too.
Well, here's one. Let me add that in for you. And then let me refresh mine actually. Give me 1 second. We're refreshing.
Just doing a quick refresh.
You might be able to refresh as well, and it should reload it. So just do Command R and like refresh your page. Or, yeah, Command R.
Boom. Let's see.
And then it'll update the library for you. If not, I'm gonna drop it in as well. 2 hearts for you.
Here's the library.
There you go.
Okay, here, these two at the top?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, you already put them in, so perfect.
Yeah.
Okay,
But that
let's just
also
animate
helps.
these one more time then. We want them to pop up. We're using the bungee one. And we want it to pop up. And then maybe
Okay,
make
wait,
them a
but
little
isn't your
smaller.
text there? So shouldn't it be below the envelope?
Yes, you're right.
So maybe okay, I'm thinking, I'm storyboarding. We have the envelope, it opens, you had me at with toys, then maybe it slides in with Mosby. So it's like, love, Mosby.
Yeah, I
Yeah?
love that. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want it down here then?
Yeah, I think, and then I think smaller too.
Yeah, we gotta make these a little smaller.
Like they gotta fit in that like in between
This
space.
Space here.
Yeah.
Okay, and then maybe this just a tad.
No,
Okay.
we're not friend zoning people by Mosby. Mosby is everyone's friend.
Mosby
Thank
loves
you for
everyone.
copyright, or not copywriting. Like copywriting. Not the legal version.
There you go. Okay, hold on. I want to make sure that here's the letter. Where's the other letter? There it
So if you guys are just joining us today, we are doing a really fun Valentine's Day stream all day. We started off with a really fun Galentine's Day stream. Then Mark and Lauren from Cactus Country joined us and they started creating a poster. And then we are creating Valentines for your dogs. And then after us, Mark and Lauren are coming back and they're finishing that poster design, which is really exciting. So stick around. We're super glad that you guys are joining us for this very special Valentine's Sweetheart stream.
Yes. Okay, let's see. I think I might have gotten a version. Oh, no, hold on.
You're almost there.
Almost there. We got to adjust the timing
You have worked
this
on
one.
so many layers and you're perfecting this.
All right, I think that's when they both pop up.
Cute.
But maybe that needs to happen after Love Mosby.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
Okay,
I'm good with that.
Okay, let's just adjust the timing here. And then after this, we'll go to our next little project.
Okay, perfect. We have about 5 minutes left, so we're doing well.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to adjust this one more time. Sorry, chat. And then let's see.
But this is where the magic happens. And the
You're right.
fine details, this is what, yeah.
All right, chat. Let's see. Did we do it? Shaken. Open. You had me at woof. Love Mosby. That's
I'm
kinda fun.
obsessed.
Yeah, there we go.
It's so fun. Okay.
All right. So if
Should we do the next?
Yeah, let's move on to the next one. Yeah.
Oh, what were we going to say?
No, I was just.
You're ready.
Yeah, we're ready to move on.
Okay.
Okay. So click here.
New page. Oh. Surprise, there's a dog collar. Okay, we'll delete that.
Yeah.
I think this one should be toy themed.
Toy theme.
Okay,
Love that.
maybe I'll throw some things on and then you could.
Animate.
Yeah, okay.
Love that. Let's make it happen.
All right, let's crush this in the last 5 minutes. I'm gonna do a white background, I think, and I'm gonna add my elements. So I'm just gonna click and add these in. We're gonna lose the white hearts. No.
Oh.
Okay, those are not working then. I'm gonna add in the Kong toy since we had
There
so
you
much
go.
love for the Kong toy. And I'm thinking this one is like, either like, I don't know, like meet me at the dog park or like let's have a play date. Maybe let's have a play date. All right.
Hello, Franco. Welcome to the chat.
Okay, I think this is fun. And then I want another asset. Maybe the paws. Kind of cute. Very dog.
Super cute.
Uh,
Oh, if we had more
what?
time, we could make it look like they're walking.
Wait, that'd be so fun.
That would. But that would take some time.
But we've been cooking. We've been doing so many fun things.
We have been cooking.
Maybe I'll add the dog-friendly treat. The paws are gonna go. We're here
See
for the
ya.
candy. It's Valentine's Day.
It's true.
Okay. And I'm gonna do it in Bille, I think. So, play date.
Perfect.
Amanda Few Words, our dog. And I'm gonna let's do bold and let's size this up. I'm gonna say 100. Still not big enough.
Whoa.
What did you do? 150?
I have no idea.
Perfect. That's how
There
I
you
like my type aligned. Let me
That's how
fix
dogs
this.
read.
That's true. Can dogs read? We need to know. Playdate? Is that cute?
Yeah, super cute.
All right, great. I'm no dog, but if I was, I'd be interested. Okay. I'm going to give the italic a little pizzazz to it. Okay, I'm going to decrease this line spacing. I'm just going to drag this up. I could not guess how big it should be. Playdate. Okay, and then it's really empty up here, so I'm going to add in
Maybe a heart? Or a paw?
Yes.
No, a paw.
paw.
Because we already have a heart.
You're so right. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do-
there you go.
Maybe like that. And then I'm going to make it kind of like going off the screen. How
Beautiful.
about, is this feeling good?
Yeah, it's feeling really good.
Okay. So we do only have 3 minutes left, which is a little bit.
Oh, we can do this.
Yes.
We're going to make it happen.
Are
ready
you
for
going
me
to
to
use
hop in?
animate all or are you going to go for it?
Ooh. Should we animate all?
I think animate all might be the idea.
Okay, so we're going to click all of our assets here. Oh, wait. Yeah.
I don't even think you.
Or is it
Actually, I
just
don't know.
animate all? Actually, I don't
You
think
know, I
I've
think you do
ever-
have to highlight something.
Yeah, okay. So we're gonna click all our assets here. Boom, boom, boom. Everything is highlighted as you can see. Animation.
And then it's that top one, animate all.
Animate all. Here we go. And we're gonna have them. Oh, actually, I don't know. Let's see. What does it look like when this happens? Oh, it's gonna
Almost
think a little
ready.
bit.
We did give it a lot of layers.
Whoa.
Fun.
That is fun, yeah.
I liked it. Wait, did it do the type too? So
We
maybe
did
you
do the
don't
type.
need to select everything. It may just do it for you. Because you didn't select the type, I don't think.
I did not. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it looks like it just
That's
animates everything. That
fun.
is super fun.
okay, wait, give me another option.
Okay, another option. Let's see.
Please.
If we don't want to animate all.
No, I like animate all, but I want to see like something else, like the waterfall or sunrise.
Oh, I got you. Okay, let's see.
Just wanna see another
what does it look
style.
like when? Okay, everything just comes down from the bottom.
Okay.
Sunrise will make it all come up. Oh, I kind of like that one.
Wait, let me see it again. Sorry, I looked
Okay.
away briefly.
Look, it just boom.
Ooh, I do like that.
It's kind of smooth, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, let's go play.
Yeah.
I love
A
that.
gentle
Yes.
play.
If we had more time, it would be fun to make them bounce into the screen because that's a little bit more playful.
Very like dog toys.
Yes, which is very easy
But
to
we
do with
don't.
Adobe Express. I know. We only have
Okay.
1 minute.
Well, let's do a little recap then of what we did in the
Yes.
stream, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so we started off in, well, if we want to jump to my screen, sorry. We started off in Project Neo and we built a really fun dog bone and we highlighted just the new features that are available and also type in Neo. Crazy. We explored the
crazy.
3D world. Then we jumped over to Illustrator and we looked at some of the new features, which did not want to go there, which includes faster processing of images being brought into Illustrator, retype, which is really exciting, and we also looked at how to use objects on a path to create this really fun illustration here. From there, we finished some illustrations, and then we brought those illustrations into a shared library, which then you animated in Express.
Yep.
And all in all, we created 2 really fun dog Valentines that you can share with your dogs or your dog friends.
Exactly. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Yeah.
Up next, we have Mark and Lauren from Cactus Country, and it's going to be super awesome. Stay tuned, and we'll see you soon.
Today we are creating some free templates for Valentine's Day. So let's go ahead and hop into Illustrator. And here's the easiest way to make a heart in Illustrator. You make a square, then you're going to rotate it. You're gonna use the direct selection tool to delete this top point. We are just going to put a stroke on it, and we are going to increase this stroke. We're just gonna round the edges, and you keep going. We can just select this, go to Object, Expand, and boom, heart. So I'm just gonna round out the edges, and then we are going to make another copy. So we're gonna select it, and then we're going to go to Effect, 3D Materials, Extrude and Bevel. So we're gonna do Round. Okay, I'm trying not to break people's teeth. If you want to play around with the settings of your substance, you can do that here. So you can go here in your 3D and click on plus, and it's gonna add in another light, so that way the shadow isn't so harsh down here. Or you can change it to like a blue and get like a nice blue shadow on the edge. Ooh, that's cute. Let's do another version of it so it looks like maybe they're like falling hearts. And we're just gonna go back to the default material. And then we can come down here to roughness and metallic and turn metallic all the way up. So this will be like our 90s style, and I wanna do like a couple, oh, it's so cool. So what we're gonna do here is I'm going to add in all of our fun little colors, and now I'm gonna group it. We're gonna do 3D materials, and this time we're gonna do inflate. Because it's a group, it's gonna cut out all these pieces. So it's gonna create this really like bubbly look, and then go to our lighting, add in a bunch more lights. Great, okay, love that. Super fun. I'm gonna save this first. Let's go ahead and turn on shadows. We are gonna go up here and we are going to do ray tracing. We're gonna hit it with a high and render. Yes.
Oh my God, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
We're gonna save this into our desktop. So now what I can do is we can literally just come over to Express, and I'm just gonna drag and drop that. Yay! So let's go to text, and we can do generate text effects. You are my, let's just try Chrome and see if that works. All right, so you're my, and then let's do crush at the bottom here. Okay, love it. Let's go ahead and add another page, same size. And this one, the background color is going to be this nice little green. Let's do this version. And I'm gonna do like a bunch of them. I think I am falling. Oh. For you. So we're gonna go to Object Rasterize on each of these. So with this selected, I'm going to select my art and the heart, and then go to Object, Mockup Make.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, this is fun. This is gonna look good. So we're just gonna click here and go to Remove Background. It's like easier than easy peasy. Express is so good. And wait, it gets cuter. Click on Animation, and then go to Animate All, and have them waterfall in. Loop, Bob, here, loop, Bob, out, drop. It's so cute.
Amazing.
Next page, blue, obviously, for the sky, and let's make some balloons. Let's use these.
What do you think?
I think I can copy and paste these in here, actually. Let's definitely animate all, and we're gonna have these sunrise. All right, drift in, click, click. Welcome to Adobe Live, where we're clicking. And then I'm going to add in the text here. Let's go ahead and just do silver. And then let's go ahead and make it smaller and put it right there in the middle. And then we are going to drift in. We're gonna go up, fade, off the page, loop. We are gonna do the bob. Yay!
Amazing.
Let's go ahead and make one more. Let's do this one, but let's do it in different colors. And then let's do it so that all of these are kind of falling at different angles. Paste that one. Ooh, maybe it is like the other one to where it's kind of just like a fun pattern that like is repeating over and over. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna make a template and I'm going to name this Valentines Adobe Live. Create a public link. Chat, oh wait, chat. There's your QR code. Scan that away and you will be able to download these templates and send them to your Valentine.
Hi,
Hello.
welcome back to part 2. Thank you so much to Emily and Andy. That was a really cute little Valentine's Day. Someone said remarkable Valentine. I love this theme. It's been really fun to put it together. So in part 1, we started drawing and creating a design for a show poster for an imaginary band called the Lovebirds, going with the Valentine's Day theme. Mark imported that into Illustrator from Fresco. So now we're gonna start building out the poster design and showing you our process of putting that all together, adding in text, adding in color, and making it really fun. So we'll shout out to Marky.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the intro.
And in case you didn't see part 1, my name's Lauren Johnston.
I'm Mark.
Mark Johnston. We're from Cactus Country, a design studio based in Los Angeles. All right.
All right.
Let's get into it.
Let's get to it. So this is pretty much exactly where we left off. I've imported my file into Illustrator, and kind of the first thing I did was just group all of the objects together that I kind of want to have grouped. So yeah, that's where we are here. If you notice, there's like a lot of like kind of different lines here. That's just every sketch or every line kind of has its own anchor points. So something that I do that kind of just like to clear up my mind a little bit that I'm just gonna do real quick. No, I'm not gonna do that. I do like to join all of them, but that might just take a while and I just want to get right into it. So first off, I don't really want a white background because I think I'm going to be doing pink, and that'll kind of just help dictate a lot of the decisions we make. So I'm going to make a rectangle that is the size of the box, and I kind of want to have a little bit of a border actually, like that shows the paper through. A lot of time just with screen printing posters, they don't print edge to edge. So I'm going to use the offset path tool, and let's say -1/4 inch. Whoops. See what that looks like. I think I might do -1/2 inch. I feel like is a good size. So now we have 2 rectangles. This one will be the color of the paper, which I will actually probably do in this lighter color. And kind of what I'm doing now is we're gonna go through and change the colors eventually later on, but right now I'm kind of just setting the colors, and this can all change. But that's just kind of where I'm at right now, so I can kind of at least start seeing stuff. So you can see in our initial sketch, we have this fun border, and kind of why I'm starting at this point is just to know how much sizing or like the composition is gonna look, so that way I know, okay, San Francisco can go like here, Golden Gate Park, etc. So I kind of just wanted to do something simple. I love like a mini checks kind of pattern, but for this I'm going to do a longer rectangle border that kind of mimics mini checks. But so yeah, just gonna start building it with some rectangles and then duplicating it. Actually,
We're kind of obsessed with the checkered pattern right now. I feel like it's super popular in like furniture and clothing, but we don't want to overdo it. So I like the idea of making the rectangles a little bit wider. It's a different type of
we're just gonna
pattern on
that.
that. And again, none of this will be final color. We'll kind of make it more fun and Valentine's-y, probably lighter, brighter. But right now, Mark's just kind of using the colors that we have going on already.
So I did make it a little large, but I feel like that's kind of a nice size right there.
What's going on with the hearts? They're a little off.
Don't worry about it.
And earlier we talked about...
This is not the final product yet. There's going to be a lot of that to come, so...
Earlier we talked about how many hidden hearts can we find. So at the very end, if we have a time, maybe we can see if we can count through.
So yeah, I'm just going to like...
Probably not. There's a
do
lot
a
of
few
hidden
clicks
hearts.
here to where I like that.
And by the way, if you have any questions for us or about the design, or just in general as we're going through this, just drop them in the chat and then we can answer as we go.
All right, so we have our top border. That's looking good. What we're gonna wanna do now is replicate it down the side. So I'm just going to, sometimes I can't even remember some of the shortcuts I use, but basically I'm just gonna duplicate that, rotate it, and then this is all gonna be the same size. I'm gonna align it with the heart. And then obviously this is gonna need to go farther down.
And there'll be a little spacing in the middle there.
The secret to all of spacing is making a square.
A box.
Yeah.
Could be a rectangle, could be a square.
So now I'm just kind of going in what I call no man's land, and that's just kind of separates the rest of it. Once you group an item, and then that way I can just kind of duplicate that. And I think that's where our heart's gonna go.
I was gonna say our hearts at the bottom too. Gotta have more hearts.
Yeah. So
And
we'll
then
do.
we're also gonna add in a fun little Golden Gate bridge at the bottom that'll be kind of above the bottom pattern, tying in that night theme.
So this should be centered with that. It's not, but now it is. All right, so I have our border. It's looking great. We do want to have this element in here, so I'm going to probably center this vertically, and I'm just going to make it a little bit smaller. The wings are popping out, so we'll see if that kind of becomes problematic.
I was wondering about that on the edge. Can you just bring them in a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you know, I mean, there's really no rules, but what we'll do is we'll center it between those two. We'll just kind of eyeball it, and then
Looking good.
building blocks, that's how I do it. All right, so
You're going much speedier than when we were in the drawing phase.
yeah, well, this is, yeah, I don't know what it is. Okay, so we don't need that. So that's looking pretty good. I mean, obviously we have room to kind of change it. I might move that up just so that space is filled in a little better, but that's feeling pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. And then I'm going to, there's probably better ways to do some of this that I'm doing, but this is just how I do it. So I'll duplicate that.
I would do it the same way.
Sure.
I would.
Okay, so then we just need this. Actually, this is, if you want it to kind of land in the same place, what I like to do is use a rotating tool. Whoops. Not like that. So we'll find the center, click there, and then just rotate it. And while you're rotating it, you can duplicate it, which is Shift Option. And now I know that is in the exact same place. And
We're just missing a little heart.
just missing the heart. So now we have a complete border. The only thing left to do for this is to add the Golden Gate Bridge piece. So I'm gonna go ahead and just move these kind of up so they're out of the way. These I kind of just created. I didn't really put them exactly where I want them to go, but I kind of made those so that they're just individual elements that I can move around.
We could even like delete, move those things around,
So
sprinkle them in other places.
we're gonna make our Golden Gate Bridge. And this one I'm just gonna kind of use shapes to build it out.
You have the shape
I
of the
believe
bridge
it has two of these. What?
You have the shape of the bridge memorized.
We're gonna do it very basic. And for my research, there's only two of these guys. I don't know what those are called.
Posts.
Yeah.
Beams.
Hi, Amanda. In the chat.
Our friends are watching, friends
All
and
right.
family.
So this will be the connecting piece between the two. I guess we'll just call them like pillars, I guess.
Yeah, bridge pillars.
So these will connect the two pieces together, and I'm not really worried about it being too perfect right now. I do want this to kind of touch down here, and it's going to be kind of a weird oblonged kind of oval, but that's okay.
It's looking good.
And we're going to have these ends just touch the ground here. So I'll copy that, reflect it.
It's giving bridge.
That's what we're going for.
We know what we're looking at.
Let's make sure we're all do outline mode, make sure everything is kind of touching. So, all right, so now we have our bridge element, which I will just group together so we can kind of play around with it as we want. Bring it to the end of that border and then bring it to this end. So now we have kind of the starting building block of our bridge, and I just need to kind of play around with that to make it look like a bridge. But
we had some like lines kind of down the middle like that.
Yeah, so what I'm going to use, so this is a
sketch.
really great tool that I use pretty often. It's just the blending tool. And you can be as precise, I guess, as you want for this. But for this, I'm just going to create these two lines. Option Command B will create the blend. And that is obviously way too many. So what we're going to do is go into the options, specified steps. I probably only want like 3 or 4 because I'm actually going to thicken the stroke.
Looks great.
So there we have that, and I'm just going to expand that so I can actually get these to be perfectly in line with the
rope.
A cable? Okay.
We need more bridge
So
awareness.
I'm going to group all this together now. I'm going to select, I have a shortcut for selecting the same width of line, so I'm going to actually play around with like kind of the thickness just to give it a bolder look.
I like that. It's looking good.
So it's looking a little thick.
It's heavy in black too. Maybe we make it the lighter color just so it's not as harsh
Just to
on the
visualize
eye.
it, yeah. Then I'll just
Or
do
a lighter color.
select.
We were talking earlier about how in a lot of our work we don't really use just harsh black anyways, so it's kind of funny
Yeah.
that you got the black going, but nothing wrong with it.
All right, we got our bridge.
It's looking good.
And I kind of want it to actually like more just sit on top of this, so I'm just gonna kind of do that manually and then bring all of these anchor points down to touch. There we go. So we have our bridge. And I'm kind of keeping it this black color because we will
Plug that in the end.
end up changing. I'm kind of seeing that color as being our darker color. It'll be the same as the outline, as well as some of the other elements. So
Are we ready to add in some text?
we're gonna add in some text. Do you have a note on that?
No.
You sound like you want to say something. So I'm going.
I'm just excited. This is like the fun part, putting it all together.
Yeah, and it's always hard for me to not want to dive into color yet. You can totally do that, but just for getting it kind of built out, I don't try to like marinate too much on that. So we have the lovebirds, which we're going to say is one word.
And you're typing. Can you tell us what you're doing right now?
I'm typing. It's very small, so you can't see
You
it.
can't see it very.
But I'm just
very
kind of
large.
playing with the type on path tool, and I'm going to enlarge that. So we have the lovebirds, and I'm already kind of seeing the circle is, we want it arched. It's a little too
Too arched.
for me. So what I'm gonna do is just copy the text styling, and then I'm gonna expand it a little bit like this to make more of an oval. And that'll kind of make a nice shape there. And so for thinking about the fonts here, I already know I kind of want like a nice script font, and then kind of a stylistic font for lovebirds, and then probably like a tertiary font for the smaller information. What I like about show posters is that there is a lot of room for like type play and typography layouts, which I always enjoy. So for this, I kind of want to use one of the fonts that we've made, and this one was actually, this font itself was designed in
Fresco.
Fresco.
Yeah. We have a few fonts
I'm
that
gonna
we've
make
made.
that color.
So it's fun to tie those into our designs when we get the opportunity to, which is really just up to us whenever. Of course, we're gonna choose the best font that we can based for the design, but this one's really fun. It has a little bit of a southwestern feel. It's
kind of softer. It's called Crockett. And it's also nice too because since it is drawn in fresco, it matches a lot of our illustration styles too, naturally.
Yep.
So that's already looking pretty good. We have lovebirds, but we need the. And for this, I want a script font. So one of my favorite script fonts that is also, this one's available on Typekit. I haven't designed a script font, but this one is on Typekit, and it's by Chutzpah, one of our favorite design groups.
Yeah. And great font people.
And what's great about this one is that it has I'm just using the right variation, but what's nice is that it has like 4 kind of weights to it. So it's really versatile for using it as different stylings of fonts, like hierarchies and such. So we've got
perfect little placement there.
And also they do a good job of like having fun little alternate glyphs that are always fun to kind of just make
I kind of like that little H.
I do too. It's kind of touching the T though a little bit.
Oh, I see.
So I kind of like how it's just kind of nested there right now.
Let's keep the original E.
Okay. But it's fun to play around. You never know till you try. So we have that sitting above lovebirds. I'm just gonna duplicate that because what I'm gonna do is kind of just rotate that real quick so it kind of matches the flow a little bit. So cool. We're looking good.
At the bottom, we wanted to also include the location and the date of the show. So again, this is all just imaginary. We have this imaginary idea for a Valentine's Day show for this band, the Lovebirds. They're in San Francisco because it's a C. Because we're in San Francisco right now.
Always spell check.
Yes, and tomorrow's Valentine's Day, so we wanted to keep it all on theme, even though it is fake. But now we're kind of in the mood to go see the show.
These. We'll come back to those.
Yeah, we can plug those in.
Those are just some details.
We just add a little sparkle at the end.
All right, so we have San Francisco.
We were also thinking of putting a moon or sun.
And what I'm gonna do, I know
right?
this looks crazy, but what I'm gonna do is start adding kind of a tertiary font styling kind of into the mix, and I'm gonna use actually another Chutzpah font that is just also great because there's so many weights and variations of it, so it caters itself really well to this like different uses and such. So
you can tell we have a few favorite fonts we like to use in some of our work, but we have so much fun just browsing for hours.
Kind of nice.
Yeah, that looks
San
really
Francisco,
good.
California. And then on my sketch here, I have the date in the middle and then Golden Gate Park on the right.
I think on this one, Mark, you were talking about maybe putting it all on the right to just kind of balance out the text.
Well, kind of what's happening here too is I want to keep the text styling similar, but as we can see, the G is kind of going into the top font. So I'm thinking a nice way that we can kind of problem solve that is to put like February. I want something that kind of matches the same length as San, or the San Francisco area. So we'll do February 14th here. Oh, that's cool. Just did it automatically. And we're gonna say it's at Golden Gate Park, which we are going to put into our Santa Ana Sans, which I don't remember if I said that earlier, but this font, the sans serif, is Santa Ana Sans. We're gonna do it in all caps. So kind of have a nice balance here of these two.
What keyboard shortcut do you use to resize fonts?
So like if we're resizing this, I do Shift Command and then it's this arrow here. And then
like the greater than, less than arrows.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know the technical term of those. The greater than, less than, yeah.
This arrow.
And then if you want to mess with like the tracking or lighting, I don't want to.
Yeah.
The
tracking.
vertical spacing, which I'm probably getting these terms wrong, that you can do just option down and up with the actual arrow keys.
That's cool.
So, but I'm pretty happy with how that's looking.
Is that all in line, or are my eyes playing tricks on me?
It's all in line.
Okay.
But we can always double check with the align tool. And these are, I usually like to build these the same width so I can group them and then kind of center them. So California's looking a little close to, I kind of want to center it. I'm just going to eyeball it, the distance between the bottom of the heart here and the top of the bridge.
And then we're gonna fill in that middle section, right? A little bit?
Yes.
We're gonna put it like a big moon, full moon.
So we're gonna put a nice moon with this kind of same gold color. And I'm just gonna go back to these fun little shapes we built in Fresco earlier.
Fill it all in.
And I'm just gonna group the individual pieces. So what I'm gonna do is just kind of duplicate these.
I guess you can't tell lovebirds apart by their sex. You have to get a DNA test. Or witness them laying eggs. Fun facts about birds today. Earlier we had dog facts in the stream. Today we're doing bird facts. There's a lot of pigeon shout outs in the part 1 of the stream. We had a lot of fun putting these together and deciding also what bird we were going to use.
All right, so I'm just making a fun little night scene. I got our hearts, our stars. What did you call these stars?
Little twinkling stars, twinkling lights. We talked earlier too about how sometimes we'll take into account whether a design is kind of depicting a day scene or a night scene and having fun with the colors and details of that. So we included some little twinkling stars in this one.
It's looking good. We can fill it in a little bit. And I'm aware the colors are a little bit harsh.
The colors are getting strong. I'm ready to start having fun with color.
That is Lauren's thing. I'm really bad with, I'm getting better, but color is not necessarily my strong suit. So, okay, cool. So I'm pretty happy with that. What I'm gonna do is actually group those together.
Which ones are you grouping?
I'm trying to not select. Here we go. Okay, we're almost there. So I do a lot of things in groups so that way I can just deselect them and now I have this.
Got it.
And what I'm going to do is just duplicate this and reflect it. Like that. And
drop it in over here.
Just to make that perfectly centered. And I kind of just did that to save time. If you want it to maybe look more organic, you can obviously just build it yourself over there. I just kind of want to save time. I also kind of like the idea of everything's a little bit mirrored in this image, but obviously there's a few areas where it's going over the text, so we're just going to go into no man's land and pop a little of those, move those around a little bit.
Let's zoom out and see what it's looking like.
It's looking good.
It, yeah.
I'm going to actually change this white color. This is going to be the color of the paper, which is that lighter color. So
someone mentioned this is not an actual show. We did make this up.
It is not. Don't show up.
Do not show up at Golden Gate Park tomorrow for a Valentine's Day show, although that could be fun in the future. Hit us up because we already have a poster made for it.
There you go.
So are we ready to dye in some color?
So yeah, we're liking where this is at. I'm going to hit Shift O and that'll bring up the artboard selections, and I'm going to actually just duplicate this. And that'll be just in case I want to go back, or this is where things kind of get a little more tedious, just like moving things around. Might even outline some text, so I'm just going to duplicate it so that way we can always go back to the original version. And then, yeah, we get to the fun part of building some colors.
Yeah, so this is basically the completed poster design.
Let's see our mood board. Maybe we can
I mean, we talked about Valentine's Day classic colors, but we also want to keep
super bloom is really fun. I think that's Lisa Marie.
I really love the kind of bright colors for this. And someone mentioned in the first part doing kind of a Mexico City color palette.
Yes.
So I want to keep it Valentine's Day themed. We're going to stick with the pinks, the reds. I kind of like the gold that we already tied in, but maybe we
Just gonna
make it more bright and
expand
colorful.
all those strokes. So everything is a fill color now, which just for picking color for me, it's a lot easier. I have a few shortcuts that I've just programmed into Illustrator where it makes it easy to select the same color. So that's a really powerful tool for being able to change color fast and not having to be like, oh, I gotta change. I gotta like click every single thing that's that color. So I have as a shortcut, it's just, oops. But what I wanna do is I actually grouped this whole thing together, and what I'm gonna do is go in, select the color I wanna change, and for me it's Shift Command F. That's a shortcut I made. And now I have all of the black color selected. So I think for this, I'm gonna open our Pantones. I'm very I need like a guide to kind of for colors, especially too with, oh nice, I got to sign in, this is fun. I was signed in earlier. I can continue with Google.
We use Pantone Connect. It's a way to just have all of the Pantone swatches like really easily available while you're in Illustrator. And also it makes, there's Mark's email. It makes everything from a client perspective while you're saving everything out really easy, because if it goes to print, then they have all the Pantones already saved. So you don't have to set that up into a secondary document.
I promise I did this beforehand, but it locked me up.
That's okay. We got plenty of time. I'm excited to see how we'll tie in the colors together. Someone also mentioned the mood board of inspiration. So we kind of showed the mood board in the beginning of how we put together our ideas before we get into the concept stage. We never, of course, copy an exact design, but we like to kind of get our mind flowing, whether that's scrolling Pinterest, looking through design books, vintage ephemera. This design specifically, we talked about being inspired by old matchbooks. There was a lot of old matchbooks with birds on them for some reason, so got a lot of inspiration from that. And then we put it all together in a mood board, which we can use in design for that. You can use Illustrator for it, Fresco. Really, any program you can kind of drop in images to.
We're gonna have to go rogue.
It's not working. Someone sent their Connect to Pantone in the chat.
Oh, nice. Well, what I'm gonna do is, that's okay, that's fine. We're just gonna kind of just go for it and kind of see what happens. Lauren's very good at colors. So kind of what I already had in mind for this harsher black color right now is,
you did a coppery.
Let's just go into our color picker here.
We're really going rogue.
This is what we used to do all the time, and we were just, it's hard because there's so many, I like having kind of limited color palettes where I can kind of figure it out, but we're just gonna do some color theory.
Someone said to make it red. I'm kind of liking a deep red for it.
Yeah. How are we feeling about that?
That looks good. I'm into it.
But maybe mute it a little bit. There we go.
Do you want to do the two-step? I can cut away from your screen if you want to.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all good. All right.
We'll live on, but Pantone Connect is a really fun feature that we've gotten into a lot this past year. It took a little bit of a learning curve, but now we're kind of into it. You can save your palettes.
It's already looking a lot better.
Yeah. This bright blue is fun, but it's kind of throwing me off.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this real quick. So this will be technically the color paper, so it'll probably be more of a true white. So I'm just gonna kind of brighten that up with a kind of cream color, just so we have that kind of base color. And what were you saying?
That blue color. We talked about making it more of a limey green.
Ooh, yeah. So
more true to the actual
we can kind of cheat and
birds.
use we'll cheat and use that lime green as a base.
It's a good idea. Ooh, I like to go down a little bit.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's more of a true love birdie color.
Yeah, and I'm actually not mad at this pink color, but I think we can just kind of
tone it down a bit.
Yeah. That's feeling kind of
Do you
good,
want
but
it
maybe we make it a little more
brighter?
orange.
Ooh,
There we
a little
go.
peach.
I should have been doing this all along. Just kidding.
I like that we're doing Valentine's Day colors, but we're making it our own.
Yeah. So that's feeling good.
That gold seems like it's kind of feeling muted now with
Yeah,
this pink. It's
it's a
kind of
little
getting
harsh.
lost in it.
It's a little harsh too. I'm also going to, and you know what? We actually have this color that is supposed to be the gold color.
Oh
So
yeah.
let's do that. So that's looking better.
We talked about how we did those two-tone little leaves.
And
it's
I'm
fun
actually-
to do that detailing.
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do too here is, I like having the 4 red flowers, but I think it could be kind of a cool look to just actually reverse this coloring since we have the pink here already. We can actually reverse it so it has a nicer pop, but maybe it'll look better here.
I think it'll look better there.
Let's just, because that pops more on the pink background than that, but what do you think?
I like the bottom one. Yeah, I like it like that. And then at the top by the birds, let's keep it the pink. Does that make sense?
I was listening, but I wasn't. So this one will be pink.
Yes,
Okay.
basically.
Yeah.
You got it.
So like that.
Yep.
Okay.
And then, but yeah.
So I gotta just fix this guy.
I like these blobby little flowers. They're really fun.
And then I think the other color that we haven't really tweaked yet is this green.
The green and the gold. Remember we were saying the
Yep.
gold was getting
Okay,
a little
so
muddy.
We'll do this green,
I think
which
it should still
I
be
don't
green.
think it's terrible. I think it's a good base to start from, but maybe kind of playing around with how light it is. We obviously want to differentiate it between the lime green.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's getting ugly over there. Oh, yeah. I like this kind of neon. What do you think?
Yeah,
It's still subtle.
I like it.
It blends well with the rest of the colors, I think.
And this gold, okay. So I kind of like if we look at it right now, the gold is a little bit harsh on the pink, but at the same time, I think it's kind of a cool, has a cool vibrancy to it. But I do think for we don't have anything in the text that's that color. So the legibility is fine. So it's more of a detail. It's not too concerning, but I do think we need to kind of change it around a little bit.
What could it be? Are we sticking with gold?
I think so.
Okay.
Or what,
Ooh.
like a tan, or
I think that lighter,
gold is honestly kind of a hard color.
we have a lot of fun with gold, but also the thing about the gold is it's making the moon feel like a sun.
That's true.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're just
We're just messing
going
around.
for it.
Okay, wait, go back. That's the hard thing with the,
That's like exactly
the
what it was.
eyedropper tool. No, it
That's
was lighter.
exactly what it was.
This is really a behind the scenes look at what we do for
Do we
hours
want it to
on
be
end.
more like yellow? Do we like yellow?
I'm not mad at yellow, but
If we kind of brighten it up, it looks like
that's looking good.
it's contrasting
Yeah.
the pink a lot more. It's
I
a little
like
more
that.
saturated.
It feels brighter, which is what we were going for.
And I just kind of want to play with the warmness and the oranges and yellowish, or red.
It's looking good, but it all changes so fast.
Too fast. Okay.
Is that the same as it was before? We're not sure. But it looks different
All
because
right.
the golds side by side are much different.
Yeah, it was that color. So you can kind
Could
of
we
see.
play around with the name Lovebirds being in a different color?
Um,
Like the red? Or do you
yeah,
like the
I'll
pop
just
of
ungroup
white?
it too, so we can. So I like that. That is kind of nice. I think, just personally, as far as this, I like that it does pop as much. I would say maybe this could be in the red color,
Yes.
or no,
No, I'm into that.
or
Or
probably not
maybe
the gold.
just the California and the Golden Gate Park being in, keep the city and
You're getting
the,
fancy here.
This is how we get. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I like that. Creates
This
a
is
little
kinda
bit
nice.
of hierarchy there.
Well, it kind of makes the more important, I guess, information stand out in a way.
Someone mentioned maybe doing a drop shadow on the text, but I think for the sake of time, keeping it clean.
Yeah, I like drop shadows sometimes. I don't know. I don't know. I like them both. I also, if you saw how I make a drop shadow, you would be like, why do you make it like that? It's because I learned how to make it a long time ago, and I know there's easier ways to do it, so I won't embarrass myself. I think what I'm gonna do too here is group this heart and the bird and flower elements and just kind of bump these up a little bit.
Ooh, I like that.
Just a kind of a minor thing that was bothering me a little bit, where I feel like this can just fit better in that space.
Someone said they like the left better, and that's fine too. I
That's-
think that's
I
the
do,
fun thing
yeah.
about color. And I mean, we could make this a series where there's different colored prints, and you
Color
know,
is
green is
pretty
the
endless.
background versus the pink. I think the one on the right is more true to probably the colors that we would typically use on a project.
I do
So
kind of like the
run
pink
with it.
though from that one. I think it's just fun and poppy. But
It is. It's unique.
a lot of the stuff we do is more muted, or we call it like dusty desert
We love
colors.
a little dusty desert colors.
Yeah, that's feeling good. Okay, cool. So, next steps.
Yeah, the poster design is pretty much done in our eyes. I think we put it together. We have the pertinent information. We have the fun bird elements. We created a border. So typically what we would do for a project like this where we're doing a poster design is we would try to find some fun ways that we could tie this into like other elements for a client project or for the band to use. So say the Lovebirds was a real band, we'd say, hey, look, this is a really awesome poster that we made for the Valentine's Day show. Maybe let's make the bird element into a fun sticker or a patch for a hat. Let's put this graphic onto a t-shirt. So I think we're gonna hop into Photoshop and show how we would kind of mock it up on a poster, as well as maybe a shirt and a hat, and then we can tie it all together into a little, you know, poster merch combination of
I'm
elements.
glad you asked. I have.
And we're back in the forest.
So I have kind of these different templates I've just created over time for mockups. This is a little bit of a specific one. This one will have, you'll just kind of see it once it loads, but we'll have a poster mockup here where the black square is a rectangle, and then a shirt mockup and a hat mockup. So these are just like practical things that the band could sell there. Maybe it's like, you know, a signature collection, whatever. So usually with like merch and stuff, we always like to obviously have a shirt mock-up and a hat mock-up, embroidery and screen printed. These just help people really visualize how it can live instead of just having the flat design like sending a JPEG. And this will have, you'll kind of see that there's a little bit of a texture on there. So first thing, what we'll do is, you want to import it, or do you want to build out the shirt and hat design first, do you think?
Let's import it, show the poster, and then we can, like one thing at a time.
So this is the kind of what we're going to base everything off of. This is a more detailed design, and what we're going to do is kind of build assets based off of this design using the elements, different icons and such. So we will drop in, go to our poster layer. So this will be for the poster artwork, and this is just, okay. This is just something I kind of like to do when I'm doing these smart object mockups. So basically what I did is I created a smart object here. I'll have a smart object on the shirt and a smart object on the hat. And so what I can do is just double click that, and then it'll bring me into this kind of linked file that I can update as I go. So, whoa. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy that, and then I'll just paste it here into our smart object layer, and then save that. And then we can see now in our mockup, we have this poster. It kind of has like, I guess like it's called like a wheat paste. So a little bit of a texture, just something that kind of adds a nice detail to kind of showcasing it. So now what we're gonna do is, I think a white shirt would be great. That's kind of standard. I'm a little worried this design on a like darker background might need to have some tweaking. So I'm just gonna keep it as is. And then we have this kind of like maroonish hat, which is a little more, I guess, red than the red we have there, but I think that'll be a nice color. So
yeah.
Do you want to do the shirt or the hat, do you think?
Let's do the
first?
shirt first.
Okay. So I'm just going to build like a rough box for the shirt, and it's going to be white, so we'll have that. So I think for this, we can just keep it simple and keep this text here. Oops. Obviously, this won't show up on the white, so let's change that just maybe to the pink color and see how that looks. Do you like that, or do you want to?
I think it'd be cool to keep the red consistent.
Like this?
Feels a little more classic. Yeah.
Cool. And then there's different ways to do this. What I'm going to do is my t-shirt has like a specific color code. This is just kind of a technical thing. What I'm going to do is copy it so that when I do create my smart object, the white is essentially transparent.
You're getting real technical now.
Okay, cool. So we got our poster. I'm going to find our layer for our shirt, for the shirt artwork, and move that over here. And I like having these two screens because, as you can see, I'm going to post this in. The poster was a little more straightforward. But obviously, like, this is a huge print, which kind of is sick.
Might be hard to make on a t-shirt.
Probably not very practical, so we'll just... Sorry, that's kind of...
Someone said they also love the second version. It feels more vintage, which
Oh,
I think
yeah.
that's definitely what we're going for.
So we'll resize it. That's feeling better. Move it down.
I would make it even a little smaller.
Whoa.
Depends who's printing your shirt, I guess.
That's true. Oh.
That's looking good.
Okay, cool. I think I might just bump it up a little bit. Now I'm like getting too...
I think going down.
All right. And I'm just clicking the arrow key just one by one.
There you go. That's looking great.
That looks great. And I'll zoom out eventually and we can actually see what it all looks like together. So now we have this hat here with, it's kind of like this like burnt red. So I'm thinking for this, I think we can try a few things. I think I'm actually gonna just change this back to that. I like this color a little bit better.
Because
wanna-
this one is not going to be on the shirt. So you're changing the background
Yeah.
because before you changed the background being applied to the shirt, but now we're thinking for a hat, we probably would do an embroidered patch with this design.
Yeah, so I'm thinking we can try a couple things out here. I'm thinking an embroidered patch with just this design could be kind of cool without really any branding or anything. Or what could be fun is we bring
Just the text.
some text elements. Whoops, we'll group those. And it's gonna be on a darker background, so I'm just gonna go ahead and this
Do
way
a
we can
placeholder.
visualize it. This doesn't really matter, that part, so. Let's just make it one color too for this sake of this one. And I feel like having it say like
California or something on there.
San Francisco.
I think maybe, do you think in the script or maybe in that tertiary font? Santa Ana Sans.
Santa Ana Sans. I like this, yeah. Sorry.
Ooh. Oh yeah, we talked about that.
So, yeah. We'll have this, and the color is going to be lighter, so I'm not worried about this like darker red and kind of.
I think I want that on a hat.
There we go. Let's just, because it's kind of bothering me now, we'll just make it pink so we can see that. Okay.
I was like, what's going on with the wings now?
Do we want to, I'm thinking just for the sake of like the embroidery, maybe removing the. Or
Yeah,
no?
probably. I mean, if this was a real band, then we'd have to say, hey, can we take the out? But it's not a real band, so let's just do what we want to do.
San Francisco. Let's just do
All caps for sure.
SF.
Oh.
Shorten it.
SF.
That means San Francisco.
Yeah. The people know.
I'll do that. CA for California.
We like to balance some text like this when we're making a graphic, especially for apparel. It's good to have it on both sides. Someone mentioned maybe including one with the bridge, but we don't really know if the bridge is accurate to the Golden Gate, but we could.
Yeah. I do like that.
I feel like that could be on a shirt of its
That could
own,
be
too.
kind of fun as like a side like embroidery or something, I think. Okay, so we have 2 options here. We can kind of play around with those. Let's just close out of that. And we'll go to our hat smart object. So what's cool about this one is when I paste in the artwork, you'll see that this has like a kind of photo real, more or less embroidered kind of look.
Ooh, I'm excited to see.
So it's kind of subtle. I don't know if it's as visible on the screen, but when presenting, it's good to kind of showcase this because the client can really visualize it. Obviously, it's a little big. So let's make it a little smaller. Save it. That's feeling kind of good.
Can you zoom in on the hat so we can kind of see what the texture looks
Yeah.
like?
So that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
But obviously the client's not going to be like looking this close, but that's kind of cool.
Whoever's making it might though. So sometimes we'll put together mock-ups like this so that our clients can really choose the right people to put together their hats and they don't have to do the guesswork as much. As designers, you know, it's our job to make their jobs and their lives easier. I'm loving this hat.
Oh.
I feel like we need to take out the...
That's what I knew it. Oh, so here's another thing we can do. If we don't want to manipulate that file, we can just double click that smart object. We'll open that back up here. So that way all I have to do is just save it, and then there we go.
Yeah, let's zoom in and see the detail on that.
Oh, zoom in on this? Oh.
There you go.
Yeah.
So now we made some fun.
Oh.
Siri
Okay,
said-
Siri, thank you.
Siri said,
All right,
zoom it up.
But here's the real question. Do we like...
We got to put them side by side. Are we able to add in the mock-ups of both hats in there on the artboard?
Yeah, it's possible, but...
We have enough time.
Okay. Well, all right.
Unless it's too complicated.
It's not too complicated. I'm being lazy. Okay, so I'll duplicate this hat here. So then we have the 2 hats. Oh, we have 3 hats.
Gotta delete that
Okay,
one.
we'll keep the original one. So the problem is when you duplicate things, whatever this smart object does, it'll do it to both.
I see.
But
Can we separate?
yeah, hold on, I'm getting there. So what we do is we right-click the smart object, and you can do new smart object via copy. So essentially, it's still the same thing. It copies all the effects, but it creates a new link. So what we can do is now click that one, and now we have a new smart object. And voila.
Wow.
I mean, you could always do both too. Like if the client says we want a black hat and a tan hat, what we could do is go into, now my layers are all crazy, so don't mind those, but.
Now we got it all side by side. So are you team bird?
Like maybe like a,
Ooh.
that's kind of fun.
I like that.
And then what you could do is just, so it looks a little nicer, is like that. All right, so I'm just gonna close out of these. And now we have 2 hats, which is always a good option. If you're ever in between stuff, you can always just show them. And I mean, that looks pretty centered. Oops, our shirt didn't go with it though. Just eyeballing it. So yeah, there we go.
So now we have all the mock-ups together. So this is a really good way to take like one design, put it onto multiple merch items, expand it. I mean, there's a lot we could do with this. We could do, like we said, stickers, keychains, more apparel, sweatshirts, things like that. In the past, we've done a lot of merch for like music festivals, so we have a lot of fun doing stuff like this where it's like taking one design and then translating it into other items. We also have our own merch collection. Shout out. Mark is actually wearing one of our hats right now. So I was thinking about that when you're putting together the embroidered mock-up. We have a real embroidered Cactus Country hat in the flesh. So
Don't mind the tail feathers there. They're looking kind of fun.
We talked about in part
Technically.
1 how we would probably then, if the client were to choose this concept, they want to run with it, Mark would go back into Fresco, clean up all the line work so it's really, really crisp for printing. Just basically going back in with the pencil, just retracing it, redrawing it, doing that soothing process all over again. You could always tweak colors as needed as well, or print the poster in multiple color palettes like we might want to do.
Yeah.
The super colorful version of option A,
can try,
and then
like-
show a more muted one.
Showing another color option of that if we wanted.
Yeah. I mean, even like a daytime or a nighttime kind of look could be cool. Like changing the moon shape on one to a different moon shape. But there's so many fun things that you can do. But this is kind of how we put things together for Photoshop. Any other features in that you kind of want to share about?
I don't know. I don't think so. I usually too, what I'll do is, I don't think time will allow this, but we have like a deck template that will plug this into InDesign. So that's why this is kind of this like long oblong shape. So we'll actually create a whole deck where it has like a cover page, project goals, that sort of thing. Just anything to really drive home the goals and the concepts to the client so they can kind of be refreshed on everything. And then you dive into the mock-ups. And we found that having these mock-ups can be very, very helpful as far as showcasing your design and what it's going to look like, because some people can visualize stuff. We've had clients that even bring their own ideas to the table, but then we have clients that are like, I don't even know where to start. So being able to kind of have that diversity of showing it on different elements, different hats, and knowing the different styles is pretty helpful as far as, and especially like showing them too. There's also like a really cool, I can do this real quick. This is kind of fun. I just started doing this.
There's that hat again.
Yeah. Well, what I'm gonna do, there's this really cool new feature. This is just gonna be a little like wonky, but I did this recently because I did it on a hat that actually had more of an angle. Let's just look up. We got a little bit of time here. Hat. So hat blank. So the Illustrator has this really cool feature. This probably isn't the hat I would, whoops. That's pretty small.
Let's do the white one.
The white, we'll do, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
Open image. This is not a sponsored ad. So, okay, it's kind of small. What we'll do is we'll bring this into Illustrator. And this was just super fun for me because I've always done it the Photoshop way, but another way you can do it, and like I said, I did this recently for a client project, is Illustrator is this really cool tool where you select the artwork you want to do, and then I already created a shortcut for it, but you go to Object, Mockup, Create Mockup, and then you just wait.
It is pretty cool. You did show me this the other day. It's a time saver.
Yeah, and
Makes it easy to apply to anything too.
And for someone that's not really savvy at like warping things to perspective, it's really helpful and really fun to play with. So now we kind of have it where it kind of actually goes around the contours here.
Yeah, someone said you can distort it. So basically, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're like, oh, it's looking like it's kind of a little smushed, you can be like. So I think that's really cool and definitely a time saver.
That looks cool. I mean, even if you wanted to like have that as a little teaser image for social media.
And this just looks kind of nice. I like the other one for the sake of having that embroidered texture, but at the same time, you can call that out in your presentation, have like a little thing of text that says embroidered and point to it.
Someone said mind blown.
Oh, nice. Yeah, this blew my mind too.
Especially if you're not a big, I mean, they said they're not into Photoshop as much, so it's easy to do in Illustrator as well.
And what's cool is if you double click it, so like for me, this color was kind of blending in too much with the hat, so now I can change that to that lighter pink.
Go back. Yeah, that's awesome.
And you can edit it from there. I believe it creates it as a symbol or something like that. So.
Well, we're wrapping up the stream. We wanted to thank everyone for watching. It's been really fun to build out the poster design. If you want to zoom out so we can look at it one more time. We built it on
There's
some
the
merch.
artboards.
If you go back and re-watch it on YouTube, you can see part 1 where we actually drew the bird element with the heart and the flowers, and we showed you how we use Fresco and how we import that into Illustrator and then build out the design further. If you want to follow us, you can follow us on Instagram at This Is Cactus Country. Someone asked if we're on LinkedIn. I believe Mark has a LinkedIn, but
I created it, and that's as far as I think I have like 2 friends on there.
same with Behance, and you can follow him there. Otherwise, just check us out on
Dribble
Instagram.
too.
Yeah,
Did you say that?
I didn't mention Dribble, so
Oh.
you have Dribble, and if you want to work with us, shout us out, send us a message. Thanks so much for watching. This has been really fun, and hope everyone has a wonderful Valentine's Day. We won't be at our fake concert that we made a poster for, but
Don't go.
this has been really fun. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, thank you.